No more, there's no more space left. When Han Shuo saw the fiery gazes of Bolton, Bowen, and Colbert cast on him, he hastily contracted his protective shield and tried to put a stop to their thoughts of also entering his shield. When Han Shuo pulled back his shield, Li Wei panicked and therefore leaned closer to Han Shuo. Donna followed suit to avoid being exposed to the corrosive gas. With that, by basically doing nothing, Han Shuo had two goddesses throwing themselves at him like opposite poles on a magnet. Meanwhile, Bolton, Bowen, and Colbert outside his protective shield had to constantly resist the assault of the corrosive gases. Bolton and Colbert, who were exhausting their divine energy to defend themselves, seemed especially strained and tired. The contrast was stark. One part of the crew was in paradise and the other was in hell. This place is rather bizarre. I don't know if I will be able to find an exit for now. Bolton, Bowen, Colbert, since you all may have trouble staying under the corrosive gas, why don't you return to the entrance from whence we came and wait for our signal once we find the exit? Donna appeared very apologetic and said so out of consideration for the three. The three, whose faces were filled with agony as they eyeballed Han Shuo, were about to go in the other direction when Han Shuo suddenly yelled, "No! You little wretch, who do you think you are? Do you want to watch us die in this gas? Will that satisfy you?" Bolton was enraged to see Han Shuo closely surrounded by beauties while they were suffering. If Donna wasn't in there, he might have pulled Han Shuo out from his shield to make him go through the same agony. Donna too was rather shocked. She turned to Han Shuo in a slightly awkward manner and with her rosy lips close to his ears. She said, "Brian, they will surely die if they remain here. No, they will surely die if they try to go back. Didn't you notice that we have been walking in circles around this same area this whole time? The way I see it, there is no going back once we've entered. I dare guarantee that if they travel in the other direction, they will never find the entrance or exit." Han Shuo was fuming. He knew that these people had absolutely no understanding of the strangeness of a demonic formation and were so naive to think that they could always retreat to the entrance once the situation went south. What? We have been walking in circles all along. Li Wei shrieked next to Han Shuo's ear. Her voice was sharp and caused Han Shuo to quiver, which subsequently made the protective shield shake along with him. Li Wei and Donna each grabbed onto either one of Han Shuo's arms and leaned even closer into him for the fear that they would leave the coverage area of his protective shield. After being reminded by Han Shuo, Donna, the mightiest of the team, carefully recalled for a moment and muttered, that seems to be the case. After entering here, there is no path of return. We could either find the exit or we will die. Han Shuo said coldly. After listening to those words, the Brooke brothers and Colbert, who held hopes of leaving, had faces as ashen as the dead. Every last one of the gang was exceptionally flustered, and Han Shuo could see their desperation. He smiled and declared with his chest puffed, "If you look closely enough, you will see that there are some unique, but regular patterns in this place of colorful corrosive gases. I think that as long as we find the proper pattern, we will make it out of here." Chapter 657, You're Invited. GDK 657, You're Invited. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. What pattern? How come I don't see any? Li Wei was astounded. She turned her head and looked all around. However, save for the colorful miasmic gases that filled every inch of the air, she did not notice anything unusual. There are only colorful miasmas in here and nothing else is clearly visible. What pattern are you talking about? Donna was startled and mumbled to herself in a pensive manner. Did any of you notice that these miasmic gases circulate in a certain repeating pattern? Han Shuo said smilingly and pointed at the air. Upon hearing those words, the party was dazed for a moment before they gathered their full attention on the flow of miasmic gases around them and observed the motion of the gases. When they looked closer, they noticed that there really was something unusual about the circulation of those colorful miasmic gases. The gases took on 5 different colors: red, blue, green, purple, and black. They did not interfere with each other or become mixed together and seemed to be well coordinated as they circulated through the atmosphere. The miasmic gases would take turns in corroding the party one after another. Oh! There really seems to be a rhythm. Li Wei was greatly excited. She then gazed at Han Shuo, who was right beside her, and questioned eagerly, could these miasmic gases be the key to leaving this place? I suppose so. Han Shuo calmly replied. The pentacloud illusionary formation made use of the miasmic gases of 5 colors. As long as one managed to grasp the rhythm of circulation of the gases, one would be able to figure out how to escape from this formation. Alright then, let's focus and try to learn the pattern. Donna instructed her teammates. She had confidence in Han Shuo. After hearing those words, the crowd who had stayed inside the pentacloud miasma for ages cared about nothing more than observing the rhythm of the 5-colored miasmic gases in hopes of figuring the way out of this dangerous place. Some time had passed before they even made out a few circulation rhythms of the miasmic gases. They still, unfortunately, had absolutely no understanding of the pentacloud illusionary formation and therefore couldn't find the method of exiting it. I can't hold on much longer. Bolton's face was swelling deep red. He had exhausted a great portion of his divine energy and was rather terrified. Meanwhile, Li Wei's servant, Colbert, who did not utter a word, showed a pale and weak face. It appeared that he would completely exhaust his divine energy soon. Li Wei, let's get out and let Colbert and Bolton take our places. Donna decisively instructed Li Wei at this critical moment. She then looked at Han Shuo sternly and said, Brian, we need to work together as one at moments like this. Han Shuo took a deep breath and put on a smile before saying, you need not get out. Why? Colbert is nearly dying. Even if my divine weapon will be destroyed, I can't just do nothing and watch him die. I'm getting out, don't stop me. Li Wei said anxiously when she saw Colbert's face turn paler and paler. After hearing Li Wei's words, a glimpse of gratitude was revealed in Colbert's powerless eyes. He hastily said, My lady, don't worry about your old servant. My life is meant to be given to your grace, not the other way round. What are you talking about? No one will lose their life today. Donna berated. I said, there's no need to get out. When Han Shuo saw that Li Wei would actually be so considerate at such moments, he thought that she did have some redeeming quality. With everyone's gazes yet again gathered on him, Han Shuo said confidently, I have found the pattern. Follow after me, I will lead you all out of here. Are you sure? Bolton was pleasantly surprised to hear those words of Han Shuo's at such a moment of despair. There shouldn't be any problem. Han Shuo affirmed before he instructed, make a line behind me and follow my steps closely. If I run, you run. If I crawl, you crawl. Don't be a step behind. Otherwise, don't blame me if you don't make it out of here. Brian, are you sure we will walk out from here before they completely exhaust their divine energy? Donna was worried for her teammates and therefore sought for reaffirmation. Trust me. Han Shuo said with the confidence of a con man. At this desperate time, as none of them had any better idea and seeing that Han Shuo was being so assertive, they understandably lined up behind him as instructed. With the crowd fully ready, Han Shuo wasted no words. Radiances glistened off his eyes as he attentively observed the movement of the miasmic air around him. Suddenly, when the red miasma dispersed and a cloud of purple miasma was about fill in the void, Han Shuo took 5 quick steps to his left. Bolton and the others who had been carefully watching Han Shuo from behind him immediately copied his movements. After taking 5 steps, they discovered that the red miasma that had previously dispersed had magically returned to their side and continued to corrode them. After keeping still for 10 or so seconds, the red miasma again dispersed and Han Shuo started to move again. This time, he moved very slowly to his right. After 10 steps, Han Shuo and his party again came to where the red miasma gathered. It was then that the party realized that Han Shuo had actually managed to follow the cloud of red miasma and their confidence in him grew. Prior to this, the miasmic gases had only been drifting about in an erratic pattern and definitely wouldn't appear around them repeatedly. Having walked in circles for so long, they had never been corroded by miasmic gas of the same color more than once. "You found it!" Li Wei, who was leaning closely beside Han Shuo, suddenly turned her fragrant lips to Han Shuo's ear and whispered. Han Shuo was not distracted by the slightest. He watched for changes ahead of him calmly. Lining behind him, Bolton and the others observed Han Shuo with rapt attention, waiting for his next move. "Everyone get ready to step backwards at my command," Han Shuo calmly shouted. Bolton and the others appeared startled when they heard Han Shuo's words. They had no idea why Han Shuo would suddenly want them to step back when they were just fine advancing forward. But by then, they had placed all their hopes on Han Shuo. They remained silent and had staunch eyes as they waited for further instructions. After 10 seconds, Han Shuo suddenly shouted, "Take 8 quick steps backwards." None of them dared hesitate. They hastily took 8 steps in reverse as Han Shuo had instructed. When they again stopped, they discovered that the red miasmic gas was again lingering beside them and corroding their shields. "Wow! It's a miracle!" Bolton cheered. He was no longer skeptical of Han Shuo and knew that he had grasped the rhythm of the miasmic gas circulation. Donna, who was right next to Han Shuo, couldn't help but grab at Han Shuo's arm and cry out in amazement, "You actually found the pattern!" Han Shuo took 3 steps forward yet again. Although he appeared to be pacing back and forth in vain, the red miasmic gas had never slipped away from them. Finally, Han Shuo took 5 slow but large strides to his right. The scene around them suddenly transformed and there was no longer a single puff of the corrosive gases around them. After a quick look, they discovered that they really had exited that mysterious place filled with miasmic gases. The Brook brothers and Colbert, following closely behind Han Shuo, were startled when they walked out from the pentacloud miasma but became overjoyed soon after. Colbert and Bowen still remained silent, but their eyes were filled with relief and joy for having escaped. Bolton chuckled, then walked to Han Shuo somewhat unwillingly, hesitated for a moment before he stammered, "That, about my previous conduct, please don't take offense." About this, thank you." For this proud and arrogant youngster born into an aristocratic family to express his gratitude to Han Shuo before Donna and the others indicated that Bolton had indeed made some adjustments to his attitude after the bitter experience of nearly losing his life. Han Shuo nodded. Instead of being arrogant about his achievement, Han Shuo had the standard expression as he calmly replied, "You're welcome. We are all on the same front and are tied together for good or for worse. Helping each other is what we ought to do." Seeing that Han Shuo did not take the opportunity to say anything that would humiliate him, Bolton felt even more grateful and put away his spiteful and unkind gazes towards Han Shuo. When he looked at Han Shuo with a grateful heart, he suddenly discovered that, just as Donna had said, there were indeed many things about him that were worth learning from. For example, his will and perseverance in never losing his calm in the face of danger were definitely gradually fostered through constantly confronting death for a long period of time. When he looked at Han Shuo from this new perspective, Bolton discovered that although Han Shuo wasn't particularly valiant, a certain quality possessed by Han Shuo had foreordained that in the future, Han Shuo would definitely not be a nobody. To be qualified for this mission, Bolton was no mediocre person either. After having arrived at a second opinion of Han Shuo, his attitude towards Han Shuo instantly made a full 180-degree swing. "Haha, we are fortunate to have you around. If not for you, I'm afraid that both Bowen and I wouldn't have escaped from tragedy. Brian, I hope that after this mission is over, you will be guest to our family. We Brook brothers will make sure to give you the best treatment as gratitude." The sudden transformation of Bolton's attitude towards Han Shuo had everyone startled. Even the taciturn Bowen was mystified, not understanding why his brother would become so polite so abruptly. Donna inwardly nodded in his heart and thought that perhaps Bolton wasn't all that unredeemable. After hearing Bolton's invitation, Han Shuo looked deeply into his eyes and saw that he was actually being sincere. With just one thought, Han Chuo roughly made out what was on Bolton's mind, and so he smiled mischievously and replied, "Sure. And my family as well. Brian, you have also saved us. On behalf of my family, I'm also formally inviting you to be our guest." Li Wei giggled and made an invitation. Han Chuo was stunned to discover that he was suddenly in great demand. Han Chuo actually found it rather difficult to get accustomed to the situation when these two fellas who had been contemptuous towards him all along turned so cordial all of a sudden. With Li Wei's big eyes fixed on him, he replied, "Hee, sure, sure. Brian, you are quite reputable, aren't you? These two fellas are infamous for their arrogance. Who would have thought they would invite you as their guest simultaneously?" Haha, Donna giggled and teased Han Chuo. Han Chuo appeared very relaxed. With a smile on his face, he said, all right, let's all rest and recover. We have more obstacles waiting for us up ahead." After the pentacloud miasma, there was the black gust of doom. They were currently at the connecting point between the two demonic formations and were not affected by any of the formations. During the round of battering, the party had consumed at least some of their divine energy. Now was not the time to slack. Brian is right. Let's stop talking and instead use the time to recover our energy, Donna agreed and instructed. Knowing that they still had challenges to face up ahead, the party stopped chit-chatting and started gathering the elements between heaven and earth to recover the energy they lost. Of the party, only Han Chuo was unoccupied. As those miasmic gases did not corrode his protective shield, the demonic yuan he consumed was extremely limited and therefore he need not put effort into recovering energy. He started to observe the Brook brothers in silence. Bolton and Bowen both cultivated in the Edict of Destruction and they both possessed late-stage low god strength. Han Chuo had very poor knowledge of the Edict of Destruction. As one who would never give up on any opportunity to improve his strength, of course Han Chuo would seize this opportunity to observe the two. Both Bolton and Bowen unfurled their domains of divinity that were filled with the wish of destroying all things. Their domains of divinity caused the space to distort and destroy the stones and even the air around them. Under the effects of the Edict of Destruction, they recovered the divine energy in their bodies bit by bit. One of Han Chuo's avatars also cultivated in the Edict of Destruction. Han Chuo watched carefully and noted the circulation trajectory of the Edict of Destruction inside Bolton and Bowen's domains of divinity. He planned on attempting it himself someday in the future. Meanwhile, Donna finally managed to fully recover. When Han Chuo noticed that, he hastily withdrew his gaze towards the Brook brothers. What he did was a taboo and Han Chuo had no wish of letting Donna discover this rude behavior. No one would wish to be peeped at while cultivating because it could possibly expose the weakness of one's energy and it could land one in a disadvantaged situation. Han Chuo put on a normal look and smiled at Donna. Before he could say anything, he suddenly heard a blood-curdling shriek in the distance. That voice sounded exceptionally bleak, like the final cry one would make before succumbing to death. Han Chuo creased his brows but soon after, he put on a bitter frown and said, "It seems that someone has run into trouble. But for us, this is great fortune. It is you who is our fortune. Without you, some of us would likely have fallen." Donna said, giggling. It was obvious that Donna was happy about the death of one of her opponents. Chapter 658 GDK 658, Immune to all demonic formations. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Deployed all around the ninth realm mystical yin harvester were intricate demonic formations of all sizes. Based on his insight, Han Chuo reckoned that those demonic formations were all rather powerful. The pentacloud miasma had almost ended Donna and her party. In all likelihood, those on the opposing forces must have run into a demonic formation just as deadly. The constant inhuman shrieks were a great source of distress for those who were recovering their energy. Bolton and Bowen were roused and had shock smeared across their faces. As though the Grim Reaper was being extra hard-working that day, yet another loud, ear-piercing screech sounded from a distance. It was the voice of a female. They all immediately knew that the young married woman on the other team had perished. What a nightmare! That's 2 deaths. Li Wei was flustered. She had a fearful expression when she looked at the black gust of doom up ahead. Donna watched as Li Wei gazed ahead with dread. The schadenfreude smile on her face gradually faded to be replaced by a grave expression. Donna creased her brows and kept silent for a moment before she said, "You all have heard those shrieks and should know what that meant. Having gone through that previous obstacle, I believe that all of you should now clearly understand that this mysterious place is packed with danger. What's for certain is, the next obstacle will be even more challenging." Everyone listened quietly to Donna's speech. She took a deep breath before she continued, "Perhaps, at the next obstacle, some of us might perish as they have. If any of you want to retreat, now is the time to do so. Although it will not be something to be proud of, it is at least much easier to be accepted than death. Given the influences of your families, this is an option you can afford to take. Take a moment to consider it." After hearing Donna's words, the 3 youngsters kept completely silent. Their faces were filled with indecision and they couldn't seem to decide. Colbert and Hanzhuo, on the other hand, were not burdened with indecision. Colbert had no care in his life and was determined to follow after Li Wei. Hanzhuo was determined to enter and get to the bottom of it. He wanted to figure out what was actually going on inside and was naturally not about to retreat. Additionally, Hanzhuo had a brief understanding of the black gust of doom. He was confident in coping with its attacks and therefore wasn't worried about it. "I will not make any new breakthroughs if I stay within my comfort zone. I want to venture further." Bolton was the first to come to a decision and he declared it resolutely. "If someone as cowardly as Bolton dares venture inside, then I can do it as well." Li Wei clenched her teeth and declared in a staunch manner. Bowen was a man who would follow his elder brother's decision and this time was no exception. Colbert, who placed Li Wei above everything, including his own life, would naturally follow her into the next formation. Donna understood that even if he did not utter a word. "Fine then. I will give you all a little more time before we advance together. Should any of you lose your life, I shall inform your family of your bravery. They will be proud of you." Donna praised. Without wasting more words, Bolton and the others made full use of the time to replenish their divine energies. "Brian, I have suddenly become very curious about you. You must have experienced countless life or death situations on this continent." Donna suddenly smiled and looked at Hanzhuo with interest. She seemed to want to understand what kind of a person Hanzhuo actually was. Hanzhuo stared blankly and pretended to be in deep thought about the question for a moment before he smirked and nodded, telling her, "I guess you can say so. Low-level material planes are just as violent. You must fight for anything that you want. Staring death in the face is quite a common occurrence." "No wonder," Donna replied. She then suddenly turned the topic of discussion by asking, "What is the energy that you cultivate in? What makes it so peculiar? In all my times venturing through various material planes, I have never seen anything remotely similar." Hanzhuo kept silent for a moment, smiled, and calmly answered, "It's just a minor, non-mainstream energy that is too inferior to be shown in public. It's quite normal that you have never seen it. Haha, it really is mediocre and not worthy of your curiosity." Hanzhuo had no wish of discussing anything relating to the cultivation of demonic arts and Donna could see that. After hesitating for a moment, she smilingly nodded and did not press on with her questions. "Actually, I'm curious to know more about the Elysium. Do you mind?" While the others were cultivating, Hanzhuo and Donna who were unoccupied had a chat with each other. As he was very curious about the Elysium and that was the material plane that Donna came from, he figured he could learn more about that world from Donna. Bekimos and McKinley had depicted a little about the Elysium to Hanzhuo. But as both of them had been trapped in distant worlds for many years, any description they had for Hanzhuo was from ages ago and the circumstances there must have changed at least somewhat. Elysium, the plane of gods, was Hanzhuo's next destination. He wanted to have a detailed understanding of the place before heading there. It's hard to tell you everything briefly. You will understand the place after going there. It is the center of all material planes. The 12 overgods all seem to be cultivating in hiding over there. I believe you can tell just how special Eligius is from just those 2 sentences. Donna answered smilingly. Han Chuo nodded and did not ask any further questions. He became even more determined to leave for Elysium, the plane of gods. Time flew by. After what seemed to be just a short while, Bolton and the others were awakened from recovering their divine energy when Donna called out to them. It's about time. We can't stay here for too long, otherwise, when we reach our destination, we may just find that Kaiser and the others have salvaged everything there. Seeing that the party understood her, Donna took a deep breath and marched ahead. Everyone be careful. You better hold your guard up from the beginning, Han Chuo reminded his allies. He had carefully recalled once though the information that Chu Kinglan had about the Black Gust of Doom while the people were recovering their energy. After having the bitter experience prior, they no longer looked down on this small god from a low-level material plane. With Han Chuo's reminder, they all started deploying full-body defenses before even entering the formation. Han Chuo nodded and was very pleased with their prudent behavior. He too deployed his protective shield and stepped into the Black Gust of Doom after Donna. As soon as they entered, a powerful, chilling wind came blasting at them. There were grayish, low-hanging clouds hovering above their heads all around. No one could see their surroundings clearly. Han Chuo scanned the area through whizzing, chilling wind that carried devastating power, but he simply couldn't see a hint of Donna's figure. Han Chuo stopped advancing and noticed that he had lost track of Bolton and the party. He knew then that the Black Gust of Doom had been triggered the moment they stepped inside. With the transformation that swept the environment, it was not possible to locate the others' trails. Han Chuo, of course, was none too distressed because when he stepped inside, he discovered that those terrifying whizzing winds had all miraculously avoided him, traveling around instead of at him. The situation was just the same as the pentacloud miasma. With a sense of relief in his heart, Han Chuo observed his surroundings for a while. He could obviously tell that those powerful, chilling winds were everywhere. They did not change their direction for anything, but when they reached his shield congealed using demonic yuan, they would simply detour around him. This meant that Han Chuo was also safe and sound within the Black Gust of Doom. He didn't need to worry about being attacked. A thought suddenly crossed his mind: could it be my cultivation in demonic arts that makes me immune to all the formations here? To test this hypothesis, Han Chuo deployed his 2 avatars and put them beyond the protection of his shield. In an instant, the terrifying wind stormed at Han Chuo's 2 avatars. That power was filled with ruthlessness, and the wind felt as though it could penetrate his bodies. It caused Han Chuo's 2 avatars immense pain. Han Chuo immediately realized something. Then, with one thought, the avatar of destruction concealed the energy of destruction within its body, transformed into the Demon Slayer edge form, and started circulating a small bit of demonic yuan that originated from his main body within. An astonishing transformation occurred once again. All the chilling winds suddenly started changing direction and blew around the Demon Slayer edge. Meanwhile, that avatar of death transformed from the skeletal staff only contained the divine energy of death and was constantly being devastated by the chilling wind. The situation was far from good. It was now clear to Han Chuo. As his 2 avatars were connected with his consciousness, they managed to easily return to Han Chuo's main body even under the adverse effects of the Black Gust of Doom. After the experiment, Han Chuo was convinced that he, a cultivator of demonic arts, was completely immune to attack from all the demonic formations in this place. Even the demonic weapon that had transformed into his avatar of destruction was not subjected to the effects of the demonic formations, as it contained a small bit of demonic yuan. Based on Han Chuo's understanding of the pentacloud miasma and the Black Gust of Doom, he knew that these 2 formations in their normal setup would absolutely not discriminate based on the energy one cultivated in. The only explanation to his immunity was, that terrifying existence who deployed these demonic formations had forcibly altered the demonic formations so that they would not attack any demonic arts cultivator. Without needing much thought, Han Chuo understood that the existence who had deployed everything in this place must also have originated from Earth. Perhaps he too knew that no one in this universe knew a thing about demonic arts when he made this masterpiece that prevented all those who cultivated in other energies from entering but left the door wide open to any demonic arts cultivators. Why would he do so? What were his intentions? Han Chuo was very puzzled and grew increasingly curious. However, even after turning over in his mind, he still couldn't figure out a thing. In the end, he decided to put down all thought, and venture deeper to investigate. With one pulse of his consciousness, Han Chuo discovered the positions of Donna and the other four. In this strange place, his sight and the souls of his two avatars that cultivated in the Edict of Destruction and Element of Death could not get a glimpse of the environment. His consciousness formed using demonic arts, however, were not hindered at all and could clearly sense the surroundings. After unfolding his consciousness, Han Chuo suddenly discovered that Donna and the others had incredibly unstable souls and they all appeared extremely emotional. They were stuck in a daydream. Han Chuo immediately came to that diagnosis. The black gust of doom didn't just contain powerful chilling wind. If one were to stay inside the formation for an extended period, they would sink into a terrifying land of fantasy where one would repeatedly revisit the most heartbreaking and the most terrifying events one had encountered in their lives. Furthermore, the formation would amplify the effects that the painful ordeals had, crushing their hearts and souls. In this land of fantasy, if they could not maintain a strong will, they could possibly even sink into madness forever. Besides having to face the attack of the powerful wind, they would also have to face their worst nightmares simultaneously. Even an expert with formidable strength could become mentally crushed and spiral into a madman in a short period of time. Unlike the pentacloud miasma, one did not need to look for some abstruse pattern to find the way out from the black gust of doom. That was because, the moment that a person entered the formation, they would immediately be assaulted by powerful wind while simultaneously being confronted with the most horrible scenes of their lives. If one could not walk away from the anguish stored at the bottom of their hearts, they wouldn't be able to make a step forward. Hence, having additional mazes to solve would be superfluous. After slowly expanding his consciousness, Han Chuo soon discovered that Li Wei and Bolton were in the most critical condition. Who knew what terrifying events the two had experienced, but their souls were in utter chaos. It was as though they could be mentally crushed and sunken into madness at any moment. The situation was critical and there wasn't much time left. He knew that if he didn't take action right away, Li Wei and Bolton would be the first two to die in this place. With Li Wei and Bolton having apologized to him, Han Chuo no longer felt animosity towards the two. Besides, he knew that given the present conditions, he would have a much better chance of survival if Li Wei and Bolton lived on. Hence, he disregarded the former hatred and immediately took action. When he arrived beside Li Wei, he discovered that she was screaming and shouting hysterically. Any grace that she held herself up with was now gone. Han Chuo did not know what Li Wei was experiencing, but when he tried to hold her, Li Wei started clawing wildly and tried to bite him. She had absolutely no clue of the surrounding conditions and it appeared that she wouldn't be able to recover within a short period of time. Seeing that this situation persisted and he had to get her out as soon as possible, Han Chuo decided to more forceful. Taking advantage of the fact that Li Wei could not organize an effective resistance, Han Chuo gave her a swat and knocked her out. With one hand, he held Li Wei by her waist and rapidly flew to Bolton following the senses of his consciousness. He saw a hysterical Bolton heavily panting, trying to defend against the attacks of some invisible threats. Having dealt with Li Wei, Han Chuo knew he could not be polite and knocked Bolton out the same. He buckled him by his shoulder and managed to carry the two out from the black gust of doom very quickly. He then returned to the black gust of doom and repeated the same thing to the weeping Bowen and the frantic Colbert, knocking them out and then carrying them out from the formation. Han Chuo again returned to Donna, the last of his teammates trapped in the formation. Although she too was trapped in a fantasy, her situation wasn't as dire as the others, perhaps a testament to her strength. When Han Shuo approached Donna, he saw that Donna was wearing a grievous face and screaming in desperation, "Don't leave me, I beg you, please don't go." When Han Shuo arrived beside Donna, about to knock her down, Donna seemed to sense something and suddenly embraced Han Shuo. Her rosy lips suddenly planted themselves onto Han Shuo's before he could react. Chapter 659, Taking Charge. GDK 659, Taking Charge. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo was caught off guard and in an instant, felt his lips fill with warmth and fragrance. Donna was incredibly fervent and had no resemblance to her usual solemn air. Drawing connection with Donna's shouting in desperation just a moment earlier, Han Shuo understood that Donna must have taken him as someone else in her hallucination, explaining her misbehavior. Han Shuo did not indulge in being passionately connolled by Donna, as he clearly understood that her soul would grow increasingly unstable the longer she did so. If this trend were allowed to continue, Donna could end up in a disastrous state. The detrimental effects of these hallucinations actually had no connection with a person's strength. The hallucination merely reproduced the scene that had gnawed at the person's mind, sore points that were buried deep within one's heart but not overcome. It would make the victim fall deeper and deeper into the abyss of despondency before they finally completely lost their mind. Given Donna's performance, her mind was likely being perturbed by a past relationship that was deeply etched in her memory. She ought to be hallucinating about it and had mistaken Han Shuo as that person who she couldn't part with, thus her rather ludicrous actions. After being startled for a short moment, Han Shuo soon came to his senses. He maintained the same posture and did not resist Donna's forceful, hot-blooded kissing. Han Shuo slowly raised his hand to the back of her head and suddenly gave it a pat, turning her unconscious. Before her well-rounded body fell to the ground, Han Shuo held her by her soft waist. Without being distracted by any fanciful thoughts, Han Shuo identified the direction and whisked Donna away from the formation. As soon as they escaped the formation, Han Shuo saw Li Wei, Bolton, and the others all looking at him with rather perplexed and bewildered eyes. Although Han Shuo had knocked all of them out in order, as Han Shuo did not use his demonic yuan, and since these people were low gods with extraordinary strengths, they managed to regain consciousness soon after they escaped from the influence of the formation. Having just woken up, these people were still somewhat at a loss. They couldn't tell if they were still hallucinating momentarily. But when they saw Han Shuo carrying Donna by her slender waist away from that terrifying formation, some clarity was restored to their perplexed eyes. After staring blankly for a moment, Li Wei suddenly asked, "Brian, did you just save us again?" "Yet. I found you all hallucinating and in dire circumstances, so I knocked you out and carried you away from that place one by one." Han Shuo explained, as he had no need to conceal that fact. Before he could lay Donna down, she began to burble something and he saw that she was sobering up. Donna cried out in surprise when he saw Han Shuo was carrying her by her waist. She looked around frazzled and recognized the situation. She asked, "Brian, you saved me?" Seeing that Donna had awoken, Han Shuo put on a smile and placed her down before he apologetically explained, "You were hallucinating. As your mind was in a very unstable state, I had to knock you out." "It's all right. Thank you," Donna replied with a sweet smile. Then, suddenly, as though having recalled something, her tender and beautiful cheeks blushed and her watery eyes started glancing around Han Shuo's lips. Ahem! Han Shuo immediately realized something from the direction of Donna's gazes and hastily wiped his lips with his sleeve. When he looked down, he noticed that there indeed were red marks on his sleeve. Some of the lipstick that Donna applied to her lips had come off onto Han Shuo's lips. "Oh! You too!" When Li Wei's sharp eyes discovered the abnormal expressions on Han Shuo and Donna's faces, she covered her mouth in shock and put on an expression of disbelief. Having heard Li Wei's light cry, the crowd turned their attention to the two and seemed to have made the connection. They all put on peculiar expressions. Among them, Bowen's face turned rather gloomy and his eyes were again filled with traces of hostility. This, that. It's not what you're imagining. Donna's cheeks turned even redder as she hastily explained. Han Chuo too was rather embarrassed. When everyone again had their gazes gathered on him, he lightly cleared his throat and explained, Miss Donna was hallucinating and had mistaken me for someone else. I was in a rush to rescue her and did not anticipate that she would. Stop talking. Donna interrupted Han Chuo's words, glanced at Bolton and the others and smilingly scolded, You bunch of mischievous kids, how could your minds all be so dirty? Oh? We didn't say a thing, did we? Li Wei replied with a mischievous smirk. All right. All right. Donna shot a smiling glare at Li Wei and soon turned to Han Chuo and said somewhat apologetically, In any case, thank you. I apologize for any transgression I may have made. Please don't keep it in mind. Don't worry about it, Han Chuo replied, though he thought to himself, what else can I do about it? Make redress by returning the kisses back to you? We all have Brian to thank yet again. It seems that Brian really is our lucky star. Bolton started to express his gratitude passionately. His gazes towards Han Chuo blazed even brighter. If Han Chuo was not aware of his sexual orientation, he might have mistaken Bolton as a homosexual. Truly a mysterious fella. He's saved us once again. Li Wei muttered as she gleamed at Han Chuo. The first time he helped them out of trouble could be discounted as mere luck, but not the second time. Han Chuo was calm and unruffled. He did not behave conceitedly but merely smiled without saying a word. He knew that these people must have been very curious about him and how he could repeatedly rescue them from the dangers found in this mysterious place. It was puzzling, how a god as small as himself from a low-level material plane could perform such miraculous actions. Donna looked at the path ahead and mumbled to herself, how should we proceed next? There was no other demonic formation ahead of them other than the colossal ninth realm mystical yin harvester surrounded by several mountains. Gazing at the majestic mountains up ahead and sensing the extremely intense mystical yin aura, Han Chuo felt as though he saw that ancient senior from the school of demonic arts with powers that could topple mountains and overturn the seas performing the magnificent feat of altering the laws of heaven at this place. Han Chuo was absent-minded for a brief moment as he let his imagination run wild. His head was filled with absolute admiration for that existence. Brian, do you think we should proceed further? Seeing that Han Chuo did not put forth any suggestion, Donna mentioned him by name and asked. Han Chuo was dazed for a moment and looked at Donna with astonishment. He smiled awkwardly and said, Why are you asking me? You are our leader. You should be the one calling the shots. Donna was actually rather stunned at herself after hearing those words. She thought, yet, why am I asking him? I should be the one making decisions. After thinking carefully about it, Donna suddenly discovered that with Han Chuo having rescued her twice, unwittingly, her impression of Han Chuo had changed. Although Han Chuo did not possess much strength, for some reason, she had taken Han Chuo as an expert of equal ranking who could truly assist her. Li Wei, however, did not feel that anything was inappropriate. You always astonish people with miraculous feats and have excellent observation power. It's normal that big sister Donna would ask for your opinion. Perhaps she herself had failed notice it but her attitude towards Han Chuo had also unwittingly flipped. Just tell us what you think. I think by now, no one would dare disregard your opinion. Donna said with a sweet smile and looked at Han Chuo with anticipation. Han Chuo looked all around and discovered that just as Donna had said, each and every member of the party was looking at him with expectation. Even that Bowen who revealed a trace of hostility at him was waiting for his opinion. None of them felt that anything was inappropriate about it. Ha! These fellas sure are pragmatic. Han Chuo remarked to himself. He then put on a grave expression and said in a deep voice, We have come so far and I don't think anyone here would wish to turn back right now. None of us knows the situation up ahead. But I think it is only by venturing further that we could understand everything that is in this place. What do you all think? Han Shuo himself had no fear of any danger that laid in this place and was absolutely not worried about being confronted with greater danger. Therefore, he remained very calm and did not take into account the dangers that might await up ahead in his decision. The party nodded. Donna voiced her agreement. In that case, let's press forward and find out what this place is made of. The party agreed and was about to advance forward when Han Shuo suddenly raised his hand and gestured the party to halt. He turned his head around and gazed at a demonic formation he wasn't familiar with located not far away. He appeared very vigilant. When Donna and the party saw Han Shuo's hand gesture, they all ceased their motion and turned their gazes towards where Han Shuo was looking. Heavy gasps could be heard coming from that direction. A group of 4 in incomparably battered state walked into their sights. Old, Kelly, Kaiser, and Erickson, all had injuries from head to toe. The wounds were either bone deep, severely charred, or rotting and flowing with pus. No one knew what nightmare they had experienced. They wore faces lingering with fear and heavily panting for air. They seemed to have trouble even walking. It appeared that they had exhausted a great amount of their divine energy. Oh! It's them! Li Wei softly exclaimed and looked at Donna with inquisitive gazes. Bolton, Bowen, and the others were all very tempted. They looked at Donna and hoped that she would issue the command to attack. It was obvious that Kaiser and the others had all suffered severe injuries. Every one of those people had exhausted most of their divine energies. Under such circumstances, if Donna and her party were to launch an all-out attack, it was very likely that all 4 of them could be finished off. Donna's eyes flickered with indecision and subconsciously cast inquisitive gazes at Han Shuo. He immediately responded by shaking his head gravely. No. Donna hissed after keeping silent for a few seconds. Li Wei and the others put on disappointed expressions but did not try to refute her decision and instead cast puzzled looks at Han Shuo. It was obvious that Donna had given up on the thought of attacking because of Han Shuo's influence. That old character isn't as weak as he appears on the surface. At this moment, Miss Donna could possibly finish off both Kaiser and Erickson by herself, but, even with all of us combined, we are no match against old. Therefore, it's better if we just stay put. Han Shuo explained in a low voice. That Kelly from the Druidic Order was not even taken as a threat. Kelly used to fight alongside Han Shuo back when both of them were merely demigods. However, Han Shuo's strength had greatly soared while Kelly remained in the same realm. Demigod strength was no longer anything that was worthy of being taken seriously by Han Shuo. Han Shuo was certain that the reason Kelly could stay alive all the way to this stage was entirely because Old had provided him shelter. Otherwise, Kelly, who was merely a demigod, wouldn't have made it half as far as he had, given that all 4 low gods that came with Kaiser and Erickson did not make it. To have the strength to preserve himself and carry the burden of preserving Kelly's life through all those dangers made Han Shuo wary. He wouldn't launch an attack without having absolute certainty of the outcome. How is it that none of you are injured? The panting Kaiser raised his head and was astonished by what he saw. He stared at Donna and the party and asked. The Donna and her experts all subconsciously turned to Han Shuo. These experts had witnessed the dire condition of their opponents and rejoiced even more that they had Han Shuo on their team. Without needing much thought, and having personally tasted the perils themselves, they understood that if Han Shuo wasn't around, they might have ended up in a much more disastrous state than Kaiser and his party. Those 4 on the other side were all characters with incredibly acute eyes and immediately discovered the focus of their gazes. They were greatly shocked and rather baffled, not knowing what this weak low god who was Han Shuo had to do with them not getting injured. Let's just ignore them and continue forward. Han Shuo shouted and repeatedly winked at Donna. He could tell that those on the other side were trying their best to recover their energy after walking out from the demonic formation. Donna thought for a quick minute and immediately understood Han Shuo's intentions. She then instructed Bolton and the others to follow Han Shuo into the 9th realm mystical Yin Harvester. Just as expected, as soon as Kaiser and the others saw Donna and her party march forward, they dared not to pause but hurriedly tried to catch up to them. The more time the 4 spent in recovering their divine energy, the better they could fend off Donna and the others. However, as Donna headed deeper into the formation, those on the other side naturally dared not to stay for much longer, as they were afraid that Donna and her team would obtain whatever treasure that may be lying within. Under such circumstances, these people had no time to recover their divine energy, which meant a better chance of survival for Donna and her party. Oh! Han Shuo let out a soft cry as soon as he stepped into the ninth realm mystical yin harvester. "What's the matter?" Donna asked. "Nothing." Han Shuo hurriedly replied before he turned around and said gravely, "Follow right behind me. Don't lose me from your sight." Donna and the others did not say a word and did as they were told. The very next moment, they discovered themselves within a strange forest made of stone. It was at this moment that Old and his party also entered the formation. For some reason, they all had astounded expressions on their faces while gazing ahead. They were discussing something in astonishment. "They couldn't see us. Everyone get ready. Now is the best time to get rid of them," Han Shuo decisively instructed when his teammates looked at him in utter confusion. Donna and the others were astonished and stared at Han Shuo in a bewildered manner as they thought to themselves, "How did you know they couldn't see us over here? How are you so sure this would be the best time to kill them?" Chapter 660, I don't like to kill and murder. GDK 660, I don't like to kill and murder. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Other than gathering mystical yin aura, the ninth realm mystical yin harvester could also act as a demonic formation with immense destructive power. When Han Shuo stepped into the center of the mystical yin harvester, he discovered that this place was also packed with deadly dangers. It appeared that the person who deployed the ninth realm mystical yin harvester really didn't want any non-demonic art practitioners to enter. The region that Han Shuo brought his teammates to was a gap in the formation that could be used for taking refuge. Those who had no understanding of the ninth realm mystical yin harvester's layout would never be able to discover this spot. Han Shuo was very particular of every step he made, and they had to walk in a seemingly random and fruitless trajectory before they could finally arrive. Han Shuo and his teammates' abrupt disappearance had caused Old and his party to be scared. They gazed into the direction Han Shuo and the others headed but dared not to take another step forward. After their prior painful experience, Old and his party truly came to recognize just how frightening this place was. All 4 low gods that came with them had perished. The 4 that had made it thus far had exerted themselves trying to survive the constant menace. These experiences made them understand that they could possibly land in great danger with each step they took. Therefore, it wasn't unreasonable for them to think that Han Shuo and the others had perished the instant that they disappeared out of sight. "Brian, they really can't see us. What is going on here?" Li Wei softly exclaimed. She was amazed. Donna and the others also stared at Han Shuo with puzzled faces, waiting for his answer. "This place has patterns. If you pay attention to the surroundings, you will discover that there are patterns all around you," Han Shuo explained without thinking the matter through, his eyes locked on Old and his men. "What pattern? It's just a few mountains. I don't see any pattern to that," Li Wei said somewhat skeptically. Han Shuo turned around and put on a calm smile. He pointed in Old's direction and explained, "If you look carefully, you'll see that the fog floating through the air has actually been drifting around the mountains rhythmically, and there's..." Han Shuo knew a few things about the ninth realm mystical yin harvester and randomly described the hidden patterns found around them. "My gosh! They really are." When Li Wei again carefully observed her surrounding after listening to Han Shuo's words, she discovered that every single word Han Shuo said was true. With that, when Li Wei looked at Han Shuo again, a few traces of admiration could be seen in her eyes. In a voice brimming with reverence, she said, What exactly are you? How could you see the most subtle detail in the surroundings so clearly?" Li Wei was not the only one wondering. The rest of his teammates, Donna included, were equally shocked. Their stares were filled with respect. Those patterns that Han Shuo had just described were extremely difficult to discover by any ordinary person. Even characters extremely sensitive to their environment wouldn't be able to find all of them. However, Han Shuo was able to describe patterns as arbitrary as the arrangement of trees so casually. This was way beyond their understanding of what a person could possibly achieve in making observations. What is this person? How could he know the surroundings inside out down to the finest detail? What has this pattern got to do with this spot? Why is it that they can't see us? The more time Donna spent with Han Shuo, the less she understood him. She had memorized all those patterns that Han Shuo described, but she still couldn't understand how those things related to them being unseen. Oh, this is so abstruse. This has got to do with quantum entanglement, wave-particle duality, special relativity, photosynthesis and... Han Shuo explained ambiguously while maintaining an earnest face, not unlike a professional con man. Using profound-sounding scientific terms found in the universe he originated from, he started talking gibberish to Donna and the others like an intellectual. Donna, Li Wei, the Brooke brothers, and Colbert had faced filled with puzzlement were, once again, absolutely bewildered as they carefully listened to Han Shuo's explanation. The more they listened, the more confused they were. Of course you don't understand a thing, even I have no idea what I'm talking about. Han Shuo found their reaction to be amusing and explained to them even more earnestly. Donna and her teammates all stared foolishly at Han Shuo. They were speechless. If Han Shuo had not performed so many miraculous actions, taken them to this mind-boggling spot, or described the hidden patterns all around them, then they might have discovered that Han Shuo was actually talking drivel to them. However, not only did none of them realize that Han Shuo was spewing nonsense, they felt ashamed of themselves for not understanding Han Shuo's abstruse explanation. They thought they were simply not smart enough. Even after half a day of listening to his lectures, none of them understood even a smidgen of what he was explaining. These people started to question their own intelligence after watching Han Shuo make a conscientious effort to try to make them comprehend. Even Donna thought that perhaps her ability to grasp ideas was too poor. This guy must be a genius. Bolton and Li Wei's gazes towards Han Shuo were filled with admiration. They became even more determined to rope Han Shuo in. So, are they clear to you now? Han Shuo asked his teammates while looking at them earnestly. I understand a little, but not fully. Li Wei hastily nodded as not to make herself appear particularly foolish while not wanting to disappoint Han Shuo for the effort he made in explaining. When Bolton heard Li Wei's reply and saw Han Shuo's gaze that was filled with anticipation, not wanting Han Shuo to take him as a fool, he put on a contemplative posture and nodded. In his mind, Han Shuo was rolling on the floor laughing. He then turned his eyes filled with even greater anticipation to Donna. Donna took a quick look at Li Wei and Bolton and saw that the two seemed to comprehend something. She rapidly weighed in her mind and thought that if she acknowledged she actually understood nothing, that would imply she was not as smart as Li Wei and Bolton. Therefore, she put on a sweet smile, nodded reservedly, and said, "That's pretty abstruse, but I could still understand some of it." Ahem. Ahem. Han Shuo repeatedly coughed to mask his urge to laugh out loud. Looking these three who pretended to be smart, Han Shuo suddenly felt like these godly experts from the plane of gods were just as, if not more, vain as the mortals. What about you guys? Han Shuo resisted his great urge to burst into laughter and directed his gazes towards Bowen and Colbert. The two exchanged glances and awkwardly shook their heads. They looked ashamed to indicate that they did not understand and dared not even look at Han Shuo in the eyes. You guys are too dumb. Li Wei said disdainfully. Bolton nodded in agreement but was secretly feeling quite proud of his intelligence. Ah ha ha ha. Han Shuo could no longer restrain himself and laughed his head off. Brian, how could you laugh at them? Donna thought that Han Shuo was laughing at Bowen and Colbert for being stupid. She pursed her lips and bunched her brows and chided. I wasn't laughing at them. Seeing Bowen and Colbert grow much more awkward, Han Shuo hastily explained, I just feel it's very funny that we can see old and the others but they can't see us. Haha, don't you think so? The party agreed and gave a few seconds of forced laughter. Han Chuo was left between laughter and tears. He thought to himself, it is indeed a disadvantage to be honest. The guileless are somehow regarded as the witless. This is an interesting bunch. All right, now tell us how we should take care of Old and the others. Our sudden disappearance has alarmed them so much that they have dared not to take another step forward. It seems that they are scared out of their wits by the bizarreness of this place. Donna asked Han Chuo after stopping Li Wei and Bolton's mockery. It's simple. Just launch ranged attacks at them right from this place. I can guarantee they will never figure out where the attack originated from and they cannot discover our tracks. Han Chuo explained after finally toning down. That simple? Donna asked. It's that simple. Han Chuo assured. Alright then, what are we waiting for? Hehe, an opportunity to launch an attack like this doesn't come by often. Donna said as she grinned. She seemed delighted and immediately started to prepare herself. Bolton, Li Wei, and the others also started to brew their own attacking spells that they were most proficient with and aimed them at Old and the others who were still looking all around foolishly. Donna suddenly flipped her two hands. An aura of boundless darkness bound for Kaiser Street through a layer of obstructing boundary around her which was undetectable to the naked eye. Meanwhile, Li Wei and Colbert, using the elemental energy of death, sent out a vortex and a blizzard made of the energy of death. Bolton and Bowen assembled their energy of destruction into incisive edges and launched them away. Of the party, only Han Chuo remained motionless. He looked at his 5 teammates indifferently as they launched attacks and did not think of joining them. Oh no! Over on the other side, Kaiser immediately cried out in surprise when he sensed the ferocious attacks racing towards them. He hastily braced himself. Eriksson did not waste a word. He drew a line in empty air with his left hand and a sparkling ice shield took shape around him. The sparkling and gleaming light from the ice shield shone on him, making him appear rather spectacular. Don't move an inch, the calm and composed Old quickly turned around to instruct Kelly. Without making any apparent movement, he somehow managed to completely block off the energy of destruction that the Brooke brothers sent at him. Kelly ought to be used to being under the safeguard of Old. He had absolute confidence in Old and was not nervous by the slightest. He silently cowered behind Old without exerting one bit of energy. Bolton, Bowen, stop attacking Old. Your attacks have no effect on him. Donna hastily instructed after she observed how effortlessly Old handled the Brooke brothers' attacks. Bolton and Bowen responded affirmatively. They abandoned all offense on Old and instead turned their crosshairs to the duo of Kaiser and Eriksson. All 5 of them launched a myriad of dazzling attacks which traveled through the formless barrier ahead of them without obstruction before landing on Kaiser and Eriksson. The attacks deployed by Han Chuo's teammates were rather strange and bizarre. They would use the energy within their weapons or draw on the elemental energy found all around them and mix it with their own divine energy before sending them out to attack. Donna could also utilize unique energy found in her domain of divinity and attack using a method that Han Chuo couldn't comprehend. After a moment of attacking, Han Chuo discovered that although Kaiser and Eriksson had exhausted a great amount of their divine energy, since they were both mid-gods, the attacks that the 4 low gods launched at them did not have much of an effect. Only Donna's attacks gave Eriksson and Kaiser big headaches and a hard time resisting. Bolton and the others soon became aware that they could not harm Kaiser and Eriksson on their own. Hence, they timed their attacks to launch precisely after Donna's. This way, after Donna tore apart the duo's defenses, their attacks would be able to gain entry and actually cause the duo harm. After some fierce bombardment, Kaiser and Eriksson were both at their last gasp. They were so battered that they nearly fled in disarray. All along, Old did not step forward to help Kaiser and Eriksson defend against the attacks. He had merely squinted and observed his surroundings carefully, as though wanting to figure out where these attacks were coming from. The being who deployed this colossal ninth heaven mystical yin harvester was realms above Old. Cultivation techniques that originated from other universes were not something that Old could understand. Therefore, although he had gathered his full attention in observing the environment, he still couldn't locate the source of those attacks. His effort had been in vain. Puff! Puff! God damn it, those two are a pain to kill. Bolton panted and cursed in a low voice. He had exhausted a significant amount of his divine energy after the series of bombardment. Oh? Brian, why aren't you attacking? While gasping for air, Bolton suddenly noticed that Han Shuo was doing nothing but gaze ahead with cold eyes. His partners all found the time to take a glance at Han Shuo after hearing his cry. Han Shuo did not feel awkward with all eyes on him. He smiled mischievously and explained, "Well, my strength is feeble. I don't want to humiliate myself." By this point in time, even if Han Shuo said that he was as weak as a kitten, these people wouldn't dare look down on him. In fact, not only would not rebuke Han Shuo, Bolton even spontaneously exculpated him, "You don't have to attack. Just keeping your brain clear and awake would be more than enough. We could save so much trouble and effort with your big brain here." Every one of them agreed. "Brian, you've just got to continue analyzing the surroundings. We need your expertise on this subject. You can leave the laborious work of killing to the likes of us." Bolton continued. "That'd be wonderful. To be frank, I don't like to kill and murder," Han Shuo said in a pretentious face. He then pointed at Kaiser and Eriksson and suggested, "You all should focus your attacks on Eriksson alone. As Old and Kaiser have some friendly relations, he might assist Kaiser in the end." However, Old sure did not have many friendly relations with Eriksson and wouldn't provide assistance to him. Besides, during such critical moments, Kaiser would likely only look after himself and wouldn't risk his life for Eriksson. "Therefore I think it'll be more efficient to fix all your attacks on Eriksson." The crowd was stunned but soon became overjoyed. They immediately prepared to focus their attacks on Eriksson alone as Han Shuo suggested. "Don't like to kill and murder? The way I see it, you're the complete opposite of that," Li Wei said and giggled. Chapter 661, A Mysterious Calling. GDK 661, A Mysterious Calling. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo remained calm and did not comment on Li Wei's assessment. He carefully observed Eriksson and his party. At Han Shuo's suggestion, Donna and her experts focused all their firepower on Eriksson alone. In an instant, interweaved radiances and divine energies bombarded Eriksson. Just as Han Shuo had predicted, Old completely disregarded Eriksson. He looked all around the demonic formation, doing his futile work. Meanwhile, Kaiser heaved a sigh of relief when he was no longer being attacked. He seized the opportunity to recover his divine energy and ignored Eriksson beside him, who was on the verge of death. Everyone has a selfish side to themselves. It was foreseeable that such a relationship founded on mutual benefits would start to crack when tested with the lightest trial and tribulation. The burden that should have been shared among Old, Kaiser, and Eriksson was now zeroing in on Eriksson alone. The pressure that he needed to endure was magnified several folds. Eriksson was utterly exhausted and had consumed a great portion of his divine energy to begin with. And now, having to suffer the shelling, Eriksson was on the verge of collapse. "Keep up the pressure. Eriksson can't seem to hold on much longer." Bolton smiled excitedly. Seeing that this mid-god called Eriksson was about to be bombarded to death by their attacks, an ineffable sense of pride rose from his heart. Lord Old, please help us." When Kaiser saw Eriksson being hammered harder and harder, while he carried on restoring his own divine energy, he cried at Old for assistance. Old, however, simply observed his surroundings with his brows furrowed as though he did not hear Kaiser's voice at all. The conflicts between the Druidic Order and the Shrine of Ice over on Profound Continent had obviously affected the relationship between these two high-level members of the two religious organizations. Old was definitely not a magnanimous one who would disregard former hatred and put his life on the line for an adversary. Kaiser sighed seeing Old treat his pleas so indifferently. He knew he wouldn't be getting any assistance from Old in this battle. Feeling the scant amount of divine energy in his body, and witnessing the seemingly unending streams of attacks that came from this unknown source, Kaiser weighed in his mind and determined that he had no certainty of self-preservation. With that in mind, Kaiser merely looked on as his partner suffered torrential attacks. He pretended to have exhausted a severe amount of his divine energy and acted preoccupied with his recovery. He did not show any interest in intervening to help Eriksson defend against the attacks. "It's not feasible to stay in this spot for extended periods. You all just stay here while I will go outside to try to locate a pathway to the center," Han Chuo suddenly suggested. Donna was stunned. She looked at Han Chuo in a perplexed and puzzled manner before she asked, "But if you step out of here at this moment, Old could discover you and kill you in an instant." "Don't worry, I have my ways," Han Chuo replied confidently. After thinking briefly, Han Chuo instructed Donna, "Be careful and don't leave this place until I return. As long as you stay right here, I can guarantee that none of you will face any sort of issues in terms of safety. But if you walk out of here, you are on your own." Donna was shocked and at a loss for words. After keeping silent for a short while, she nodded her head in a heavy manner. "Brian, where are you going?" Li Wei softly cried out and volunteered, "How about, you bring me along with you? I can be of assistance." "No, you can't," Han Chuo immediately declined. But before Li Wei got disappointed, he added, "But if you can finish off Eriksson and the others, you will have done a great deal to assist me." Han Chuo nodded at his teammates and walked out from this stone forest. While Donna and her experts attacked Eriksson with all their strength, Han Chuo extended the coverage of his consciousness far and wide. He used the senses of his consciousness to probe for the secrets lying at the depths of the ninth realm mystical yin harvester. While extending the reach of his consciousness, Han Chuo sensed an inexplicable calling from the center of the ninth realm mystical yin harvester. There seemed to him to be something at the center of the colossal demonic formation that was softly and repeatedly calling for him, waiting for his arrival. It was a bizarre feeling for him, so bizarre Han Chuo thought that it was merely a misperception at first. But when he concentrated his attention to carefully sense it, he discovered that the calling was being directed at his expanding consciousness. It was attempting to attract the attention of his consciousness. By this point in time, Han Chuo could be certain that the existence who deployed the ninth realm mystical yin harvester had to be a senior of the school of demonic arts with transcendental powers. Although Han Chuo had no idea how this terrifying senior made it to Profound Continent, he knew that everything the formidable existence deployed in this place was made to target against otherworldly experts who had nil understanding of demonic arts. As Han Chuo was a demonic arts cultivator, he was not affected by the demonic formations in this place at all. This meant that even as Donna, Old, and the others faced danger with each step they took, Han Chuo had an unimpeded path and need not worry about any possible danger coming from the formations. Having made such an observation, Han Chuo concluded that he had no reason to stress. Although Donna, Li Wei, and the Brook brothers were Han Chuo's allies, as a cultivator of demonic arts, Han Chuo had no wish of letting anyone know of his secret and he wanted to keep to himself alone whatever rewards that may lie within. It was with this thought in mind that Han Chuo left Donna and the rest of the party. He even had his allies stay in the stone forest to hinder Old, Eriksson, and Kaiser's progress while he ventured further alone to seek for the rewards at this ninth realm mystical yin harvester. After Han Chuo walked out from the stone forest, Old, who had been carefully observing his surroundings, immediately discovered Han Chuo. As one who cultivated in the Edict of Life, Old possessed extraordinary sensitivity towards all living things. Han Chuo cultivated in demonic arts and formed a consciousness which made his life signature rather distinctive. There was no hiding from Old like this. "Youngster, where were you?" Old's heart was suddenly at ease when he saw Han Chuo reappear. He grabbed Kelly with one hand and flew towards Han Chuo. Han Chuo was not at all shocked that Old could discover him. He was not even worried when Old began to approach him. He merely walked towards the center of the ninth realm mystical yin harvester composedly. Under Old's pursuit, not only was Han Chuo's figure becoming further and further away from his sight, even his life signature seemed to be concealed by layers of formless boundaries. Han Shuo was gradually disappearing from both his sight and the senses of his soul. Old was extremely taken aback. He was absolutely positive that he was traveling much faster than Han Shuo was. However, he didn't just have a hard time catching up to Han Shuo had vanished from his tracking. This bizarre phenomenon made Old extremely frustrated and perplexed despite much thought. Of course, Old had no idea that while Han Shuo was leaving, a distance-altering demonic formation was triggered. The demonic formation had forcibly rewritten the natural law of space, causing the distance between him and Han Shuo to abruptly lengthen. Having no understanding of the miracles of the demonic formation, the more desperately Old tried to catch up, the further behind he got. Donna and her experts who were watching the chase scene from the stone forest had amazement across their faces. They witnessed a bizarre phenomenon from their point of view. Han Shuo was unhurriedly walking towards the center of the ninth realm mystical yin harvester while Old was chasing after him at light speed. Although Old had obviously exerted all his strength in pursuing him, the gap between them only increased. Old even looked as though he was flying in reverse. The scene could not have been more peculiar. The edict of space here seems to be forcibly twisted. Truly baffling. Who could it be that deployed everything here? It's as though this person is omnipotent. Donna mumbled to herself. She was appalled. Is anything going to happen to Brian? Li Wei felt a little anxious in her heart when she saw Han Shuo step into the ninth realm mystical yin harvester. She always felt that something wasn't quite right but couldn't tell what it was even after thinking it through. Why do I feel like Brian is very at one with the environment here? He doesn't get flustered even a bit and is always calm. It's as though this place is his own home. Bolton subconsciously expressed his own thoughts after deeply pondering for a moment. Upon hearing those words, Li Wei loudly cried out, "That's right! That's exactly how I feel." His familiarity with this place and his performance here, it all feels like he's in his own home. Donna was astounded after hearing Bolton and Li Wei's words. Thinking about it, the doubts in her heart grew even greater. Don't mind Brian for now. Let's put it off until we've finished Erickson. Donna instructed. The party wasted no words. They continued with their relentless bombardment towards the dying Erickson. At the depths of the ninth realm mystical yin harvester, Han Shuo slowed down his footsteps as he turned his focus on examining everything spectacular along his path. The deeper that Han Shuo ventured, the more amazed he became. That calling towards his consciousness from the depths of the ninth realm mystical yin harvester grew more frequent. All along the way, Han Shuo observed the presence of grotesque demonic formations everywhere. Although Han Shuo could recognize most of the demonic formations around him, they were way beyond his current comprehension. Naturally, the deadly demonic formations in this place had absolutely no whatsoever intention of attacking Han Shuo, granting him a smooth and unimpeded entry. However, among these strange and bizarre demonic formations, Han Shuo discovered a dozen or more skeletal remains as white as ash. Some of them belonged to humans, while some were great magical beasts. Han Shuo even found 2 frames that belonged to the soul race. A great war had taken place on this material plane 5,000 years before, which involved the original owner of the skeletal staff, the ancestors of the soul race, gods from the Church of Light, as well as Old's ancestor who cultivated in the Edict of Life. The war resulted in a victory for those of the Druidic Order, as well as the Church of Light. From the hints surrounding him, Han Shuo surmised that those forces had come to this place and had lost many of their godly experts to these demonic formations. Han Shuo's insights regarding this colossal ninth realm mystical yin harvester, and his rough understanding of the numerous demonic formations in this place, led him to believe that of all those who had tried to seek the secrets of this place before him, not a single one of them managed to arrive at the center of the ninth realm mystical yin harvester. It was for the simple reason that the demonic formations in this place were just too abundant and too lethal. The calling originating from the center of the ninth realm mystical yin harvester grew clearer and clearer. That intense calling had completely filled Han Shuo's consciousness. It carried a sinister and exotic power that tempted the heart to hurry forward. The impact of this seduction on Han Shuo grew more and more intense, so intense that Han Shuo couldn't maintain a mind composed enough to observe his surroundings. Finally, Han Shuo abandoned all careful observation towards his surrounding. He followed the senses of his consciousness and hurried towards the calling. Soon enough, Han Shuo arrived precisely at the source, the formation crux of the ninth realm mystical yin harvester. The formation crux was covered with abstruse and complicated symbols as well as carvings of all sorts of demons whom Han Shuo knew nothing about. The curvy, meandering lines that resembled tadpoles seemed extremely profound and mysterious. Even Han Shuo had not a clue what they were about. That mysterious thing that was calling out to Han Shuo's consciousness was located under the formation crux. Han Shuo understood in his heart that in addition to these unfathomable patterns and symbols, this terrifying ninth realm mystical yin harvester needed to be supported by a treasure that was valuable beyond imagination. When Han Shuo was about to step towards that formation crux, it suddenly crumbled in on itself to reveal a hole the diameter of a well. The dozen or so mystical demons that had vanished all that time whizzed out from the opening. Han Shuo was jolted and jumped a few steps back. Han Shuo reckoned that all those mystical demons ought to have been the same ones he saw when he first descended to the third layer of the underground world. They must have mutated from the souls of those who perished within and around the demonic formation. As some of them were divine souls, they were all extremely formidable after they were turned into mystical demons in this most enigmatic ninth realm mystical yin harvester. Han Shuo had witnessed just how formidable these mystical demons were earlier. Most importantly, he knew that these mystical demons were unlike the demonic formations in this place in that they would attack him. Han Shuo knew that he would absolutely not be able to withstand the several dozen mystical demons swarming at him all at once. Hence, he immediately prepared to withdraw once they emerged. Han Shuo had expected the dozen-something mystical demons to charge at him when he stepped backward to keep a distance, so he was rather surprised when they didn't. They merely circled around the hole on the formation crux. He kept his distance as he carefully observed them for a moment. When he was sure that the mystical demons had no intention of recklessly attacking him, he again started to approach the formation crux. Suddenly, the energy that was summoning his consciousness from inside the hole undulated slightly. As though having received a command, the mystical demons orbiting around the hole flew high up into the air and circled from a distance. They seemed to be opening a pathway for Han Shuo. After a moment of hesitation, with his brows creased, Han Shuo stepped towards the hole apprehensively. He had no idea what would happen to him next. When Han Shuo arrived right beside it, before he could extend his head out to look, an energy was suddenly released from the hole. It tangled Han Shuo's body in an instant and sucked him into the hole. Chapter 662, Cauldron of Myriad Demon. GDK 662, Cauldron of Myriad Demon. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. Han Shuo felt giddy, his head was spinning like a top. He had difficulty standing still for a moment. When Han Shuo raised his head up and looked, he found himself within what seemed to be a container. Mysterious scripture lined the wall, bloodied and glowing, moving as though they were alive. The ground beneath his feet was greenish-brown in color. It was solid and uneven to the touch. This place was filled with unimaginably intense mystical yin aura. The aura that lingered all around the container looked like faint fog that would never dissipate and could be directly inhaled by Han Shuo. Han Shuo believed that if he were to cultivate in such an environment, the rate at which he accumulated demonic yuan would be at least several hundred times faster. With his heart crammed with astonishment, Han Shuo continued to observe his surroundings carefully. He discovered a hazy region above his head. There were humongous shadows circling over the hazy spot. Han Shuo's consciousness pulsated. He was aghast to discover that those shadows circling high up above his head were precisely the same mystical demons that he had previously seen. Since when did those mystical demons become so huge? Han Shuo was astounded. An idea crossed his mind and he started observing his surroundings with his consciousness even more carefully. Sure enough, those mystical demons have not grown larger, it's my body that has shrunken. Han Shuo cried out in surprise. Han Shuo suddenly noticed that those scripts constantly glittering with bloody radiances started to move rapidly in a mysterious trajectory. A vague and surreal energy emerged out of nowhere. Before Han Shuo could figure out what was happening, that faintly discernible energy suddenly formed a bizarre connection with his consciousness. Then, a message was delivered to Han Shuo. "Hello, I'm Cauldron Spirit. Pleased to meet you, my new master." Han Shuo jumped. He had absolutely no idea what the hell was going on and replied without thinking, "Who are you? Where is this place? Who deployed the 9th realm mystical yin harvester?" "I'm the Cauldron Spirit of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon." "You are inside the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. The person who deployed everything here was my original master Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord," that voice who called itself Cauldron Spirit slowly explained to Han Shuo. "Cauldron of Myriad Demon? Gu Tianxia the exalted demon lord? What is going on?" Han Shuo was still totally lost and his mind was in a great frenzy. Han Shuo thought, then again cried out in surprise, "I'm the new master of the Cauldron of the Myriad Demon? How did that happen? What about your original master?" "My original master, Gu Tianxia the exalted demon lord, had a great battle with an expert in this universe. It resulted in both sides suffering severe losses. That opponent ambushed the exalted demon lord soon after he had lost a great amount of his energy traversing between universes and therefore he suffered devastating injuries. Before his death, he escaped to this material plane and deployed everything here before his consciousness completely dissipated. The exalted demon lord had perished long ago. You are perhaps the only demonic arts cultivator in this universe, and I was the one who brought you here. From now onwards, you are my new master," the Cauldron Spirit explained. Han Shuo was so shocked that he nearly jumped. Just how mighty Gu Tianxia the exalted demon lord must have been in order to deploy all this from his deathbed. That godly expert of this universe who battled against the exalted demon lord and had yet to perish, is that existence even more powerful than him? As though it could read Han Shuo's mind, the Cauldron Spirit said resentfully, that enemy had chosen to attack the exalted demon lord soon after he exhausted a great amount of his energy traversing between universes, and therefore his consciousness completely vanished. Otherwise, it surely would have been the attacker that perished. The Cauldron Spirit's explanation shocked Han Shuo. His heart suddenly quivered and he questioned, "You said that you brought me here. What exactly did you mean?" "To be precise, it was the exalted demon lord and I who brought you here. The exalted demon lord deployed everything in here and I have merely followed through with his plan." The Cauldron Spirit kept silent for a moment before it continued to explain, "There are thousands upon thousands of material planes in this universe. Didn't you find it odd that your soul descended on this material plane instead of the others?" "A fair point," Han Shuo replied. "Did you not discover the numerous marks that the exalted demon lord left on this material plane? The 5 places of extremes, do you really think that they were naturally formed? How could there be so many places of extremes here without the exalted demon lord deploying them before his death?" Cauldron Spirit explained. Han Shuo was startled. Soon after, he cried out in surprise, "I knew it! I knew there was a reason I did not discover the tiniest places of extremes when I was in the Abyss realm, which was so much more expansive." The exalted demon lord knew that he did not have much time left. He was losing energy in his body and his consciousness was diminishing with each passing second. With the energy that he had left, he could not pull someone straight from another universe to this material plane. Hence, he deployed 5 enormous places of extremes as well as these formations around us and waited for the right set of circumstances to take place, which was to have an intense fluctuation on a person's soul in the other universe that matched with the undulation needed to traverse to this universe. When that happened, the facilities here would resonate with the soul and snatch the soul to this material plane in this universe. After completing the whole setup, the exalted demon lord patiently waited while his consciousness slowly disintegrated. Unfortunately, he did not survive long enough to witness the completion of his project. Hence I, the cauldron spirit of the cauldron of myriad demon, inherited the final wishes of the exalted demon lord and waited for that day to come. After eons, the violent undulation of your soul produced resonance with that ripple left by the exalted demon lord. By using the energy that the exalted demon lord left in these formations, I pulled your soul to this universe and carried you precisely to this material plane. Han Chuo was astounded. It was only after hearing the cauldron spirit's explanation that Han Chuo realized his soul had not been transferred to this world by chance. It was all laid out by Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord, and carried out by this cauldron spirit of the cauldron of myriad demon. As your soul was too feeble, I consumed an excess amount of energy in making sure you would be safe in traversing to this universe and in safely attaching to a physical body. The overconsumption of energy here meant that I had no choice but to remain in a dormant state and recharge myself using the mystical yin aura that constantly assembled in the ninth realm mystical yin harvester. I lost track of your location during the period I spent in dormancy. As soon as I was awoke some time ago, I immediately tried to call for you. However, as we were too far apart and I was still rather weak, you couldn't sense my calling. But who knew that just as I was preparing to risk flying out from the cauldron of myriad demon to look for you, that you would miraculously arrive at the underground world and even come all the way here. It appears that as the person chosen by the exalted demon lord, you were destined to be here sooner or later, Cauldron Spirit said thankfully. Han Chuo felt a strange feeling in his heart after hearing the explanation. He had never anticipated that there would be such a unique Cauldron Spirit deep underground, silently watching and waiting for his arrival. Han Chuo actually felt touched. Why is it that Gu Tianxia wanted to go through all this effort to bring someone from the universe he came from? Couldn't he just look for somebody on this material plane to inherit everything he had? He could have saved a ton of effort by doing that instead, right? Han Chuo was understandably puzzled. First of all, back then, this material plane did not have any advanced intelligent life forms. But more importantly, the exalted demon lord considered all living beings in this universe as aliens. He was very firm that his protégé must be someone from his native place and never in a million years an alien from this universe. He'd rather take all this trouble getting you to this place than to have those aliens easily inherit everything he had. Cauldron Spirit explained. Han Chuo silently nodded his head after listening to Cauldron Spirit's words. He knew that some of the of old aged were impervious to reason in their adhering to certain old-fashioned practices. Han Chuo could vaguely understand Gu Tianxia's way of thinking. He also became aware that the matters happened to Gu Tianxia had been extremely distant in the past. So, I'm your new master? Han Chuo suddenly asked after keeping silent for a while. That's right. You are the person selected by both the exalted demon lord and I. You will inherit everything he had as well as this demon-intimidating cauldron of myriad demon me. Cauldron Spirit affirmed. Han Chuo was overjoyed. He asked, what did Gu Tianxia leave for me? Also, what are the uses of this cauldron of myriad demon? The exalted demon lord had left his comprehension for you. As long as you follow along that path, you will also become an exalted demon lord with apocalyptic powers. However, this journey will be very long and you need to stay cautious. As for me, in the universe you come from, I can intimidate and subdue any demonic arts practitioner, which is obviously not very useful in this universe. And as for what I can provide you with, you are going to feel it soon, Cauldron Spirit transmitted. Feel what? Han Chuo was stunned. Power. Cauldron Spirit replied. After receiving the transmission from Cauldron Spirit, Han Chuo discovered that the enormous amount of mystical yin aura inside this cauldron of myriad demon had suddenly transformed. Under Han Chuo's gaze, the mystical yin aura started to assemble and gradually transform into even purer energy under the effects of the cauldron of myriad demon. You are too weak. I had exhausted a lot of mystical yin aura when I transported you over. Although the mystical yin aura gathered by the harvester over all these years isn't much, it's still more than enough to allow your strength to make a giant leap. In addition to this, you will receive a portion of the exalted demon lord's comprehension and knowledge. As your consciousness is still too weak, you cannot take too much at once. I will gradually pass it on to you in the future. Now, open up your mind, accept the energy, and let it transform your body, Cauldron Spirit explained before. An enlightening voice of pure wisdom reverberated throughout his consciousness. At this moment, Han Shuo's mind was so excited that he found it somewhat difficult to keep it under control. It would usually take him just one deep breath to pacify his mind, but this time around Han Shuo had to put in 10 times the effort to achieve that. Chapter 663, Omen Realm. GDK 663, Omen Realm. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The enormous quantity of mystical yin aura inside the cauldron of myriad demon was condensed into a gaseous state before it gently flowed into Han Shuo through his mouth and nose. The mystical yin aura gathered by the enormous ninth realm mystical yin harvester all these years rapidly passed through the countless meridians from his head to toe before flowing into his demonic infant. Following the cauldron spirit's instructions, Han Shuo opened up his soul and set his consciousness go blank. He stopped thinking about anything. Han Shuo had discovered some time ago that his demonic infant could work better if he didn't actively micromanage it. Therefore, after opening up his soul, Han Shuo merely performed every action with his subconscious mind and did not actively control them. This was the most optimal state that would allow Han Shuo's demonic infant to operate at its fullest capacity. Needless to say, the cauldron spirit also played an important role at this moment. It gathered the mystical yin aura in the air, condensed the energy, and fed it to Han Shuo's demonic infant. Han Shuo felt as though his consciousness was floating, fluttering in the breeze. Without him being fully aware, the demonic infant inside his body automatically assembled the enormous amount of mystical yin aura to replenish itself and converted it into demonic yuan before subsequently depositing it into each and every cell of his body. Time passed rapidly and noiselessly. Han Shuo's consciousness was in a vacant state. Under the stimulation of demonic yuan, his body started to crackle and rattle. It was undergoing metamorphosis yet again. The same gradual process of transformation also began on the demonic infant inside his body. The demonic infant was no longer blurry and indistinct, but completely visible as a carbon copy of Han Shuo. While the metamorphosis continued, Han Shuo's consciousness suddenly trembled as a wave of disordered information surged into his consciousness. Han Shuo was instantly awoken from that vacant and unthinking state. The piercing pain from the transformation overhauling his body and demonic infant immediately rushed to his head. He almost couldn't restrain himself from loudly howling in pain. I believe you should know that transformation is always accompanied by pain. Not only must you continue to endure this pain, but you must also carefully comprehend those things in your consciousness which the exalted demon lord left for you. Should your realm state fail to progress in tandem with the growing energy inside your body, it will be disadvantageous to you in the future, Cauldron Spirit transmitted to Han Shuo. Han Shuo understood what was happening to him in an instant. The moment that his consciousness was awoken, he very clearly sensed the transformation happening to his body and demonic infant. He could feel that the enormous amount of mystical yin aura was still madly rushing into his body, flowing through his demonic infant, being converted into demonic yuan, and subsequently nourishing his body. The immense amount of demonic yuan he gained by absorbing and converting those mystical yin aura could not just metamorphosize Han Shuo's physical body and demonic infant, but it could also assist Han Shuo in making a breakthrough to the next realm, with one prerequisite: Han Shuo's realm state had to be in coherence with the energy his body possessed. This meant that Han Shuo had to carefully decipher and comprehend the exalted demon lord's understandings that were injected into his consciousness. He had to raise his realm state to the advanced degree his physical body and demonic infant required. Only then could he reap the benefits of these energies to the greatest extent. On the contrary, if too much energy was injected into him while his realm state was not sufficiently advanced to support the energy, it could backfire and cause him harm. Having understood this, Han Shuo took the initiative to cut communication with the cauldron spirit, ignored the pain and transformation to his body and demonic infant, and placed his full attention on carefully comprehending the enigma that was inserted into his consciousness. The knowledge that Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord, had of demonic arts was many levels above that of Chu Kinglan. They were absolutely different classes of existences. The enigma that filled Han Shuo's consciousness was like a lump of violently warping cloud which contained not a word or letter. Han Shuo had to sense and observe the changes to the cloud in order to find the comprehension of demonhood that Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord, left for him. Initially, Han Shuo had absolutely no idea how he should proceed. He tried to sense everything inside the cloud using the energy of his consciousness, but he quickly realized that this method was ineffective. However, Han Shuo wasn't feeling anxious at all, as he knew that the transformation to his body and demonic infant definitely would not be complete within a short period of time. He calmly but fully focused his mind on unraveling the puzzle. After an undetermined amount of time, Han Shuo tried opening up his soul and discarded all distracting thoughts. He sank into some kind of transcendental state. An abstruse connection was formed between him and that erratically twisting cloud. A whirlwind of disordered thoughts shot from the cloud in all directions. Like needles cutting across his mind, they caused his consciousness immense pain and injury. When the piercing pain struck his consciousness, the pain from his metamorphosing body and demonic infant simultaneously increased tenfold. Han Shuo nearly passed out from the pain. While enduring and resisting the torment to his body and mind, Han Shuo started to reassemble his consciousness. He was astonished to discover that those jumbled up thoughts that were launched all around his consciousness started to recombine rhythmically. His consciousness started to comprehend something. Han Shuo, whose face was twitching because of the immense pain, suddenly turned quiet and peaceful. He became as still as a boulder as he sat cross-legged. It was as though he had turned into stone. Han Shuo's body burst with magnificent radiance all throughout the process. After an undetermined amount of time, the extremely rich mystical yin aura inside the cauldron of myriad demons started to grow thin and flowed into Han Shuo at a slower rate. After some more time, all the mystical yin aura within the cauldron of myriad demons seemed to have been washed away by a burst of strong breeze, and Han Shuo's body stopped glowing. Han Shuo, who had remained completely still for who knew how long, started moving his finger. Moments later, his eyebrows started to twitch, and finally he opened his eyes and woke up from that hypnotic state. "Congratulations, Master! You have directly broken through a whole realm," the cauldron spirit's voice sounded in Han Shuo's consciousness. Han Shuo's eyes were filled with blankness. He felt as though he had just awoken from a long dream and was unclear about his current condition. Han Shuo's eyebrows were furrowed and he started to slowly recall everything that happened to him. Gradually, Han Shuo smoothened his brows. It was as though he had grabbed onto something and fallen into contemplation along that trail. After some time, Han Shuo gently heaved a breath. He stood up from sitting cross-legged, stretched his body, clenched his fists, and sensed his transformation. "Your body has metamorphosed yet again, and so has your demonic infant. You are now much more powerful than before." Cauldron Spirit transmitted to Han Shuo's consciousness. Without needing Cauldron Spirit's explanation, Han Shuo could sense his newfound power. The demonic yuan circulating throughout his body seemed to have transformed into a different state. They gradually flowed through his limbs and bones like tiny water streams. Every cell and bone in his body felt like they were brimming with boundless energy which could instantly gush out with one thought. The demonic infant didn't seem to have transformed much. However, when Han Shuo carefully inspected it, he saw that the demonic infant, his fountainhead of energy, had turned from blurry to incomparably distinctive. It looked just like a newborn infant. Han Shuo had yet to completely adapt to the sudden changes. There were significant changes that he couldn't fully familiarize himself with within a short period of time. "Master, you have now attained the Omen realm. I believe you should now know how to further cultivate in this realm." Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment and exclaimed, "Hey! Carefully comprehend things that the exalted demon lord left in your consciousness, and you will understand, the cauldron spirit reminded. When Han Shuo focused, he discovered that there was indeed some indescribable comprehension within his consciousness that he never had before. The next instance, Han Shuo suddenly recalled some of the insight about the 9 changes realm which he gained in that wonderful state just moments ago. I got it. Haha, I have actually attained Omen realm. That Chu Kinglan had painstakingly sought to break through the 9 changes realm and attain Omen realm, but he never did manage to advance. I truly did not expect to simply cross that great barrier in one giant leap. They say that it is only in the Omen realm that one can ascend. Doesn't that mean I'm now a so-called god back on the world from whence we came? Upon returning to his senses, Han Shuo chortled with laughter and loudly cheered inside the cauldron of myriad demon. Of course, Han Shuo was excited. Back then, Chu Kinglan had fought a monk and a Taoist priest precisely because he was trying to make a breakthrough in his stagnated cultivation and reach ascension. But in the end, Chu Kinglan lost everything, and instead of having to use Han Shuo, whom he captured as his lifeboat, what resulted was Han Shuo arriving in this parallel universe. It was as though the heavens had been foreordained all along. Han Shuo was now on a realm that even Chu Kinglan did not have a chance to touch, surpassing him in strength. He had finally walked out from the shadows of Chu Kinglan. I have just used up the mystical yin aura that the 9th realm mystical yin harvester gathered all these years on you. I'm afraid that this place cannot be kept up for much longer, Cauldron Spirit suddenly said after Han Shuo gradually calmed down from the excitement. What do you mean? Han Shuo was jolted. Everything here can be destroyed and must be destroyed. Otherwise, there will be a constant flow of experts coming to investigate. Right, those who came with you are probably just the scouting units. If this place doesn't get destroyed, more will continue to come and investigate after them. I have been maintaining this place for a long time and know their work ethics, Cauldron Spirit calmly explained. Han Shuo was immediately enlightened by the Cauldron Spirit's words. He was indeed correct. The 9th realm mystical yin harvester was a mysterious place. Many experts from high-level material planes had disappeared in this place without any apparent cause or reason. Surely, their interests in this place would do anything but subside. Donna and the others ought to be the first batch of experts sent to probe this place. If they did not hear back from Donna, Kaiser, and the others, they would surely dispatch more experts. Even if Han Shuo were to destroy the only remaining interplanar transportation matrix on Profound Continent, they would just find their way by some other means, just as Old had. The only surefire way was to destroy everything there and not leave a single vestige that could marvel them. Only then would those experts abandon further missions to probe this place, and Profound Continent would truly see peace, no longer interfered by experts from distant material planes. Luckily you have come over and made contact with me. In fact, the existence of this place is no longer necessary. With the two of us, we can rebuild anything here. And when you have sufficiently mighty strength, you can deploy anything and everything here, anywhere you'd like, with just your own power. However, before you come to possess that strength, you must conceal the fact that you cultivate in demonic arts as much as possible. That existence who battled the exalted demon lord is extremely mighty. If the person was to learn of your existence, you would surely be terminated. Even if that existence had yet to recover from its injuries, it could still kill you with a snap. Therefore, from now onwards, you better not reveal to anyone the fact that you practice demonic arts, lest that it finds out, the Cauldron Spirit reminded Han Shuo. It seemed very apprehensive of that expert who battled Gu Tianxia the exalted demon lord. After hearing those words, Han Shuo solemnly nodded, and said, "Understood. From now onwards, I will not perform demonic arts before others as much as possible. But if I were to use demonic arts, I will make sure my opponents don't live to tell anyone about it. It's good that you understand. Additionally, now that your body has metamorphosed, you could use the energies of your two avatars to conceal the fact that your main body cultivates in demonic arts. You may give it a try, Han Shuo was pleasantly surprised to hear that. He immediately experimented with moving the energy of his avatar of death. At the next instance, Han Shuo cried out in surprise, "You're right. It flows smoothly." Han Shuo sensed that the energy of death inside his skeletal staff avatar could circulate throughout his main body unimpeded. Han Shuo's aura transformed in the blink of an eye, and his main body seemed to have turned into his avatar that cultivated in the energy of death. But Han Shuo clearly recognized that this energy all came from the skeletal staff inside his body, and his main body had merely borrowed the energy inside the skeletal staff. You can use both energies of your two avatars. As long as you do not use demonic arts, no one will be able to tell that you cultivate in it. Also, that avatar you formed using that demonic weapon contains too many impure souls and even carries demonic aura. I will help you remove the negative energy in those weak deceased souls. Otherwise, it will affect your avatar's comprehension of the energy in this world. Cauldron Spirit continued. Han Shuo suddenly recalled that the Demon Slayer Edge had absorbed some negative energy in deceased souls. After hearing Cauldron Spirit's reminder, Han Shuo suddenly realized the reason that his avatar of destruction couldn't make much progress in its cultivation of the Edict of Destruction could be because it contained too many impurities and the energy wasn't pure enough. However, all that negative energy in those dead souls were also a form of energy. Han Shuo was rather reluctant to have them erased by Cauldron Spirit. Don't worry, the 3 spirit demons you refined could completely take over those energies. I will help you finish everything. With that, your spirit demon will grow, and your avatar won't have any hindrance in comprehending the energy it cultivates. Everyone's satisfied, as though it could read Han Shuo's mind. Cauldron Spirit explained. That would be wonderful. Han Shuo was overjoyed and he laughed out loud. He figured that with this Cauldron Spirit as his assistant, he could really save a great deal of effort. Chapter 664, Take You Out. GDK 664, Take You Out. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The Cauldron Spirit was autonomous and self-aware. As the primary soul of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, it knew the demonic weapon inside out and could indeed assist Han Shuo in many aspects. Following the Cauldron Spirit's instructions, Han Shuo sent his avatar of destruction out from his body and it landed inside the Cauldron of Myriad Demon in its Demon Slayer Edge form. Subsequently, he withdrew the 3 spirit demons he refined and had them drifting about inside the cauldron. What are you going to do next? Han Shuo asked the Cauldron Spirit. I will transfer negative energy and those weak souls inside your demonic weapon to the spirit demons. Don't worry, nothing can go wrong, the Cauldron Spirit replied. Is there anything else that you need me to do? Han Shuo inquired. You just have to exit the cauldron and later, when I instruct you to, insert a few drops of your blood into the cauldron to officially be my master. After that procedure is complete, I can stay inside your body and we can communicate anytime using the same communication method. Cauldron Spirit replied. How do I get out of here? Han Shuo asked when he recalled that he was forcibly sucked into the Cauldron of Myriad Demon by the energy coming from it. Just fly out. The energy that was binding you is now all gone. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before giving it a try. Immediately, he discovered that the energy covering down from above his head had indeed disappeared. With one thought, Han Shuo started flying towards the exit. The demonic yuan that had condensed into liquid form erupted like mini explosions in every cell in his body. As he had not fully adapted to his recently increased flight speed, he flew far past the opening of the cauldron. Han Shuo was astonished to find himself high above the formation crux of the colossal ninth realm mystical yin harvester. When he peered down into the hole, he saw a big, green copper cauldron around a meter in height. Bizarre scripts glowing with green radiance covered every surface of the cauldron. The center of the cauldron was compacted with dense mist. With Han Shuo attentively watching, the Cauldron of Myriad Demon gradually rose through the hole and came to a halt as it hovered before Han Shuo. It then gradually shrank to a size which perfectly fit in Han Shuo's palm. Drop your blood into the cauldron and you shall be the new master of the cauldron of myriad demon. The cauldron spirit's voice physically sounded from the mouth of the cauldron. Han Shuo immediately did as cauldron spirit instructed. He pricked the tip of his middle finger of his right hand and squirted his blood into the cauldron of myriad demon. "That's enough," shouted the cauldron spirit of the cauldron of myriad demon. The instant that Han Shuo's blood entered the cauldron of myriad demon, it started to burst with magnificent radiance. The scripts on the surface of the cauldron appeared as though they had come alive as they twisted and squirmed like earthworms. From a distance, those squiggling ancient scriptures formed multiple hideous and terrifying patterns. It appeared extremely sinister and mysterious. Moments later, an abstruse connection between Han Shuo and the cauldron spirit was formed. Han Shuo gazed attentively at the cauldron of myriad demon with glistening eyes and without moving a muscle for a few seconds before, all of a sudden, he again received a transmission from the cauldron spirit within his consciousness. "It's done. From now onwards, you are officially my new master." After transmitting the message, the cauldron of myriad demon glowing with hazy green light slipped from Han Shuo's palm and flew into his body. When Han Shuo examined his internal organs using his consciousness, he discovered that the cauldron of myriad demon had taken a spot above his underbelly like it was one of his organs. "Master, everything here will crumble and collapse following my departure. The exalted demon lord has planned for this long ago. An earth-shattering transformation is on the horizon. You should leave this place immediately lest that you suffer any injuries when the ninth realm mystical yin harvester is destructed," the cauldron spirit warned. Han Shuo was astonished by the cauldron spirit's words. He started to carefully sense for changes in the environment around him and discovered that just as the cauldron spirit had said, everything in this place seemed to be slowly transforming. The mountains barricading it were giving off dull, muffled sounds at their interiors. When Han Shuo looked at them from a distance, he felt as though the mountains were drunken. How much time before this place completely self-destructs? Also, how much time has passed since I started absorbing the mystical yin aura in the cauldron? Han Shuo hastily asked. "Everything in here will be destroyed in under 2 hours. There will not be a trail left. After that, no being in this universe will even have a clue that the exalted demon lord had deployed anything here in the first place. You may relax about that. You have stayed inside the cauldron for 9 days, cauldron spirit replied. Han Shuo was shocked at just how little time he had actually spent inside the cauldron. Han Shuo knew from his experience that making breakthroughs would take ever longer as he advanced through the realms. The process of strengthening his physical body at the juncture of a breakthrough could possibly even take months, and even longer for the entire process to be complete. He originally thought that he had stayed in there for at least several years or even tens of years, not merely 9 short days. When Han Shuo remained silent, the cauldron spirit seemed to know what Han Shuo was thinking and it transmitted, "The exalted demon lord had personally deployed this place and it's nothing strange that it would be remarkable. Not to forget the effects that I have. So, don't be so baffled that duration was shortened to just 9 days. Han Shuo was immediately enlightened by the cauldron spirit's explanation. It was not unreasonable that the formations deployed by a character as powerful Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord at the helm of the cauldron of myriad demon, could shorten the entire process to just 9 days. What happened to those who were at the formations? Are they all dead? Han Shuo asked when a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Not yet. But if you want them dead, they will be dead. If you want them to live, then they will live. Care to clarify? Before the 9th realm mystical yin harvester is completely destroyed, I will still have control over everything in here. When you entered the cauldron, I isolated and trapped every one of them using the formations here. They are still trapped. If you want, I can kill them at any time," cauldron spirit calmly answered. Han Shuo understood it meant that using the demonic formations here that had yet to self-destruct, cauldron spirit could slay gods the level of Kaiser, Ericsson, and Old, as easily as snapping a finger. That's great. But there are some of them that I want to finish off personally with my own hand, while some could be useful to me in the future and must not be allowed to die. Han Chuo replied. No problem. Cauldron Spirit answered. The dozen or so mystical demons that had been circling all along gave Han Chuo a shock by suddenly whooshing at him when he was about to leave. But before Han Chuo could make any defensive measures, he sensed a slight tremble that came from the cauldron spirit in his body. The mouth of the cauldron of myriad demon became exposed on his lower abdomen and sucked clean the dozens of mystical demons. Master, I can transform mighty souls directly into demon generals using the cauldron. The cauldron of myriad demons can also store a myriad of demons within it. In fact, my strength and energy originated from the quantity and strength of the demons stored inside the cauldron. Before the exalted demon lord battled with that existence in this universe, the cauldron contained an uncountable myriad of demon generals. Among them were approximately 1,000 demon generals as powerful as these 12 mystical demons, and over 200 demon generals even more formidable than these mystical demons. Most the time, the exalted demon lord did not need to personally take care of his enemies. I could directly annihilate them merely with the myriad of demons in my body. However, during that battle against that existence, I exhausted nearly all those demon generals I had. That is why I have become so weak. Even this dozen of demon generals were gathered when they ventured into this place while the consciousness of the exalted demon lord had yet to perish, the cauldron spirit explained. So you're saying that as long as you can capture an expert's soul as they are dying, it can be refined into a demon general inside your cauldron? The more and the mightier demon generals there are in your cauldron, the more powerful you'll become. Han Chuo was astonished. The demon slayer Edge also contained a myriad of souls. But comparing them to the demon generals inside the cauldron of myriad demon was like comparing ants to mountains. They were in no way of the same class. The demon generals formed inside the cauldron of myriad demons such as these mystical demons were powerful enough to easily cause immense pain to godly existences. Perhaps even that main soul previously formed in the demon slayer Edge by assembling numerous souls had no chance against just one of the 12 mystical demons formed in the cauldron. From those words of the cauldron spirit, Han Chuo also learned that these mystical demons were not even the mightiest demon generals. Han Chuo simply dared not imagine just how formidable the cauldron of myriad demon must have been back in its glory days. That's right. The more demon generals there are in the cauldron, the mightier their strengths, the more energy and ability I have. However, there is a criterion for souls that can be turned into a demon generals using the cauldron. They need to possess at least the strength of those souls you used in refining your spirit demons. But even then, they would turn into demon generals of the lowest grade. Souls any weaker than that cannot be turned into demon generals. Those can only be used as feeding material for other demon generals. The cauldron spirit delivered Han Chuo the mind-blowing truth. Han Chuo smiled bitterly. He did not expect that souls with demigod strength were the bare minimum requirement for forming a demon general in the cauldron. Those so-called spirit demons he refined using that orc shaman's soul had seemed rather subpar. Those spirit demons I refined can further evolve. Are they considered any good? Han Chuo asked the cauldron spirit rather disappointedly. The foundational materials you used in refining those spirit demons were too low grade. Therefore, there won't be much room for them to develop. The mystical demons I refined are better than them. When you can finally collect mighty souls, I will refine a spirit demon for you. By then you will see just how much of a difference it makes. The cauldron spirit continued to drop his high-yield bombshell on Han Chuo. Low god and mid-god souls are merely refined into mystical demons by the cauldron. Then, what would it require to refine a spirit demon, a higher class demon general? A high god soul? Han Chuo simply did not dare imagine. When Han Chuo recalled of cauldron spirit's words a moment ago, he reckoned that those 200-something demon generals mightier than its mystical demons, had to be spirit demons. What did that mean? The cauldron used to hold more than 200 souls of high god strength. Han Chuo was simply dumbstruck. Suddenly, Han Shuo felt that the 3 spirit demons he went through a lot of trouble to refine were totally insignificant and not even worthy of mentioning compared to those refined by the cauldron of myriad demon. Han Shuo shook his head and sighed. You are my master. You can choose how to allocate the demon generals in the cauldron. How about putting those 3 small spirit demons in the cauldron? In the future, if you gather some weaker souls that can't be turned into demon generals, they can be turned into demonic aura that the 3 can absorb. What do you think? The cauldron spirit sought Han Shuo's opinion. Just do as you see fit. Alright, let's go already. I want to look for Ericsson and put him to death. Han Shuo hastened. He was no longer that interested in his 3 spirit demons after listening to the cauldron spirit's words. The cauldron spirit showed Han Shuo where he wanted to go and became silent. Before the 9th realm mystical yin harvester was completely destroyed, everything in this place was under the cauldron spirit's control. This meant that Han Shuo was the de facto master of this facility. Han Shuo suddenly discovered that the coverage area of his consciousness increased by several folds when he expanded his consciousness through the cauldron spirit. In just a few moments, he had gained a complete grasp of the entire situation in this place. He discovered that Donna, Li Wei and the others were still staying at the same spot. However, one thing was different: the method of leaving the area had changed. As none of them understood the miraculousness of the formations, they were all trapped and unable to leave the area. Ericsson and Kaiser were together in another area. They were trapped inside a disorientating formation filled with dense fog and they had drained themselves constantly traveling in circles. Old and Kelly were somewhere much further away. Old seemed to have given up and just lied down on the ground as though he had fallen asleep. Meanwhile, Kelly was looking all around and anxiously trying to find an exit. From Cauldron Spirit's description, Han Shuo learned that Old possessed the mightiest strength of them. Cauldron Spirit had trapped Old inside a series of demonic formations that were connected with each other. He had tried everything but he couldn't leave the combination of demonic formations, and so a few days before Han Shuo woke up, he decided to just quiet down. I don't know what your relationship with them is like, so I didn't kill a single one of them, I simply trapped them all, Cauldron Spirit transmitted. Well done. There are a few of them that are still useful to have, 2 that I'm going to finish off immediately, and another 2 I have not come to a decision about them yet, Han Shuo transmitted to Cauldron Spirit as he walked towards where Kaiser and Ericsson were located. Han Shuo could travel across this entire facility unimpededly before he obtained the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. And now, being in control of that treasure, it was a walk in the park to him. Soon enough, Han Shuo arrived at the exact spot Kaiser and Ericsson were located. While the 2 were wearily searching for the way out, Han Shuo's figure abruptly emerged from the hazy mist. Hello guys! Are you looking for the way out? Han Shuo put on a bright smile and greeted Ericsson and Kaiser wearing haggard and despaired faces. Anyone would look exhausted as they were if they were to keep circling in the same area for 9 days straight. Han Shuo's emergence was like a glimmer of hope. The faces of the 2 who were battered and exhausted suddenly jolted. They looked at Han Shuo in amazement and simultaneously cried out, "How did you get here? Where did you come from?" "From outside, of course." "Hehe, your faces now look pretty outstanding," Han Shuo said in a calm and bright smile. "Kid, I may not be able to get out, but I'll at least get to put you out." Ericsson put on a gloomy face and coldly snickered after being ridiculed by Han Shuo. "Oh, wonderful. I come here with the same intention of personally taking you out. Let's see who will actually be wiped out." Han Shuo chuckled. He intended to try out the power of this Omen realm he had recently acquired on this duo. Chapter 665, Killing 2 Gods. GDK 665, Killing 2 Gods. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The strength of a demonic art cultivator would increase by a wide margin with each advancement in demonic arts realm. Having broken through to the 9 changes realm and attained the Omen realm, Han Shuo could hardly imagine how different his main body must have become. For the last 9 days, Kaiser and Ericsson had worn down their energy trying to find a way out from this disorientating formation. This was a great opportunity for Han Shuo to defeat them. Han Shuo had backup plans in order if he couldn't defeat them. Thanks to the cauldron spirit's existence, not only could Han Shuo make use of the mystical demons inside the cauldron of myriad demon, but he could also operate the demonic formations all around him through the cauldron spirit. Therefore, from whatever aspect, Han Shuo was fully prepared to take the lives of Kaiser and Ericsson. Although Han Shuo possessed absolute confidence in the final outcome, Kaiser and Ericsson had no idea just how powerful Han Shuo had become. In fact, they both thought that Han Shuo must have gone nuts when they overheard that he would kill the two of them. Even a fool would know that a mere low god would be dead without a doubt when pitted against 2 mid-gods. How would the low god stand a chance? Ha ha ha! Ericsson looked at Han Shuo as though he was looking at a dead man. With a face filled with contempt, he said, "Go ahead. I will stand right here and wait for you to kill me." Humph! Even if we have exhausted a ton of our divine energy, a puny low god like you still wouldn't be able to touch us. Ericsson, don't kill him too quickly. Make sure to find out how he entered this place before killing him. Without even batting an eye at Han Shuo, Kaiser closed his eyes to recover his divine energy and casually reminded Ericsson. The duo was trapped in the formation for so long time and still couldn't find a way out, but Han Shuo's sudden arrival had brought them a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Ericsson only wanted to take Han Shuo's life but not Kaiser. His only wish was to depart this troublesome place as soon as possible. Ericsson coldly groaned, "I don't need you to remind me. I know what I have to do." Kaiser, whose eyes were closed, pulled a straight face and did not make any attempt to reply. He knew that Ericsson was still angry at him for doing nothing but watch when Ericsson was bombarded by attacks. That matter had torn a crack in their friendship and perhaps it would never heal. The translation is hosted only on Veritals.com. If you are reading this anywhere else, you are reading it from a pirate. Oh? So confident with yourself. Han Shuo said calmly as he looked at Ericsson with a big grin. Before obtaining the cauldron of myriad demon and before attaining Omen realm, against Ericsson, Han Shuo would have had no choice but to flee for his life. But things had changed now. Han Shuo had absolute certainty of the outcome to stand before Ericsson so fearlessly. Ericsson was stunned at Han Shuo's words and felt rather puzzled. He couldn't understand why would Han Shuo be so daring to stand before him instead of running. Ericsson placed his focus on Han Shuo and sensed the elemental energy of death in his body. The energy was merely low god strength and there wasn't a thing that was unusual about him. Immediately, Ericsson heaved a sigh of relief. While gazing at Han Shuo with his ice-cold eyes, he said, "Cut the nonsense. Tell me how you got in and perhaps I will grant you a less painful death." Han Shuo chuckled. He started walking towards Ericsson step by step and said arrogantly, "Don't worry about it, you will be out from this place very soon." When Ericsson raised an eyebrow, Han Shuo's face turned cold and he continued in a grave voice, "But it will just be your deceased divine soul that will exit with me." Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo's hand shot out, piercing straight towards Ericsson's chest. Ericsson's face was filled with disdain. He coldly watched Han Shuo's hand inching closer towards him but did nothing. He sensed the divine energy of death contained in Han Shuo's hand very clearly. The energy was so weak that he wasn't worried about it at all. Ericsson stood tall and as still as a mountain. Unknowingly, a layer of solid ice had covered his body, turning him into an ice sculpture without a trace of life. The layer of icy armor formed over his chest gleamed brightly. Even though he was inside a layer of ice, Ericsson's expression was not affected and he still had on a disdainful face. Han Shuo's heart was peaceful and calm with his eyes firmly locked on Ericsson. All of a sudden, Han Shuo deployed the demonic blades, causing his fingernails to rapidly grow into long, incisive blades as they came piercing towards Ericsson's chest. Suddenly, Ericsson felt an enormous amount of unknown energy from Han Shuo's giant hand. This energy, which didn't belong to any of the 12 fundamental forces, gave Ericsson intense palpitations. Kaiser was restoring his divine energy with his eyes closed when he suddenly sensed the peculiar energy from Han Chuo's hand. He immediately cried out, "Erickson, watch out!" Unfortunately, Erickson's ego was so big it blocked his view. He let Han Chuo come close to him and therefore allowed Han Chuo's demonic blades to land right on his chest. Kaiser's warning had come too late. Creak! The ice armor that coated Erickson from head to toe shattered into pieces when Han Chuo's demonic blades pierced through it. Erickson couldn't escape it in time. Han Chuo's demonic blades pierced through his heart and lungs and emerged on his back. Han Chuo's arm penetrated straight through Erickson's body. He pulled the distance between them closer and while staring straight into Erickson's frightened eyes, Han Chuo made an evil grin and asked in a sinister, ruthless voice, "How does it feel?" Han Chuo pulled his arm backward, placed the demonic blades back into Erickson's organs, and proceeded by giving it a quick stirring. While a round of eerie, goosebump-inducing noises of bones and organs being shattered played on, bright red blood sprayed out from the hole in Erickson's torso. His blood splattered like a ruptured pipe. Erickson was frightened beyond compare. He wanted to struggle free but was tightly buckled by Han Chuo with one hand and couldn't budge. "Stop!" Kaiser suddenly roared and spurted out a beam of powerful light from his mouth, shooting straight towards Han Chuo's back. "Hee hee!" Han Chuo laughed sinisterly in a low voice. As though he knew that Kaiser would launch an attack, his big hand that was buckling Erickson's blood-spraying body suddenly swung into the path of that powerful light beam. "Ah!" Erickson was struck by the light beam and cried out in pain. "See that? He is trying to kill you as well," Han Chuo said with mild schadenfreude in his smile. He even raised his arm that was lodged in Erickson's body high up so that the dying Erickson could see Kaiser. Perhaps he had lost too much blood, or perhaps he had lost his mind. Erickson, who was suspended high in the air, looked resentfully at a guilty-looking Kaiser up ahead. The pair of resentful eyes were actually meant for Han Chuo, but they were directed at Kaiser instead. Kaiser, now flustered, hastily explained, "Erickson, don't listen to his nonsense, I was trying to give you a hand." Erickson began to make threatening gestures at Kaiser and tried to pounce on him. "Kaiser, you bastard, I will finish you." Kaiser was abnormally panicked and evaded him in a flurry while trying to explain, "I really was trying to help you." "Erickson, are you crazy? Our enemy is behind you." Pow! Kaiser managed to withdraw and avoid Erickson pouncing on him, but suddenly felt an enormous amount of energy gush into him from his back. He immediately spat a mouthful of blood. His footsteps were thrown into disorder and his heart was pounding out of his chest. "Kaiser, you bastard, how are you feeling?" When Kaiser turned around, he saw Han Chuo standing erect, wearing a mischievous, complacent smile. "That voice, that was you." When Kaiser suddenly discovered that Han Chuo was speaking using Erickson's voice, he suddenly came to his senses. When he turned to look at Erickson, he saw that Erickson was limping feebly on the ground and was hardly able to move. It was only now that he realized that Han Chuo had been controlling Erickson's speech and actions like a puppet. "Of course it was me. Erickson is basically done for. How would he have the energy to make so much noise? You are such a fool." Han Chuo ridiculed Kaiser. A smirk of satisfaction crept onto his face as he watched Kaiser with a mouthful of blood after being struck by his sneak attack. "Master, his soul energy, it's not to be reckoned with. It can be turned into a demon general," the cauldron spirit transmitted to Han Chuo. "Very well, how do I proceed?" Han Chuo immediately asked. "It's simple, just let me out and I'll handle it," Cauldron Spirit replied. With one thought, the cauldron of myriad demon whizzed out from Han Chuo's abdomen and arrived beside Erickson, who had collapsed in a pool of his own blood. The cauldron of myriad demon latched itself onto Erickson's skull. Misty green light glowed from the cauldron as the scripts on it started wriggling. As the master of the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Chuo clearly sensed that Erickson's divine soul had been sucked into the cauldron. The green light suddenly faded and the cauldron of myriad demon flew back into Han Chuo's body. The Ericsson collapsed in a pool of blood was now without his divine soul. It was merely a lifeless body. You killed him. Blood continued to flow from the corners of Kaiser's lips. His voice was trembling as he couldn't quite believe what he had just witnessed. Han Shuo shrugged and with a rather sinister smile, he said, "Don't be so astonished. You will soon follow in Ericsson's footsteps. You two will even continue to be each other's companion inside my cauldron, you won't be lonely." "Kill me? Can you?" It appeared that Kaiser had yet to recognize the situation. He thought the reason that Han Shuo could kill Ericsson was his sneak attack and that Ericsson was too severely injured to begin with. Han Shuo did not answer Kaiser but howled with laughter. Then, he started moving his hands about and shot out demonic radiances from his palms. They all landed and vanished on the space around Kaiser. At first, Kaiser thought that those radiances would fall on him. When he noticed that all those streaks of demonic radiances were landing in empty spaces, he grinned and asked, "What? Having a problem with your aim?" Han Shuo did not answer with words but simply chuckled. The demonic radiances continued to shoot out from his palm and they all landed in the empty space around Kaiser before they faded with resplendent flashes. "Can you feel it?" Suddenly, Han Shuo stopped the strange, aimless attack and asked Kaiser in a mischievous smile. "Feel what?" Kaiser was startled and baffled. "The trembling of the space." "You fool!" Han Shuo replied, beaming ear to ear. As he approached Kaiser step by step, he unfurled the demonic blades on his two hands. Kaiser's face froze after hearing those words. It was only now that he could feel the trembling coming from the space around him that started weak but quickly increased in magnitude. The trembling had affected both his body and soul, making him feel powerless and drowsy from head to toe. Space change was one of the attack methods of the Nine Changes realm. Han Shuo came to comprehend how to use the attack when he was inside the cauldron of Myriad Demon and wanted to try it out on Kaiser. Intense distortions were produced in the space. From outside, it resembled water ripples propagating through a suspended sphere. Han Shuo observed as Kaiser's body was being twisted and distorted. Blood gushed out from his 7 apertures. He was powerless against the attack. Soon enough, under the effects of the space change, the distortion of space tore open bloody holes all around Kaiser's body. His blood drizzled all around like a lawn sprinkler. The cauldron of Myriad Demon that had withdrawn into Han Shuo's body flew out yet again. It enlarged in flight and covered down on Kaiser who was at his last gasp. With a bright flash of green light, Kaiser's divine soul was captured by the cauldron of Myriad Demon. His body, without the support of his divine soul, turned into a puddle of bodily fluids. His bones were ground into bone meal and scattered. "Master, there will be 2 additional mystical demons coming soon," the cauldron spirit transmitted after returning into Han Shuo's body. "Fantastic! Fantastic!" Han Shuo praised. Then, after considering it for a while, he asked the cauldron spirit, "In your opinion, if I had fought the 2 head-on instead of sneaking up on them, what were my chances of winning?" Although Han Shuo had tested his strength in this new realm, as he had inflicted most of the injuries on them with sneak attacks, and with Kaiser and Ericsson having exhausted a great portion of their divine energy, not being at the top of their game, Han Shuo could not precisely determine the actual strength of his main body from that recent battle. The cauldron spirit kept silent for a while to carefully think about it. After some time, it replied, "Master, had they not been injured nor frenzied by the demonic formations, in a solo battle, without using the energies of your avatars or mine, you could easily have finished off either one of them. But if they were to join forces, it will be rather difficult to secure a victory without any external energy. But by being good at using stratagem as you did just now, it's still possible to win. If you hold up one of them using my mystical demons, then you can easily finish them off one by one. Of all the experts in this place, the only one you cannot defeat for the time being is the one resting with his eyes closed. You need to completely familiarize yourself with the Omen realm before you have a chance of defeating him. In the meantime, although you would have a slight upper hand against him by borrowing some of my energy, it's still unlikely that you could kill him. This is because I do not have mighty demon generals to utilize, and your present strength is unable to unleash my power to its fullest potential. If you want to kill him now, you'll need to utilize the demonic formations that the exalted demon lord deployed during his life. The one resting with eyes closed that the cauldron spirit was referring to seemed to be Old. Based on Han Shuo's understanding, Old ought to have possessed late-stage mid-god strength. From the cauldron spirit's explanation, Han Shuo arrived at a conclusion: his main body currently at the Omen realm probably possessed strength similar to Donna's mid-stage mid-god power. After learning of his actual strength, Han Shuo was incredibly pleased. In just 9 short days, he had managed to attain such a giant leap in demonic arts and attain such power. There was no way for Han Shuo not to feel excited. Chapter 666, New Insight into the Edict of Destruction. GDK 666, New Insight into the Edict of Destruction. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. After Cauldron Spirit collected Erickson and Kaiser's divine souls, Han Shuo did not immediately depart. Instead, he did the one thing he was best at: plundering the dead bodies for the valuables on them. As his strength soared, Han Shuo had not plundered the dead for a long time, as most of his opponents were much weaker and wouldn't have carried items valuable enough to be worthy of his time. But of course, this was not the case with Kaiser and Erickson. As the two used to be mid-god existences, Han Shuo believed that surely they carried precious goods on them. Han Shuo fished out 2 pieces of space rings from among the mangled bodies and casually stowed the rings away. Cauldron Spirit had warned Han Shuo that the 9th realm mystical yin harvester located in this layer of the underground world would completely self-destruct within a short period of time. When the time came, an earth-shattering transformation would take place. Han Shuo had to leave the blast zone as soon as possible lest he suffered the effects while it all crumbled. Donna, Bolton, and the others would all play crucial roles in guiding Han Shuo's way in Elysium, the plane of gods, and therefore he would not allow these people to die there. Otherwise, without having any connection to anyone living on Elysium, Han Shuo would undoubtedly face great difficulties setting his foot on that unfamiliar material plane. With Cauldron Spirit's guidance, Han Shuo took off towards where Donna and her experts were trapped. While flying over, he weighed in his mind on whether or not he should get rid of Old. Han Shuo understood deep down that if he didn't get rid of Old inside the demonic formation, it would be hard, if not impossible, to get rid of Old when he was outside the demonic formation. However, Han Shuo was hesitant about it because there wasn't much animosity between him and Old. In addition, Kelly of the Druidic Order had some friendly relations with him, while the Druidic Order was one of the closest allies to Lancelot Empire. On top of all that, Old did not show any kind of hostility towards him after his abrupt arrival. For all these reasons, Han Shuo was stuck in indecision. With the Cauldron Spirit in control of the demonic formations in this place, Han Shuo was not worried about how difficult it would be to kill Old. He was worried about the consequences. What was certain was, if Old died in this place, then those from the Church of Light and the Druidic Order wouldn't learn a thing about the soon-to-happen destruction of the 9th realm mystical yin harvester. In that case, those powerhouses would certainly make yet another attempt at traversing to Profound Continent to explore it. Who knew what havoc they would stir up on this material plane by then? As though being able to read Han Shuo's mind, the Cauldron Spirit suggested, perhaps this person should be left alive. With him relaying news that everything in this place is destroyed, those from his forces will stop thinking about exploring this place and there won't be a constant stream of alien experts making their way over. After contemplating it for a moment, Han Shuo silently nodded. He too thought that now was not the time to get rid of Old. Him being alive was more useful than being dead. Hence, Han Shuo decided to let Old off. Following Cauldron Spirit's guidance, Han Shuo arrived at the stone forest that Donna and her experts had stayed in all the while. After Han Shuo broke from the party, Cauldron Spirit trapped them in the stone forest and they couldn't leave the area for all 9 days. The moment that Han Chuo emerged from the dense fog, Donna and her experts who were trapped for 9 days all became incredibly excited and their eyes blazed. Li Wei even started screaming and squealing out of excitement. "Brian! You have finally returned! Did you know that we were all trapped here after you left? We couldn't leave this place even when we tried your method. Good gracious, we nearly went mad from the boredom." Li Wei shouted as soon as she saw Han Chuo. "Come with me, I will lead you all out of here." Soon after I left, this place started to change. I was trapped for days before I could figure out the new patterns. Han Chuo said with mild agitation. He had an expression that looked as though he had just escaped danger. Cauldron Spirit undid the barriers that sealed off the area. With Han Chuo leading the way, Donna and her experts hastily left the stone forest. "Brian, you said you were trapped for a few days as well?" Donna asked Han Chuo as soon as they walked out from the predicament. "For some reason, many of the patterns in this place have been altered. Things that I was initially familiar with were suddenly unrecognizable. It took me a long time before I could once again recognize some of the patterns," Han Chuo explained anxiously. Han Chuo then gazed at the towering mountains that made up the 9th realm mystical yin harvester and said gravely to Donna, "Look at those mountains, they seem to be tottering and on the verge of collapse. I suggest that we stop venturing further and exit the area until we have a clear view of the situation. What do you think?" Having heard Han Chuo's reminder, Donna and her experts started to glance all around hastily. They obviously saw that the mountains were swaying and heavy rumbling noises were coming from the depths of the earth. Donna's eyes widened and she cried out in surprise, "This place is about to collapse. This doesn't look good. We should get away as soon as we can." Bolton was truly terrified by the strangeness of this place. "Sister Donna, let's keep away from the area at least temporarily." Li Wei too felt a sense of dread. Donna gazed at the mountains in the distance and thought for a moment before she shouted, "All right, we will seek cover for now." Having personally experienced critical circumstances in this place, Donna understood that this place was packed with deadly dangers. Given that even Han Chuo had explained he couldn't proceed deeper, and that she and her party wouldn't be able to preserve themselves without Han Chuo's assistance, she resolutely commanded the team to retreat. The heavy rumbling became clearly audible from all directions. From what the Cauldron Spirit had relayed to him, Han Chuo knew that the 9th realm mystical yin harvester was on the very brink of collapse. He ordered, "Fall back in the direction we came from. Everything here is about to crumble and those danger zones appear to be harmless now. I can guarantee that all of you will be safe and sound as long as you follow right behind me." Donna and her experts did not raise a single objection and chased behind Han Chuo, rapidly returning to where they entered. With Cauldron Spirit's help, the demonic formations in Han Chuo's path were all disabled, allowing Han Chuo and his party an unimpeded withdrawal. Meanwhile, with the Cauldron Spirit controlling the demonic formation in the dark, the set of demonic formations that had trapped Old all along were also switched off. The heavy and dull rumbling caused Old to jump up in fright. He could not maintain that unruffled frame of mind any longer and started to look all around anxiously. The reason that Old could previously remain calm and rest to recover his divine energy was that he understood that the peculiar environment around him was merely trapping them and was not threatening their lives. However, those rumbling noises accompanied by the intense quaking of the earth gave Old a feeling that everything around him would soon be destroyed. He truly had lost his head and could no longer keep a peaceful mind. He struggled to locate a way out. Kelly standing beside him had despair smeared all over his face. He had given up all hope and was silently waiting for death to befall him. Suddenly, Old noticed a beam of gaudy light shining in the distance and began to probe it with his soul. Immediately, he discovered that it was a way out. Old was overjoyed. Without thinking, he instantly grabbed Kelly beside him and bolted towards the exit. As soon as Old exited the combination of demonic formations, he found himself in an environment formed with uniquely arranged mountains. Big and small boulders were tumbling down with loud rumbles. The surface of the earth was torn to form ravines. It was akin to an enraged monster being awoken from its slumber and was thrashing the place furiously. Old was alarmed. Given the circumstances, he had no time to record or observe the miraculousness of his environment. While carrying Kelly, he flew towards where Han Shuo and the others escaped. As Old and Kelly were a little late in departing the area, rocks, boulders, and sand were crashing down towards Old and Kelly. The properties of the falling debris were altered by Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord. They were so violent and erratic that Old had a hard time handling them. Pow! Pow! Several enormous rocks travelling in trajectories which Old could not predict crashed down on him. The rocks seemed to contain some bizarre energy, for it was almost too much for a mid-god such as Old to bear. Every time Old was struck by one, his body would shudder and his steps would stagger. "Lord Old, leave me behind, leave this place without me." Kelly had been under Old's protection all along and he was very touched. He felt honored to have such a distinguished god from a high-level material plane who served the goddess of nature being so caring towards him. Seeing that Old was having difficulties withstanding the impacts, during such critical moments, Kelly offered to be left behind. "If I could bring you in alive, then I can sure bring you out alive. A follower of the goddess as pious as you are must live on." Old spat out blood that was mixed with crushed bones and flesh. When he discovered that he could not dodge those bizarre rocks that were falling down, he came to a bold decision. He clenched his teeth and ceased to avoid those falling rocks, instead flying up towards the exit at his top speed. Old had no other choice. At this point in time, the mountains all around him were on the verge of collapse and could come down at any moment. Given that just these falling rocks were almost too much for Old to endure, Old believed that once those mountains collapse, his fate would be sealed. While recklessly charging ahead, Old was mercilessly rained down on by more boulders. His divine body was heavily injured and exhausted. Old had never imagined that these normal-looking falling rocks found in this low-level material plane called Profound Continent could actually cause him such immense injuries and agony. He finally understood how it was possible that his ancestor disappeared in such a place. At long last, Old managed to come out from the crumbling Ninth Realm mystical yin harvester with Kelly. When they appeared before Han Shuo, Donna, and the others, Kelly looked utterly miserable and wretched. Even his body was swaying and staggering. The faces of Bolton, Li Wei, and the others suddenly jolted. They put on an eager appearance, thinking that this would be the best opportunity to get rid of Old. But before Bolton or Li Wei could do a thing, Han Shuo suddenly stepped forward and asked in an amicable manner, "Are you all right?" With his back towards Bolton and Li Wei, Han Shuo made gestures at them with a hand on his back. Donna, who saw that Old was heavily injured and was hesitating about going offensive, curbed Li Wei and Bolton with her eyes as soon as she saw Han Shuo's hand gestures. She even spontaneously took Li Wei and the others a few steps backward to make some distance with Old, as though signaling to Old their non-aggression. Old may have been heavily injured, but he was prepared to fight to his death. When he saw Han Shuo suddenly step forward and Donna and her team immediately step down, his heart that was on guard loosened up slightly. He drew back the divine energy he had prepared to use in an all-out fight and silently recovered the divine energy in his body. "Don't worry. We carry no hostile intention." Through Cauldron Spirit's observation, Han Shuo knew that Old's mind was perturbed and his body injured, but he still had the power to fight. Besides, as Han Shuo needed Old to stay alive to deliver the information about the impending utter destruction of this unique place to his faction, Han Shuo had no hope of causing him death. "That'd be the best. I really was afraid of that happening," Old replied with a faint smile. He then gazed at Han Shuo pensively as he felt rather baffled. He couldn't understand why Han Shuo would interrupt his teammates or his intentions behind doing so. Could he have made it out that I still have the strength for self-preservation? Impossible. Then, did he do that because he wanted to save me? That's even more unbelievable. Old was completely puzzled. Rumbles. A terrifying explosion sounded from behind Old. Immediately, the crowd turned around and placed their complete attention on the source of the sound. They were appalled to find that within such a short time, the several mountains surrounding them had completely crumbled into the earth that was rent. Dust and sand were launched into the sky. Universe-shaking rumbles continued to roar from that region. The destruction went on before their attentive gazes. Dust filled the air, sand and stone were sent flying, the mountains were crumbling, and the earth was tearing. Everything was being obliterated. All of a sudden, Han Shuo's avatar of destruction inside the cauldron of myriad demons seemed to have comprehended something through the visual observation of Han Shuo's main body. It immediately quieted down inside the cauldron of myriad demon. Han Shuo communicated with the cauldron spirit using his consciousness and discovered that the cauldron spirit had completely removed all the negative energy and deceased souls from his avatar of destruction formed from the demon slayer edge. All that was left in the avatar was the purest divine energy of destruction. Han Shuo immediately recognized that the scene of destruction he was watching using his main body had given his avatar that cultivated in the edict of destruction some sort of inspiration and insight. Ever since his avatar of destruction was formed, it had never come to gain such unusual insight just from observing the changes to his surroundings. Han Shuo was overjoyed to discover this phenomenon. He knew that the cauldron spirit was indeed correct. It was only after removing the impurities in his avatar of destruction that he could gain such new insights into the edict of destruction. Pleasantly surprised by the discovery, Han Shuo attentively watched the complete destruction of the ninth realm mystical yin harvester and did not relax by the slightest. This ninth realm mystical yin harvester personally deployed by Gu Tianxia the exalted demon lord was a marvelous masterpiece that took Han Shuo here from another universe. Even as it had completed its mission and was being destructed, it brought Han Shuo a final gift. As Han Shuo watched the ninth realm mystical yin harvester ahead of him being destroyed, he somehow felt that its end signified the beginning of his new life. Chapter 667, Not a Trace Left. GDK 667, Not a Trace Left. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Finally, the ninth realm mystical yin harvester had completely turned into ruins right before the silently gazing crowd. After the dust settled, no noteworthy features were to be seen on the site. Han Shuo stood tall on the horizon and continued to observe the environment ahead. Go over and have a look at the situation in there. Given that it has turned into ruins, I doubt that there would be any dangers to be found. Han Shuo suddenly suggested to his teammates. After having experienced the trials and hardships, Donna and her experts were very trusting towards Han Shuo. After hearing Han Shuo's suggestion, they thought it through for a moment and started moving towards the wreckage of the ninth realm mystical yin harvester. After taking a few steps, Li Wei stopped to find Han Shuo motionless. She turned around and asked confusedly, "Aren't you coming? I don't think there will be anything interesting left to be examined. Besides, with all of you probing the place, it's not necessary for me to be there." Han Shuo smiled and calmly replied. Li Wei creased her brows and thought for a moment before she softly giggled and said, "Oh, that makes sense. Well, since Sister Donna is going to probe the place, I guess it's redundant for me to do the same." After finishing those words, Li Wei walked back and stood still beside Han Shuo. She was looking at Han Shuo up and down with eyes that were glowing with interest and captivation. Han Shuo, however, ignored Li Wei and cast his gazes on Old instead. Old put on a brilliant smile and said in a candid manner, "Many thanks for your help just then. Otherwise, perhaps I would have lost my life to them by now." During the period of time they spent watching the collapse, Old managed to recover some divine energy. His pale cheeks were yet again tinged with a healthy shade of red. Old must have regained his confidence, Han Shuo figured. Previously, using the energy absorbed from the Tree of Life, Wood Elite Zombie managed to increase the rejuvenation speed of Han Shuo's heavily injured body 10 times over. From this experience, it became apparent to him that those who cultivated in the Edict of Life could rejuvenate much faster compared to a cultivator of other energies. For Old to be able to restore some of his divine energy within such a short period of time was all within Han Shuo's anticipation. "You're welcome. I believe that had they launched an attack earlier, everyone would be done for by now. Han Shuo replied with a smirk. Old stared into his eyes for a moment and nodded. He praised in a deep voice, "You, young man, are an excellent lad." Old seemed to admire Han Shuo. "I'm flattered," Han Shuo replied while smiling mischievously. At this point in time, having possessed the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shuo was no longer afraid of Old as a potential threat. After his confidence swelled, he too became much more relaxed in his speech. Old suddenly pointed at Kelly and asked Han Shuo for a favor, "Do you mind looking after Kelly for me for a moment? I heard that you have been friendly in the past." Han Shuo was astounded. He couldn't understand why would Old be so at ease to place Kelly under his care as Li Wei was still hanging around him. The fact stood that he was still on the same front with Donna and her experts, and they surely did not have any friendly relations with Old. In that case, what was the purpose behind him doing so? Was Old trying to test him? A series of thoughts rapidly flashed through Han Shuo's mind. Then, under Old's gaze, Han Shuo put on a bright smile. No problem. Kelly was merely a demigod. That kind of strength was nothing in Han Shuo's eyes, let alone to Li Wei and the others. For them, Kelly was merely a puny little character. His fate would have no influence on the overall situation. Han Shuo did not think that Li Wei and the others would even be interested in harming Kelly. "I owe you one." Old smiled, nodded at Kelly, and took off into the air towards the destroyed Ninth Realm mystical yin harvester. Donna and her experts were interested in the region and so was Old. He was certainly not about to give up until he fully understood the situation there. After Old flew off into the distance, Li Wei, who was standing beside Han Shuo, put on a pensive expression. Her eyes glanced back and forth between Han Shuo and Kelly, but she did not utter a word or do anything harmful towards Kelly. "It's been a while." Han Shuo tried to initiate a conversation with Kelly. His voice was soft and amiable as though he was oblivious to the situation. Kelly, however, did not share the same feeling. Ever since he discovered that Han Shuo was a gang with this bunch from the Calamity Church, he felt somewhat uncomfortable whenever he saw Han Shuo. He had an awkward expression and did not know how to reply. Seeing that Kelly couldn't open up his heart, Han Shuo sighed softly. He shook his head and ceased his attempts at trying to talk to Kelly. He understood that it would be very difficult for them to interact as they had been in the past. Han Shuo stopped talking and stared blankly ahead. His avatar of destruction within the cauldron of myriad demon was digesting the catastrophic scene which his main body witnessed. The scene of total annihilation gave his avatar deeper insight into the edict of destruction and caused him to sink into contemplation. Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord who had deployed everything in this place, made this site self-destruct in a way that was in conformance with a certain natural law. This avatar that was recently shed of all impurities was connected with Han Shuo's consciousness, who witnessed the destruction. He seemed to have comprehended a certain true essence of destruction from the apocalyptic scene. While constantly replaying the terrifying scene in his mind, he attempted to imitate the condition when those mountains were destroyed using the divine energy in his body. Han Shuo's consciousness possessed countless miraculous uses. Although he could not share most of its wonderful uses with his other two souls, his two other souls could still benefit from his consciousness as they were connected with each other. By using the mighty ability of his consciousness to recall, Han Shuo slowed down the playback of the destructive scene down to each frame, clearly resolved every crack in the mountains and every piece of falling rock down to the finest detail before transmitting it to his avatar that cultivated in the edict of destruction. Those images would then be projected into the divine soul of his destruction avatar. The divine energy of destruction in his body would then slowly circulate in a certain trajectory that was harmonious with the scene of destruction. By doing so, he gradually came to realize a certain essence of the edict of destruction. Han Shuo possessed three souls and they did not interfere with each other. While his avatar contemplated on the edict of destruction inside the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shuo's main body could still converse with Old and function as usual. As the avatar continued with its contemplation, Han Chuo gazed ahead at the ninth realm mystical yin harvester in the distance that was now in complete ruin while conversing with Li Wei. Li Wei's attitude towards him, which was contemptuous at the beginning, had now transformed into admiration, a change that caught Han Chuo well off guard. Han Chuo was not willing to answer or share most of the questions that Li Wei had for him. Therefore, Han Chuo had unenthusiastically replied to her questions with gibberish and nonsense. As Li Wei hailed Han Chuo as a genius, she considered all his unintelligible explanations as profound words. She would spend a great deal of time pondering Han Chuo's mumbo-jumbo each time he answered, leaving Han Chuo between laughter and tears. Meanwhile, Kelly shut his eyes and kept silent as though he was half asleep. He seemed to be doing due to keep a suitable distance from Han Chuo. The situation continued that way for some time before Old, who was the last to leave, returned to them. Han Chuo, in his half-hearted chatter with Li Wei, immediately turned his attention to Old. With just one look, Han Chuo could tell that Old was very disappointed. He definitely did not find anything valuable in that place. Old nodded at Han Chuo, thanked him, and said to Kelly, "Let's go." Kelly was feeling very awkward around Han Chuo. He scurried back to Old. The two then made their way towards the exit. They left? Just like that? Li Wei was astonished and puzzled. What else could he do? He went inside to probe the place but did not discover anything. There is nothing else for him to do here, Han Chuo said calmly. He understood that this self-destruct mechanism left by Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord, must have destroyed all evidence in this place. Even if there were more who came to examine, they would not discover a single unusual thing about this site. From that point onwards, everything that took place there would forever remain an unresolved mystery to those people. With the passage of time, those gods from high-level material planes who could no longer find anything extraordinary about this place would gradually forget or even misinterpret what happened there. They might think of everything that once happened here as some exaggerated tales. We all know just how extraordinary this place is. How could he give up so willingly? Li Wei still couldn't understand and had a puzzled face. Han Chuo smiled and did not reply. He was convinced that no one would ever again find anything unique about this site. With that, everyone would forget about this place very quickly. Soon enough, Donna, Bolton, and the others returned with disappointed looks on their faces. This is so strange. Besides the collapsed mountains and the torn earth, there wasn't a single astonishing thing that could be found. What is actually going on here? Bolton muttered while scratching his head. He had racked his brain hard and yet was no closer to having a clue. Brian, do you know what's going on inside? Why is it that everything has changed and there are no longer any unusual marks? Han Chuo shook his head and put on a perplexed appearance before he sighed and said, I'm not sure either. I personally think that strangeness was formed by nature, and now these spectacular sights are being destroyed by nature. That's why everything strange about this place no longer exists. That's impossible. Li Wei shouted, there are obvious traces that this place was artificially made. There's nothing natural about it. If even Li Wei could tell that, surely Donna wouldn't buy his attempt at distorting the truth. However, with everything here destroyed, Han Chuo didn't feel worried about that suspicion at all. He shrugged, shook his head again and said, well, I have no idea. Forget about it, I highly doubt that we will discover any more over here. Let's go. We'll return to the surface and then decide what to do next, Donna said. She was having a headache, not knowing what to report back to her superiors. Donna and her experts, who had discovered basically nothing in the underground world, with Han Chuo's guidance, returned to the surface with puzzled minds. Sister Donna, what do we do now? Li Wei asked as soon as they exited the underground world. Donna let out a sigh and scoffed helplessly, what else? Report back the situation here to our higher-ups, of course. Do we return directly or use an altar? Bolton asked. Donna bunched her brows and thought for a moment before she answered, let's go to the Calamity Church establishment here to submit our mission reports. Kaiser and Eriksson have yet to come out of there even now. They are probably all dead. I guess that can be counted as a small achievement. To add to the fact that the opponent's interplanar transportation matrix is destroyed, I suppose we are the victor of this muddled battle. Although the matter was rather muddled, one thing was clear: without Brian, the few of us wouldn't have left the underground world alive. Bolton suddenly said smilingly. Upon hearing those words, the party simultaneously nodded their heads. Donna turned to look at that smiling but silent Han Chuo and sternly promised, "Don't worry, I will make sure to include your contributions in my report. In all likelihood, they are going to hand this material plane over to you. Those from the Church of Light and Shrine of Ice, are they going to come back?" Han Chuo was most concerned about this potential threat. Before those in the higher-ups hand the material plane to you, they will definitely negotiate with those powerhouses. Actually, you are worrying too much. If the circumstances were anything but ordinary, they wouldn't have done such a thing. Now that the place is destroyed, those powerhouses will not take interest in such a low-level material plane, Donna said Han Chuo in an attempt to reassure him. Han Chuo regained his composure. The population of Profound Continent was small and the power of faith they could provide was limited. Material planes as low-level as this were plenty in the boundless universe. Material planes that were much more expansive and valuable than Profound Continent could be found in excess. There was simply no reason those powerhouses would waste their time and effort on such a low-level material plane. That'd be wonderful. Han Chuo could finally be at ease. Well, I won't be going to the Calamity Church with the rest of you. The matters in this material plane that require my attention are too abundant. Brian, there's something I need to tell you, but I don't know if it's appropriate. Donna suddenly said in a serious tone. Han Chuo stared blankly for a second before asking, "What's the matter?" Profound Continent is just a low-level material plane, it's too small for you. Someone as talented as you ought to live on material planes of a much higher level. It is only in those material planes that you can grow more powerful and gain more energy much more rapidly. I personally feel that it's not suitable for you to stay in this world for extended periods. Donna said in a deadly earnest manner. Thank you for your reminder. I know what you mean. My view has definitely broadened after coming into contact with you all. I can't say for sure, but perhaps after I have completed my matters over here, I might leave for your home world, Elysium. I'm counting on you to prop me up by then. Hehe, no problem. It's rare to find people who are calm, steady, and decisive like yourself on Elysium. I believe that after you come to the plane of gods, you will soar and come to gain a piece of the sky. Donna gladly promised. Brian, when you arrive at Elysium, remember to come to our family where you'll find yourself most welcomed by us Brooke brothers. Bolton reminded Han Chuo about his invitation. Don't forget me, I also invited you. Don't forget me when you come to Elysium. Li Wei said smilingly. Don't worry, I will remember. Han Chuo promised. Soon after, Donna and her experts left Han Chuo and began their journey to the Calamity Church. After thinking for a moment, Han Chuo flew in the direction of Sunshine Valley. Chapter 668, This material plane is yours. GDK 668, This material plane is yours. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Donna's words made Han Chuo resolute on leaving for Elysium. However, there were some people on Profound Continent that he just couldn't leave behind his women. Although Emily, Phoebe, and others were considered to have outstanding strength on the Profound Continent, their strengths were unfortunately far below necessary to leave with him. On the accounts of Donna and the others, Han Chuo learned that Elysium was a material plane packed with godly experts who were in possession of an uncountable number of material planes in this universe. Those with late-stage low-god strengths like the Brooke brothers and Li Wei were plenty to be found and were nothing extraordinary on Elysium. Therefore, if Emily, Phoebe, and the others were to venture there along with him, nothing could guarantee their safeties. Han Shuo's Ken had increased along with his vastly improved strength. At this point in time, Han Shuo had no opponent on the profound continent that could threaten his life. In addition to Han Shuo having no wish to silently guard the profound continent for the rest of his life as the primordius dragon did, naturally, Han Shuo would advance to a higher level material plane. While Han Shuo pondered over how he should tell his women about this issue, unwittingly, he found himself at the doorstep of Sunshine Valley. Jasper, Hemina, Sylph, and Sanguis had been waiting for Han Shuo at Sunshine Valley and were exceedingly excited about his arrival. They demanded that Han Shuo bring them sightseeing. Han Shuo's heart ached when he saw Jasper and the others so excited. These people had traversed across material planes to come to profound continent with him, but he had left them in this valley all along. And now, he would have to heartlessly leave them to venture to a higher level material plane alone. It appeared that being in a relationship had its inconveniences. I may only bring them along once I have gained a footing on Elysium. For now, I have no choice but to toughen my heart, Han Shuo thought to himself as he watched the beautiful smiles of his ladies. Han Shuo spent a few days in Sunshine Valley and kept Jasper, Hemina, and Sylph accompanied. He did not forget to attentively guide Sanguis in his cultivation of Blood God mantra. For several days, Han Shuo brought Jasper and the others around famous mountains and great rivers in Sunshine Valley. He also bought them large quantities of jewelry at Valen City. Those days were the happiest days for Jasper, Hemina, and Sylph. Han Shuo was soft and tender and fulfilled all their long-cherished wishes. Every day felt to them more beautiful than the last. However, good days are always so brief and short. After allowing Jasper and the others to understand profound continent as much as did, on this fateful day, Han Shuo finally revealed his intentions to the Abyssians. Jasper, Hemina, and Sylph were terrified when they learned of Han Shuo's wish to leave the continent. They even thought that they had somehow made Han Shuo unhappy. But after a round of explanation, they finally understood the reason behind Han Shuo's decision. After a moment of silence, while looking at Han Shuo with eyes of sorrowful bitterness, Jasper asked, "Then, after you leave, are you coming back?" "Of course. Once I have stable footing there, I will come back to bring you all over." Han Shuo pledged resolutely. He continued to console them softly, "Don't worry, I'm not abandoning you. If not for the fact that that world is just too dangerous, I wouldn't ask you to stay away from me a second longer than necessary." The sole interplanar transportation matrix on Profound Continent was in Han Shuo's possession. He could leave and return with ease if he wanted to. With Han Shuo's assurance, Jasper grudgingly agreed, "Fine. I'll be waiting for you." Hemina and Sylph nodded despondently with Jasper. Han Shuo spent more time to further comfort Jasper before he went to meet Trunks briefly and left Sunshine Valley. As soon as he arrived at Asan City, Han Shuo searched for Emily, Phoebe, and Fanny. The contents of their conversation was similar to what he said to the Abyssian ladies. The reactions of the three were just like Jasper and the others when they heard that Han Shuo wanted to leave Profound Continent yet again. Han Shuo could do nothing but repeat the same persuasion, telling them that as soon as he established himself on the Elysium, he would return to Profound Continent and bring them with him. After trying his very best to persuade the mournful, weeping ladies, although he too was feeling reluctant at heart, Han Shuo managed to make it past this barrier. In Lancelot Empire, Emily, Phoebe, and Fanny were basically Han Shuo's spokespeople. His three ladies could convey the information to Lawrence instead of having to meet him personally. Han Shuo spent the next couple of days in Asan City. He did not forget to look for Lisa and talk to her about it. Just as with his other ladies, it took Han Shuo a bit of effort to convince her. During those days, Han Shuo had carefully and detailedly explained and lectured once through his own understanding of becoming a god. He hoped that this would help grow stronger even faster. On the day that Han Shuo was prepared to depart Asan City and head to Brettle City, Old, whom he had met at the third layer of the underground world just days prior, unexpectedly came to Han Shuo. "How did you find me here?" Han Shuo was rather astonished at Old. After meeting him again several days later, Old seemed to have mostly recovered and looked to have great vitality. That miserable and battered appearance he was dealt in the underground world was nowhere to be seen. "I just happened to pass by here. Your life signature is very strong and you did not deliberately conceal it. Ordinary persons may not have been able to discover your presence, but I knew it was you once we got close," Old explained in a warm voice while looking at Han Shuo with a subtle smile. Old was a cultivator of the Edict of Life. Han Shuo knew that Old's words were true. Within a certain range, Old could indeed sense the presence of other mighty life signatures. This was especially so on this material plane. The only godly existence to be found, other than Donna and her illusions, was Han Shuo. Such an abnormally strong life signature among the crowd of weak life signatures was just too conspicuous to Old. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that Old could find him through his senses. "I see. What can I help you with?" Han Shuo creased his brows and asked. He wasn't quite sure about Old's intentions. "Congratulations, this material plane is yours." Han Shuo thought for a moment, then asked, "Did those on the high level reach some kind of agreement?" "Smart one." Old praised Han Shuo before explaining, "With that underground place destroyed, this material plane has basically lost its appeal. But still, our forces have played a not-so-honorable role by giving you a hand. Otherwise, those on the Church of Light and Shrine of Ice wouldn't have been so willing to back down." "Why?" Han Shuo asked. "Our order has an agreement with Lancelot Empire in which we are free to practice and disseminate our teaching in its territories. Given the current trend, it's only a matter of time before Lancelot Empire becomes the mightiest nation on this material plane. We have our own interests to safeguard. I believe you will officially receive the information very soon. Consider this heads up as a courtesy from me. The agreement also states that you may not further slaughter the followers of the Shrine of Ice and Church of Light, while they will stop recruiting more followers. After some time, following the natural death of their remaining followers, those two religions will completely disappear from the face of Profound Continent. As for those new lives that will be born, our Druidic Order and those on your side will just try to win them over through our own respective efforts." Han Shuo thought for a while after listening to Old's words. He understood that the Church of Light and Shrine of Ice were merely trying to preserve the lives of the followers they had left, who would eventually die of old age. With time, their influences would completely vanish from the face of Profound Continent. It appeared that the two religious organizations had basically given up on this material plane. The reason that the Druidic Order had played the role as an arbitrator was likely because they had something to gain out of it, albeit small and insignificant. "Well, I'm fine with that. Is there anything else I need to pay special attention to?" Han Shuo asked after keeping silent for a moment. "Just one last thing, I hope that Lancelot Empire will avoid bloodshed as much as possible in its world conquest. The Church of Light and Shrine of Ice will no longer get involved in any more affairs on this continent. Lancelot Empire, with the support of our Druidic Order and your forces, will inevitably unify the entire Profound Continent under its rule. But we do not wish to see this world become filled with rivers of blood and hope to avoid casualties as much as possible." Old shook his head and sighed before he said to Han Shuo. Han Shuo silently nodded and agreed. He then looked at Old in a puzzled manner and asked, "Is that all you have to say to me after taking the trouble to see me in person? I heard from Kelly that you cultivate in a type of miraculous energy which he praises ceaselessly. May I have the honor to take a look at it in person?" Old asked while he looked deeply into Han Shuo's eyes. Han Shuo was startled. He thought, "Don't tell me that Old has discovered something?" He considered it for a while, but did not feel that he had revealed any smoking gun. His expression remained unchanged while a series of thoughts rapidly flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he shook his head and said, "Previously I did indeed develop a type of martial technique by accident. However, I had completely forgotten about the martial technique the moment I became a god. The 12 fundamental energies are the most promising and prevailing paths. If I were to distract myself with other martial arts, I will only end up getting nowhere. I'm very sorry. Old stared blankly after hearing Han Shuo's explanation. He looked Han Shuo up and down and even secretly probed Han Shuo using his soul. Old was foolish to think that Han Shuo had no way of detecting his secret probing because of his much more advanced realm, but not only did Han Shuo possess a most miraculous consciousness, he also had the cauldron spirit inside his body. Therefore, Han Shuo managed to clearly see and evade Old's soul probing. After the breakthrough of his main body to the Omen realm, he could transfer and allocate the energies of his avatars as he wished. On top of having the cauldron spirit's assistance, even as Old spent half the day surveying Han Shuo's life signature using his soul, he couldn't find anything unusual on Han Shuo. I see. Never mind then. Old gave up after he discovered nothing. Oh, by the way, at the depths of the boundless sea of this continent, someone had once seen a pile of miraculous remains underneath an island. Perhaps that might interest you. Han Shuo suddenly said after thinking for a while. As there was a tacit agreement between the Druidic Order and the Calamity Church, Han Shuo was not afraid that Old might discover the cemetery of death he hid over there. Besides, perhaps someday in the future, Old might return this favor to Han Shuo. Is there anything particularly unique about it? Old asked casually. The plants that grew around the pile of bones are rather strange and unique. It was said that someone sank there after being seriously injured. But not only did the person not perish, but its wounded organs were also magically healed. Don't you find that somewhat baffling? Han Shuo smilingly said. Where is that island located? Old's eyes widened and he anxiously asked. Han Shuo smilingly informed him of its location. When Old was about to depart in haste, Han Shuo hurriedly shouted, If I find the thing you seek, don't forget that this will be a favor you will owe me. You will have to repay it someday in the future. If what you say is true, I will make sure to return this favor to you in the future. Old promised Han Shuo without even turning his head. Chapter 669, Hand me whatever punishment you like. GDK 669, Hand me whatever punishment you like. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Lancelot Empire, Brettle City. Han Shuo wanted to leave some instructions before leaving the continent. But the good thing was, Jack and the others had long been used to Han Shuo disappearing mysteriously. Therefore, there really was nothing that he needed to worry about in Brettle City. After leaving some instructions, he looked for Helen and repeated the same conversation he had with Jasper and the others. After making Helen the same promises, Han Shuo finally managed to appease her. Sophie, who originated from Kasi Empire, had moved to Brettle City with her entire family. He learned from certain people that Sophie's father had the intention of matchmaking him with Sophie. However, Han Shuo was already finding it difficult to handle the number of companions he already had. After breaking through the carnal realm, Han Shuo had no wish of getting more partners. Therefore, he kept away from Sophie as much as possible. Gilbert too was in Brettle City. Although the resurrected Gilbert had much improved strength, Han Shuo did not let Gilbert follow him to Elysium. At this point in time, Gilbert was still oblivious to the massacre of the race of dark dragons, but Han Shuo knew that he would find out eventually. Therefore, before he left, he told Gilbert the tragedy that befell the dark dragons. Gilbert couldn't restrain himself, howling and whimpering grievously when he learned that his grandpa, Gilgs, his only close relative, was murdered. Han Shuo did not know what to do as he watched Gilbert in all his agony. He could not even utter a comforting word. The death of the dark dragons who had been faithfully guarding the path to the third layer of the underground world, directly or indirectly, had something to do with Han Shuo. He blamed himself for not being more cautious, otherwise, he could have prevented the tragedy. Although he had personally killed both Kaiser and Eriksson, Han Shuo's heart was still remorseful and he could not completely get over it. When Gilbert learned that the main culprits of the crime, Kaiser and Eriksson, were both killed by Han Shuo, he suddenly felt very powerless. Without a target for his revenge, he couldn't find anything to vent his hatred on. Han Shuo's departure was rather easy for Gilbert to accept. Perhaps his grandfather's death had diluted his reluctance to part with Han Shuo. Han Shuo knew that Gilbert wouldn't be able to walk out from the sorrows so soon. After imparting to Gilbert a few pieces of advice, he let Gilbert take his time to mourn and left. After dealing with all those things, Han Shuo headed to the Calamity Church headquarters. With his status as a cardinal, this time, Han Shuo no longer needed to traverse across the desert on foot. He directly arrived at the Calamity Church headquarters using a magical transportation matrix. He had received messages from Calamity Church members in Lancelot Empire a few days earlier asking him to return to headquarters as soon as possible. Han Shuo made a fair assumption that Donna wanted to meet him and brief him on certain things related to this continent. After arriving at the Calamity Church, through the Calamity Pope, he soon met Donna and the others at a secret shrine. The matter about alien experts arriving on Profound Continent was only revealed to the plump Pope and certain cardinals of the Calamity Church. Other ordinary church members were left in the dark. When Han Shuo arrived at the secret shrine, he was surprised to find that Qianlong, who had animosity with him, was also present. As the oldest member of the Calamity Church on Profound Continent, Qianlong was one of the few who knew of Donna and her experts' identities. But unfortunately for him, Qianlong was unaware of Han Shuo's relationship with those godly experts. As soon as Han Shuo stepped into the shrine, Qianlong, who had once been humiliated and punished by Han Shuo, thinking that his own safety was guaranteed with their presences, immediately began to heavily denounce Han Shuo. When Han Shuo stepped into the shrine, Qianlong immediately stood up from his seat and denounced Han Shuo in a righteous manner. "Revered divine envoys, this chap called Brian is certainly not a pious believer. His strength has only managed to advance this greatly because he relied on the divine weapon, the skeletal staff, which he obtained out of coincidence. All these years he had been arrogant and condescending. He shows us elders no due respect. He has violated the rules of the church." The Calamity Pope had no idea about the previous interactions between Han Shuo and Donna. He only knew that Han Shuo played the role of a guide for the party and had absolutely no idea that Han Shuo had saved these eminent gods from potential death. The Pope was beginning to worry when he heard Qianlong distort the facts so firmly, not knowing if Donna and the others would listen to Qianlong's accusations. The Calamity Church was indeed a religious organization that placed emphasis on seniority. Qianlong was well aware of this. It was also clear to him that his own strength was far beneath Han Shuo's and therefore he seized this once in a blue moon opportunity to slander Han Shuo. He was determined to have Han Shuo suffer the rage of Donna and her experts before they departed from this continent. "Skeletal staff. Hehe, that's the divine weapon my grandfather previously used." Li Wei giggled and shot Han Shuo a glance. "Well well." Han Shuo was astonished. His gazes towards Li Wei turned slightly more cordial. "Revered divine envoys, this person will only break the rules and practices of the Calamity Church. This will be unfavorable to the growth of the church. But regrettably, his power is great and no one in the church could restrain him. Even I was severely injured by him. It is fortunate that your holinesses has come. Otherwise, who knows what more havoc this person will make." Qianlong said with righteous indignation. Those who don't know otherwise might have actually thought that he had invested and contributed a lot to the Calamity Church. "Brian, how do you plead?" Donna smiled sweetly and asked Han Shuo amusingly. Han Shuo had gone through life and death situations with Donna and her experts, not to mention that he had saved them multiple times. The intimacy of their relationships simply wasn't something that Qianlong could imagine. Before Donna's amused gazes, Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh out loud. He giggled, "Oh, that's absolutely correct. I'm condescending and love to throw my weight around. I will kill whoever I don't like. I'm much worse than he describes me to be. Hand me whatever punishment you like." Han Shuo had learned from old the decision made by those in the high levels the whole Profound Continent was to be given to him. This meant that Han Shuo was the rightful owner of every inch of land, every speckle of dust, and every living being on this material plane. He was the true overlord of this world. On top of his friendly relationship with Donna and her experts, what was there for Han Shuo to be afraid of? However, those mere mortals around them were not aware of that information. When they heard Han Shuo utter such outrageous and disgraceful words to their divine envoys, even the big fatty Pope was completely flabbergasted. He gaped foolishly at Han Shuo, not knowing why the usually prudent Han Shuo would be making such a blunder at such a critical juncture. The other cardinals too were staring open-mouthed at Han Shuo in disbelief, while some looked at Han Shuo as though he was already dead. They thought, though you may have valiant strength on profound continent, before these divine envoys, you are as weak as a baby. You are courting death by being so unbridled before these existences. Qiran Lo was overjoyed at heart to hear those words coming from Han Shuo, and he immediately made a big fuss out of it. See that? Revered divine envoys, this person even dares to be condescending and disrespectful before your lordships. He's outrageously arrogant. How could the church properly grow and expand as long as this person remains on profound continent? Oh? What about you? Don't forget that for all those years under your leadership, the Calamity Church came underneath the Church of Light. It is also you who caused the Calamity Church to be despised by the masses and resulted in the church members having to spend their days in hiding all these years. I really doubt that I could perform worse than that. Han Shuo said calmly, smiling at Qiran Lo. Shut up. I was just being flexible. If it wasn't for my decision, the church wouldn't have preserved itself till this day. Qiran Lo said unyieldingly with his face flushed with anger. Those words of Han Shuo had precisely struck his sore point. Old bastard, who are you telling to shut up? Han Shuo's face suddenly turned cold and he said in a chilly voice. You son of a bitch, how dare you behave so unbridledly before the revered divine envoys? Qiran Lo replied furiously. Han Shuo decided to cut the nonsense and suddenly shot towards Qiran Lo. His left hand shot forward at lightning speed, instantly buckled Qiran Lo's neck, and raised him high in the air. Han Shuo then deployed a demonic blade on the middle finger of his right hand and proceeded to ruthlessly poke the incisive edge into Qiran Lo's wide-open mouth. After giving it a moment of good stirring, Qiran Lo's tongue was torn and blended with his teeth, gums, and blood. He whimpered miserably with a frightened face while blood gushed out from his mutilated mouth. Now, Qiran Lo could not utter a single word. His legs that were suspended in the air were kicking about. His terrified and begging eyes were looking at Donna and her experts, waiting for them to strike Han Shuo. All those mortals in the shrine thought that Han Shuo must have gone mad to treat Qiran Lo with such bloody means right before Donna and her experts. Those cardinals who were aligned to Han Shuo's side and lowered their heads. They couldn't bear to witness the horrifying scene that Han Shuo would soon suffer. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Even after they counted to 5, strangely, other than Qiran Lo's miserable grunting that was growing audibly louder, those with their heads lowered did not hear any sign of activity. Puzzled, they raised their heads to look. They saw that Qiran Lo's face was badly mangled and nearly unrecognizable. Even his cheeks were pierced by the sharp blade. Meanwhile, not only did those godly entities from the distant material plane not look bothered, they were smiling as they watched Han Shuo in his violent ways. They showed not the slightest intention of stepping in. Qiran Lo's fear turned into despair. He looked on at Donna and her experts with helpless eyes while his hands and legs were throwing about disorderly, as though he was trying to express something. But soon enough, even his kicking and swinging limbs were broken by Han Shuo and they drooped down powerlessly, just like his mood. Those cardinals who wanted to see Han Shuo be humiliated and those who were worried for him were all dumbstruck. They stopped looking at Qiran Lo but placed all their focus on Donna and her experts to try to figure out what was actually going on. Gradually, from their gazes at Han Shuo, those cardinals vaguely understood something. In the eyes of Donna and her experts, they discovered admiration, the lightness of watching a comedy unfold, the harmony between friends. "Brian, that's enough. Just put this tactless fella to death right away. Don't make it too bloody." Donna finally voiced out when she saw that Han Chuo's intentions of skinning Qianlou alive. Upon hearing those words, those cardinals turned pale with fright. Their eyes were filled with fear and reverence that could not be concealed. "Okay." Han Chuo stopped tormenting the minds of those people and gave Qianlou a pat on his forehead. Splat! Qianlou's head exploded like an egg in a microwave. While those cardinals were panic-stricken, Donna leisurely announced, "From today onwards, Profound Continent shall belong to Brian. Anything and everything will be under his authority. You will all obey his commands, and he is entitled to punish those who go against his wishes. Do you understand?" "Ununderstood," those cardinals whose faces were filled with dread hastily answered. "Good. You are all dismissed." Donna nodded her head in satisfaction and casually instructed. To Donna and her experts, these cardinals of meager strengths were as insignificant as ants. They were not even qualified to speak to them. Following Donna's command, even the big fat Pope got up to make a hasty exit. "Pope, you have nothing to worry about. Everything related to the Calamity Church on Profound Continent will still be under your control. You will even soon find that your power over others grows stronger and broader." Han Chuo said to the Calamity Pope. "I understand." By now, the Calamity Pope had recognized the true situation. He performed a respectful bow towards Han Chuo and solemnly retreated. "This is one tactful fella. Looks like you are going to save a ton of work." After the Pope left, Donna thoughtfully gave her assessment. "He has to be discerning in order to uphold his position." Han Chuo said smilingly. He wasn't afraid that the big fat Pope would have other intentions. This was because the big fatty was aware of his superior strength, in addition to having made it out that the decision came from those higher up in command. With that, he definitely dared not to have any deviant thoughts. The reason that Han Chuo consoled him was that Han Chuo needed him to administer the Calamity Church well. He did not want the big fatty to face everything pessimistically and no longer serve the Calamity Church wholeheartedly. "All right. Let me brief you about the current circumstances. There are some stipulations that you have to follow." Donna explained the exact same information that Old previously informed him. "Congratulations, Brian. Hehe, so it turns out that my grandpa's skeletal staff is in your possession. That's even more reason for you to visit my family when you are at Elysium. Which reminds me, are you acquainted with that old lizard?" "He's at my family too." Li Wei giggled. "I do know him. I will make sure to pay you a visit sooner or later." Han Chuo immediately made a promise after hearing that ancient lizard King Degasi was there. "Brian, we will begin our journey home very soon. Would you like to tag along?" asked Donna. "I still need to cultivate for a period of time. But right after that, I will head to Elysium to look for you all." Han Chuo politely refused Donna's proposal after thinking for a moment. He felt that he needed to familiarize himself with his current realm and forge a few demonic treasures before leaving for the Plane of Gods. Chapter 670, Aquarius Jade. GDK 670, Aquarius Jade. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. On a remote island in the boundless sea, Han Chuo was sitting cross-legged atop a bald hill. The ground all around him was marked with gulches as well as seemingly bottomless pits. Several enormous stone pillars were circling around him in the air. Han Chuo sat as still as a boulder with his eyes closed while the sound of explosions constantly erupted from all around him. After a long while, Han Chuo suddenly opened his eyes, revealing his pupils that seemed to contain the darkness of the night. The explosions that constantly rang around him stopped the instant that he opened his eyes. Those gigantic stone pillars suspended in mid-air also ceased to revolve. Seemingly appearing out of thin air, a giant net above the stone pillars flew downwards and floated into Han Chuo's palm. The giant net was called Toxic Dragon Net, and the main ingredients used in refining this weapon were the dragon veins he collected from those greater dragons he killed at Dragon Valley, the most poisonous miasmic gas he gathered at the southern border, soft silks harvested from the depths of the boundless sea, as well as 9 other rare materials. Han Shuo managed to collect them with difficulty with the cauldron spirit's guidance. Upon deployment of the toxic dragon net, poisonous miasmic gas would gush out from the dragon veins to form a cloud of poisonous gas. Similar to the miasmic gases inside the pentacloud miasma, the cloud of poisonous gas possessed intense corrosive power. Once someone was entangled in the toxic dragon net, the miasmic gas would be activated. The gigantic net that Han Shuo had personally crafted using dragon veins as the base material was extremely tough and durable. Without outstanding divine weapons or strength that far exceeded Han Shuo's, it would be basically impossible for one to break free from the net. This assured that the victim was constantly subjected to the corrosion of the poisonous gas. Half a year had unwittingly passed since Donna and her experts departed Profound Continent. During the 6-month period, Han Shuo had been stabilizing his current Omen realm and, with Cauldron Spirit's guidance, refined several demonic weapons using some valuable materials in his possession. Other than the toxic dragon net, Han Shuo also refined green hypergolic dust and banner of hallucination. The green hypergolic dust was made by gathering ghost fire from thousands of corpses and mixing them with a few types of rare blood. Once one came into contact with the green hypergolic dust, they would spontaneously combust with flames that are extremely difficult to distinguish. The banner of hallucination was made by imprinting an intricate hallucination-inducing formation on a large banner. Those covered by the banner would be trapped and, unless they understood the miraculousness of the formation, they wouldn't be able to get out easily. Han Shuo, with the Cauldron Spirit's help, had exhausted many of his precious materials in around 3 months' time to craft the 3 demonic weapons. Other than having successfully crafted the 3 demonic weapons, during the 6th month, Han Shuo's avatar of destruction that had been trying to comprehend new insights into the Edict of Destruction had attained mid-stage low god realm, the same realm as his avatar of death. His avatar of destruction could make use of the power of faith of his believers on Profound Continent. In addition to having absorbed the energy of destruction from the slaughtering of hundreds of thousands of orc warriors, he wasn't lacking in divine energy. The reason that he couldn't make improvements in his cultivation for such a long time was that his body contained too many impurities which prevented him from comprehending the Edict of Destruction. From peeking at the Brook brothers as they restored their divine energy, and thanks to Cauldron Spirit purging the impurities from his avatar, Han Shuo managed to grasp some new understanding on how to utilize the Edict of Destruction. On top of the new insights gained from watching the 9th realm mystical Yin Harvester being destroyed, his avatar finally made a breakthrough. Perhaps the only thing that Han Shuo felt disappointed about was that he had yet to truly comprehend the Omen realm. According to the Cauldron Spirit's explanation, demonic cultivators grew by going through bloodshed. It wouldn't be easy to advance by relying purely on secluded cultivation. Besides, half a year's time was nothing but a heartbeat for demonic art cultivators. It came as no surprise to him that he wouldn't be able to gain much progress within that time. During this period of time, using the Calamity Church as his eyes and ears, Han Shuo became aware of the paradigm shift that happened to Profound Continent. Those from the Church of Light and Shrine of Ice had abruptly become well-behaved. They withdrew themselves from the politics and affairs of Profound Continent and relocated to remote and desolate lands. Without the backing of the Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice, Odin Empire and Kasi Empire, against the unstoppable forces of Lancelot Empire, Angela Empire and Brute Merchant Alliance, could only retreat further and further. It was only a matter of time before they surrendered or were completely defeated. The situation on Profound Continent was moving in an ideal path for Han Shuo. That big fat pope of the Calamity Church who recognized the new situation served Han Shuo with all his heart. He did an excellent job helping Han Shuo manage everything about this continent, and for this Han Shuo was very grateful. Han Shuo's women, perhaps long accustomed to him mysteriously going missing, or maybe because Han Shuo had made them promises in advance, although they missed Han Shuo very much, they remained in a rather stable state of mind. Seeing that the Profound Continent was on the right track, Han Shuo could finally feel at ease about this world. After refining the 3 demonic weapons, he headed to the extreme depths of the boundless sea. Following the cauldron spirit's instructions, Han Shuo sank to the extreme depths of the sea and located a region where sharks circled back and forth constantly. After crossing through multiple water vortexes, he arrived at a place of extreme water with incomparably intense yuan energy of water. According to the cauldron spirit, back then, in order to maximize the wonderful functions of the 9th realm mystical yin harvester, Gu Tianxia the exalted demon lord, using his supernatural power that could alter the heavens and earth's law, deployed the 5 largest places of extremes on profound continent. Those 5 places of extremes formed a giant circle around the 9th realm mystical yin harvester previously located at the bottommost layer of the underground world. Their presences were meant to allow the harvester to gather mystical yin aurum more rapidly. The 5 places of extremes deployed using his terrifying energy assembled the yuan energies of 5 attributes on profound continent at an astonishing rate and even formed the extreme treasures of 5 attributes. Among the 5, the fire lotus from the place of extreme fire, the golden cudgel from the place of extreme metal, the earth soul pearl from the place of extreme earth, and the viride leaf from the place of extreme wood had been obtained by Han Shuo. The only remaining treasure that Han Shuo had yet to obtain was the Aquarius jade of the place of extreme water. The penta-elemental undead formation could only unleash its fullest destructive power when all 5 of the elite zombies were in possession of extreme treasures of their respective attributes. Perhaps on the whole of the profound continent, only the cauldron spirit knew of the precise location of the final extreme treasure. With its guidance, Han Shuo easily found the place of extreme water. Of the 5 elite zombies, except for Metal Elite Zombie, all of them had absorbed the energy of godly experts and assimilated divine souls. Based on his observations, Han Shuo reckoned that the 4 were on the verge of becoming gods and they could make a breakthrough at any moment. Cauldron Spirit was very impressed and found Han Shuo's innovative thinking to be admirable when it learned that Han Shuo had amalgamated 2 energies of the 2 universes and produced the 5 elite zombies. It was also curious how the elite zombies would turn out after absorbing the energy of gods in this universe and becoming gods themselves. This is the place of extreme water that nurtures an Aquarius jade. When the exalted demon lord deployed these places of extremes, he surely did not anticipate that the whole thing would take such a long time that these places would have nurtured the extreme treasures of 5 attributes. The cauldron spirit sighed with sorrow after leading Han Shuo to this place. When Han Shuo looked all around him, he thought that he was inside a palace made of sparkling and translucent crystals. All that he saw were water beads whirling and spinning about. These water beads did not mix with the sea water but rolled about disorderly. Han Shuo could sense the intense yuan energy of water within the water beads. He also detected water vortexes that formed layers of boundaries in the perimeter that seemed to completely seal off the place. Without cauldron spirit showing the way, it was very unlikely that Han Shuo would have discovered this place of extreme water in the depths of the boundless sea. Where is the Aquarius jade? Han Shuo asked cauldron spirit in astonishment after looking all around, unable to sense the Aquarius jade. It's in one of those disorderly whirling water beads. You can't detect its location because you don't cultivate in this energy. Cauldron spirit answered. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment and nodded his head. Immediately, he summoned Water Elite Zombie. Father, what is this place? It's wonderful, comfortable, Water Elite Zombie cried out in surprise as soon as he emerged. There is something hidden here that will be very significant to you. Try to find it. Hehe, if you want your own toy just like your brothers, then you better make sure to seize this opportunity well. Han Shuo said smilingly. You might have no way of locating the Aquarius jade, but for him, it's as easy as pie, the cauldron spirit suddenly transmitted. And the fact proved the cauldron spirit's words true. Han Shuo thought that it would take Water Elite Zombie some effort before he could locate the extreme treasure, but he didn't foresee that soon after he arrived from the netherworld, all except for one of those water beads whirling about would suddenly stand stationary. At the next moment, that water bead started rolling towards Water Elite Zombie. This is great. Thank you, Father. Thank you. Water Elite Zombie was elated. He merely stood still on the same ground while that water bead shot rapidly towards him. Then, before Han Chuo's attentive eyes, it disappeared inside Water Elite Zombie's body. After the Aquarius Jade flew into his body, Water Elite Zombie seemed to grow into a giant whirlpool in an instant, producing an intense suction power upon all those stationary water beads that contained intense yuan energy of water. They all started rolling and flowing into Water Elite Zombie. After taking over the Aquarius Jade, he could make use of the treasure to collect these water beads that contained the most yuan energy of water, the Cauldron Spirit explained. "Thank you, Father. What wonderful and pure energy," Water Elite Zombie constantly cheered. After some time, when there were no longer any water beads to be found, the whirlpool on Water Elite Zombie vanished. By now, Han Chuo had collected all 5 extreme treasures on Profound Continent. All 5 of his elite zombies had weapons of their own attributes. This would lay a strong foundation for the strength of the Penta-Elemental Undead formation in the future. "Go back and properly learn your new weapon." Han Chuo smilingly transmitted to Water Elite Zombie and sent him back to Netherworld. Han Chuo then proceeded by flying straight back to the Gourd Island. After entering the Cemetery of Death, he walked to the enormous interplanar transportation matrix and inserted a sufficient amount of magical crystal ores. He then stood on the matrix, fed in the coordinates given by Donna, and energized the interplanar transportation matrix. Elysium, the Plane of Gods, here I come. Chapter 671, Elysium, the Plane of Gods. GDK 671, Elysium, the Plane of Gods. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The distance of an interplanar transmission directly correlated with the amount of energy crystal ores the transmission would consume. The distance between Profound Continent and Elysium must have been unthinkably far. Compared to transmitting from the Abyss Realm to Profound Continent, this journey took a much longer time. Finally, when Han Chuo was about to feel nauseated, he sensed the constant distortion of space-time around him had ceased. The next instant, Han Chuo sensed extremely intense elemental energy of death around him, even more intense than what was found in the netherworld that his consciousness had visited. Han Chuo was greatly surprised and immediately expanded his consciousness. After carefully sensing with his eyes closed, he discovered that the atmosphere wasn't just rich with the element of death, but the 7 other elements were just as intense. Before venturing to this world, Han Chuo had learned from Donna and her experts that among the numerous material planes found in this universe, Elysium was most suitable for gods to cultivate. Han Chuo wasn't completely convinced when he first heard that claim. But now that he had personally sensed the richness and intensity of the elements that filled this world, he couldn't agree more with that statement. His heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. "Oi! Don't hold up the line, hurry up and move," a boorish shout assaulted Han Chuo's ears. Han Chuo was jolted. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that underneath his feet was an interplanar transportation matrix. This interplanar transportation matrix was even more enormous than the one inside the Cemetery of Death. It seemed to be divided into multiple smaller sections, like the one he was standing on. Not far ahead of him was a 3-story high observation deck. There were 3 persons wearing pitch-black armor atop the deck. They each wielded an ink-black pike decorated with an intricate design. When Han Chuo probed with his consciousness, he discovered that all 3 of them were cultivators of the element of darkness with approximately early mid-stage low god strengths. When he looked to the side, he discovered that this facility was in a valley filled with all kinds of grass-like, alien plants. At the center of the valley was the interplanar transportation matrix he was standing on. "Move! Don't hinder others from using the transportation matrix." One of the low gods in black armor on the platform pointed his pike at Han Chuo and scowled. Han Chuo put on a smile and leapt into the air. His body swayed before he could float into the air in a rather awkward manner. After almost stumbling, Han Chuo immediately realized that the gravitational acceleration in this material plane was different from that of Profound Continent. Gravity there was, in fact, 27 times greater than on profound continent. Due to the disparity in gravitational acceleration, Han Shuo had to exhaust more energy than usual when deploying levitational spells using the elemental energy of death. He almost stumbled because he wasn't adapted to the new gravity. But soon enough, Han Shuo managed to adapt to it. He flew from the interplanar transportation matrix at a speed slower than usual. Anyone's flying speed would be affected in such an enormous gravitational field. Han Shuo may have been able to fly around like a fighter jet on profound continent. But on Elysium, he would face difficulty taking into the air. He's a low god of death. Seems to be a newcomer as well. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be using the interplanar transportation matrix over here, that low god of darkness that berated Han Shuo whispered to the other two beside him. After Han Shuo exited from the interplanar transportation matrix, the person shouted with a lower voice, "Head outside and you will find the immigration officer." When Han Shuo gradually expanded his consciousness, he came to discover the incredible vastness of the valley. There were gods of varied strengths distributed in different regions. Following that low god's instructions, Han Shuo walked straight to the exit. It didn't take long before he found several large and tall structures around him. In front of one of the buildings was an old man sitting behind a black wooden desk. He seemed to be preoccupied as he asked without even raising his head, "New here?" "Yes." The old man raised his pallid face topped with messy hair to take a quick glance at Han Shuo before he indifferently asked, "Do you have a divine tablet?" "No, I don't. I intend to get one," Han Shuo smiled. He could tell that this old man was a late-stage low god cultivating in the elemental energy of death. The divine tablet was like a passport on Elysium. Every being on Elysium, as long as they were gods, would have a divine tablet. If one were to venture through Elysium without a divine tablet, not only would they be denied entry to most regions if one unfortunately perished, there would be no easy way to identify one's body. Before coming to the Elysium, Han Shuo had learned general knowledge of this aspect from Donna and the others. He knew that those who first came to Elysium could get their divine tablets on site. However, this service was not complimentary. Crystal coins were the only acceptable currency. "Oh? You are aware of the procedure? Well, 80 blue crystal coins then. I will handle it for you." The old man smiled sinisterly and extended his hand to demand from Han Shuo. As with Elysium, in most high-level material planes and places where gods were commonly found, the currency in circulation was not gold coins, but crystal coins. For gods, gold was just a common metal. It didn't contain any energy and wasn't all that valuable. Crystal coins were a form of currency made by purifying energy ores. Every piece of crystal coin contained a certain amount of energy. This energy could be used for energizing interplanar transportation matrices, smelting divine weapons, and deploy all kinds of mysterious boundaries and seals. In short, they were very useful and had a vast range of practical uses. However, the energy in crystal coins could not be absorbed by gods to form divine energy. Crystals that could be absorbed by gods were called divine essence, which was far rarer. Back in the void, Han Shuo had only come by a few pieces of them. He had long used up all the divine essence of death that he could absorb. Although gods were unequipped to absorb the energy in crystal coins, as they had a wide range of application, it was easy to find use for them. Therefore it became the currency in circulation among the gods. Just like the gold coin system on Profound Continent, crystal coins were divided into grades, namely, blue, purple, and black. The energy in one piece of purple crystal coin was equivalent to 100 blue crystal coins, while one black crystal coin contained the same energy as 100 purple crystal coins. 80 pieces. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he asked in an unconvinced voice, "I remember from the rules that it's 50 pieces." The old man's eyes flickered. He coldly groaned and replied, "It used to be 50 pieces, but that was long ago. Now it's 80 pieces. If you don't have enough crystal coins, do a few years of mining in this valley. You can get the divine tablet done and leave this valley when you have earned enough crystal coins. Han Shuo immediately understood when he saw that split-second flickering of that old man's eyes. Donna and her experts were definitely not misinformed about the fee for a divine tablet. This old man only asked for 80 blue crystal coins because he was trying to defraud Han Shuo just because he was a newcomer. Most gods who arrived at high-level material planes such as Elysium for the first time, due to lack of experience, unfamiliarity to the foreign land, or perhaps obliviousness to the existence of crystal coins, had to take out any valuables they may carry in exchange for sufficient crystal coins. If one did not carry sufficient valuables, the only option left was to stay in the valley and work as a miner to gather enough crystal coins for a divine tablet. Certainly, this old man wouldn't dare con gods with the backing of large family clans. He would only target newcomers such as Han Shuo. Are you sure it's 80 blue crystal coins? Han Shuo put on a faint smile and sought reconfirmation. Han Shuo didn't lack those 30 blue crystal coins. Before leaving, Donna and her experts had provided Han Shuo with several purple crystal coins each. Besides, after breaking into Kaiser and Ericsson's space rings with the Cauldron Spirit, Han Shuo had obtained 3 divine weapons as well as several hundred purple crystal coins. Those 30 additional blue crystal coins was a negligible amount for him. However, Han Shuo was very unhappy to find that someone would try to swindle him right after he arrived at Elysium. 80 blue crystal coins. Not a piece short, the old man got rather impatient. He thought, you are just a newcomer with no backing. You are such a fool to dawdle with me. Kark. Kark. Suddenly, a young man covered in cuts and bruises staggered towards Han Shuo. He was barely conscious and would cough out a mouthful of blood every few steps. He seemed to be severely injured. There was an obvious aura of destruction on his body. The silvery hair of the young man was scorched and his blue eyes were powerless. After limping to the table with great difficulty, he immediately murmured in his weak voice, "I want a divine tablet. 80 blue crystal coins." Not a piece short, the old man shot a glance at the young man and said mechanically, "Whatever that was, I'll buy it on credit. I will come back to repay you when I have the money," the young man said powerlessly. "Buy on credit?" As though he had heard the joke of the year, the old man burst into laughter. "Youngster, I assume you were hunted by someone and only managed to escape to this place with great difficulty? It seems that you definitely are heavily injured. Did your brain get beaten out as well? There never was any precedent of buying on credit in this place. I can buy on credit at anywhere else. Why can't I do so here?" Although the young man was weak, he nonetheless remained overbearing in his speech. The aura of destruction on him grew more and more intense as though it would explode at any moment. "Kid, this is Elysium. You may be a respectable individual on low-level material planes. But when you arrive at Elysium, you better know your place. I have seen people like you a lot. You are accustomed to being domineering and take offense at having to readjust your temper. But that's okay, we specialize in wearing down bad tempers," the old man said with an eerie smile. He shot glances at Han Shuo with his cold eyes ever so often as he spoke, as though those words were meant for Han Shuo as well. The old man cleared his throat and suddenly made a loud and long whistle. 10 or so gods wearing ink-black armor and wielding pikes with delicate decorative patterns suddenly stormed out from the surrounding buildings. The one taking the lead was an early-stage mid-god with a grave and stern expression. Upon arriving, he shot a glance at the 3 and said sternly, "Who is making trouble?" "Hee, this one wants to buy on credit," the old man scoffed. Upon hearing those words, while the one leading remained grave and stern, all other divine guards began to cackle. Chapter 672, Friend, wanna get filthy rich? GDK 672, Friend, wanna get filthy rich? Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. When the tens of low gods of varied strengths and that mid-stage high god divine guard arrived, an austere and desolate aura instantly filled the area. That grave and stern divine guard who took the lead was especially frightening. Even though he did not unleash his domain of divinity or demonstrate his wrath, just the act of furrowing his brows was enough to intimidate even the toughest of men. Han Shuo's unfolded consciousness discovered that it wasn't just the tens of divine guards who came out following that old man's loud whistle. There were males and females of both young and old that walked out from several other buildings. Some of them were low gods, some were base gods, while a few of them were merely demigods. After taking a few glances around, Han Shuo concluded that those people had arrived from other material planes just recently. They were inside other buildings and came to watch when they heard the noises. What's wrong with buying on credit? Never seen that before, out of Han Shuo's expectations, even when confronted against such a formidable group of experts, the young man, only a mid-stage low god, even covered in cuts and bruises, did not back down in fear. On the contrary, there was a murderous look in his eyes like he wanted to fight to his death. The old man shook his head and sighed. He feigned pity as he said, "What a pitiful fella. His brain really has been beaten out of his skull." "Seize him," that leading divine guard said coldly and gestured with his hand. The two low gods standing behind him dashed forward like lightning bolts. Dark radiances gushed out from the pikes in their hands. The blue eyes of that young man who wanted to buy on credit were suddenly filled with madness as he shouted loudly like an infuriated beast. The energy of destruction burst out from his body as he charged at the divine guards coming to apprehend him. He ran wild. Han Shuo found people with this kind of zeal and fearlessness in the face of death to be very admirable. But unfortunately, as this person was very severely injured, exerting so much power under such conditions would only cause his injuries to worsen. Suddenly, midway forward, that young man stumbled and fell to the ground. Just like that, he was unconscious. Gods were not invulnerable to injuries. Given the injuries he sustained, it was already incredible that he was still able to walk. And now, to suddenly exert himself, it would be a wonder if he didn't collapse. The two divine guards, who were about to punish the young man as a lesson to the observing crowd, stared blankly when the young man unexpectedly passed out. They turned their gazes to that mid-god, seeking for his instruction. "Seize him. Those who are not well behaved must be locked up and given a lesson on the rules," the leading divine guard coldly groaned. The two divine guards who heard the command did not show a bit of hesitation. They walked straight up to that collapsed young man, pulled him up and dragged him away. "Hold on!" Han Shuo yelled. The two divine guards were startled yet again and their gazes turned to back their commander. Their commander, however, did not utter a word, simply gazing at Han Shuo with his cold eyes, as though waiting for Han Shuo's explanation. "You must be the local chief of divine guards, Lord Dolores." Han Shuo smiled and asked in an urbane manner. The chief was astonished. It was only now that he started sizing Han Shuo up carefully and asked, "Aren't you a newcomer? How did you know my name?" "Elder sister Donna mentioned to me that if I ran into any trouble over here, I could look for you for help," Han Shuo said unhurriedly. Dolores' expression softened as soon as Han Shuo mentioned Donna. He asked, "What's your name? Where did you come from?" "Brian, of Profound Continent." Han Shuo answered smilingly. Before coming over, Donna had told him that Dolores was a younger generation of her family clan who was assigned to this place to be tempered and gain experiences. She also told Han Shuo that she would notify Dolores in advance and he would have nothing to worry about. After hearing Han Shuo's answer, Dolores nodded his head. It appeared that Donna definitely did notify him about Han Shuo. To proceed, Dolores looked all around him and coldly instructed, "Those who have nothing to do here, dismiss." The crowd who gathered all around to watch the drama rapidly dispersed. A few moments later, those who remained were the divine guards, that old man in charge of processing divine tablets, Han Shuo, and that blacked-out young man. "My elder cousin told me about you. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I will help you with everything within my means," Dolores said to Han Shuo after the spectators dispersed. That fella is quite courageous. If you could avoid making things difficult for him, please do so. Han Shuo proposed to Dolores in an appropriate manner while pointing at that young edict of destruction cultivator on the ground. That young man's behavior of recklessly charging ahead even though the odds were completely against him had rather impressed Han Shuo. No worries. Dolores put on a rather strange expression as though he couldn't understand why Han Shuo would plead leniency for this random newcomer who didn't know how to follow the rules. But as Donna had instructed him to assist Han Shuo and such a matter was less than trivial, he casually agreed to the request. Han Shuo put on a smile, pointed at the old man, and asked, "There's one more thing, I heard from elder sister Donna that getting a divine tablet done takes only 50 blue crystal coins. But why is it that he's asking 80 pieces from me? I didn't know that you were on the same side. My apologies." "My apologies," the old man bowed and apologized humbly. His attitude was in complete reverse. However, when Han Shuo looked at him carefully, he noticed that the old man did not reveal a trace of fear. About this, different people get different prices. For some reason, Dolores' grave and stern face appeared somewhat awkward. Soon after, he shot a glare at that old man and instructed, "Jeff, exempt the processing fees for his divine tablet." "Yes. Yes," that old man called Jeff hastily agreed. However, he did not appear nervous at all. Meanwhile, the divine guards beside Dolores all had strange expressions. A few of them were even secretly laughing. Han Shuo had clearly taken in the expressions of each and every one around him. He finally understood what was going on. Dolores had to be the mastermind of the scam. Otherwise, that old man would have shown at least a trace of fear. This also explained why after Han Shuo uttered those words, Dolores appeared even more awkward than Jeff. "No need for an exemption. It's just 50 blue crystal coins. I can afford it." After having figured it out, Han Shuo did not show any intention of delving further into it. He withdrew one purple crystal coin and passed it to Jeff. He then pointed at that young man collapsed on the ground and said, "One piece of purple crystal coin. I'm also paying for that guy's divine plate." Jeff did not immediately accept the purple crystal coin. He secretly looked towards Dolores as though asking him for instruction. It was only when he saw Dolores nod that he accepted the coin and answered affirmatively. "After your divine tablet is complete, you may head north. After traveling for approximately half a month, you will arrive at the City of Shadows. The City of Shadows is one of the 7 major cities of the Domain of Darkness. Our House of Labors is in the City of Shadows. If no unexpected business pops up, my elder cousin will be in the city. Make sure to look for her when you arrive at the City of Shadows. She will help you settle down." After hinting at Jeff, Dolores thought for a moment and said to Han Shuo. Han Shuo nodded after hearing Dolores' words. "Ease up. As the local chief of Divine Guards, I'm rather influential in this valley. You may leave once your divine tablet is done. No one will give you any sort of trouble." Dolores continued. "Thanks a lot." Han Shuo knew that those newcomers who arrived at this valley would be defrauded and harassed. Without crystal coins, those who wished to obtain a divine tablet would have to serve in the mine inside a valley for a few years. Even those who came from mid and high-level material planes who might be in possession of crystal coins would be confronted with all kinds of trickeries until a portion of their possessions were squeezed out. Han Shuo was very fortunate that Donna had given Dolores instructions in advance. Otherwise, it would have been almost impossible for him to leave the valley, especially with such ease. Finally, before he left, Dolores said to Han Shuo, "If you face any issues within the valley, just look for me. I will help you resolve everything that is within my means." Dolores led his men away. As Dolores and his group left, the old Jeff bowed and respectfully invited Han Shuo into the building. He said, "Please come inside. I will complete your divine tablet as soon as possible." "Haha, why didn't you tell me you were acquainted with Lord Dolores? If I had known earlier that you were one of us, we could have avoided all the misunderstandings." I was about to tell you, but that fella beaten black and blue popped out of nowhere. I wasn't able to do so in time. Han Shuo smiled insincerely and feigned civility with Jeff. Han Shuo understood that a character like Jeff was hard to deal with, and it would be very hard to guard against any trickeries that this old and cunning fella might do behind his back. As Han Shuo was just off the boat and unwilling to bicker with him, he merely played along instead of mocking him. The procedure for obtaining a divine tablet required a test of the applicant's realm, the applicant's origins, and a series of complicated procedures. However, with Jeff's cordial assistance, Han Shuo completed the procedures very soon and made off with his divine tablet. That young man that lost consciousness was also woken up by Jeff. When he woke up, although muddle-headed, he still intended on putting up a fight. But when he heard Jeff say that he would help him get a divine tablet, he quickly calmed down. Akeley. Mid-stage low god of destruction. Originating from Blue Ocean continent. Han Shuo learned some information about him when they were in the process of getting a divine tablet. Akeley, this is your divine tablet. Keep it well and don't lose it by any means. No matter where you go, a divine tablet is your identification. Without one, you will find yourself in a ton of headache. Jeff warned when he handed the divine tablet to Akeley. PFF, I don't need your reminder. I will pay you back when I have the money. Akeley took his divine tablet impatiently. It appeared that he was still oblivious that Han Shuo had paid for him. No need for that. He paid the crystal coins for you and even plead leniency for you. Otherwise, you would be locked up by now. Jeff lightly groaned and said. If it wasn't for Han Shuo, perhaps Akeley wouldn't have been able to enter the building. Akeley was stunned after hearing Jeff's words and started sizing Han Shuo up carefully. After a long while, he mumbled, "What a coincidence, I'm lacking an assistant." Akeley's eyes shone brightly as he gazed at Han Shuo. He asked excitedly, "Friend, wanna get filthy rich?" "Not interested." Han Shuo replied succinctly. I know that my appearance now doesn't look very convincing, but I know a place where we can get very rich. It's true. I'm short of an assistant. I'm now officially inviting you to join me. Chapter 673, Divine Essence Mine. GDK 673, Divine Essence Mine. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Not interested. Han Shuo declined without wasting another moment. That wretched appearance of Akeley's had made Han Shuo very skeptical that Akeley could show him a path to riches. Besides, unlike Akeley, Han Shuo was in no shortage of money. I'm dead serious. You do know that it's very difficult to get by on Elysium without an abundance of crystal coins, right? Akeley tried to persuade Han Shuo. I recommend that you put it off until you have recuperated from your injuries. About that matter you propose, thanks, but I really am not interested, Han Shuo shrugged and smiled. As Akeley had just woken from a brief coma, he wasn't in a stable state of mind. Jeff, who was in charge of handling their divine tablets, was unwelcoming towards Akeley and hasted him on leaving the premise, lest that the wounds on Akeley sully his place. Akeley didn't bother staying and dragged himself out while cursing and swearing. He did not seem to mind that his body was in a terrible state and did not immediately seek a safe location to heal from his injuries. Instead, he waited outside at the front door. I truly couldn't figure, how could a person be as obnoxious as he is? Jeff remarked scornfully while shaking his head. He then turned to Han Shuo. Brian, I would advise you to cease contact with him. Otherwise, given his temper, he will encumber you sooner or later. I'll take note of that. All right, thank you. Goodbye. Although Han Shuo did not hold a favorable impression towards Jeff, he did not hold much hostility either. A character like Jeff could be found almost everywhere in the universe. Besides, as Jeff did not truly jeopardize Han Shuo's interest and he had given his humble apology, Han Shuo was not motivated to bicker with him. You are most welcome. I've merely been doing my duty of carrying out Lord Dolores' orders. Jeff did not forget to flatter Dolores in front of Han Shuo. Han Shuo did not engage in any further conversation with Jeff and walked out from the premise with the intention of leaving the valley right away for the City of Shadows. He smilingly nodded at Akeley when he walked past him at the front door. Wait! Akeley shouted with his weak voice when he saw that Han Shuo was leaving. Han Shuo creased his brows as he really was getting somewhat annoyed. I have said that I'm not interested. Besides, the injuries to your body are very severe. It will affect your development in the future if you do not treat them soon. From how I see it, you better forget about your mega project for the time being and properly treat your injuries. Let me show you something. If you remain uninterested after seeing it, I will not bother you anymore. What say you? Akeley took a few effortful deep breaths before saying to Han Shuo in a solemn manner. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo nodded and said, Fine. Let's have a look at it. I hope it will be as convincing as you expect. Can we go to somewhere with more privacy? Akeley glanced all around and felt that it wasn't quite safe to reveal his secret object at the location. Han Shuo expanded his consciousness and immediately found a rather secluded spot near a waterfall some distance away. Please carry me along. I really can't move. Akeley put on an awkward smile and asked. Han Shuo wasted not a word. He walked over to Akeley, picked him up, rose him into the air with a levitation spell, and flew to that waterfall. This journey took Han Shuo half an hour. He had taken so much time because of the very high gravitational acceleration on Elysium, having to fly using the energy of his avatar of death, and having to carry Akeley on his back. When they finally arrived at the waterfall, Han Shuo put Akeley down. He vigilantly observed all around him before he carefully took out an ancient scroll from his chest. He handed the scroll to Han Shuo and explained, I obtained this from a place on my home world. Because I'm in possession of it, I was hunted for a long time until I escaped here using an interplanar transportation matrix. Be very gentle with it. After hearing those words, Han Shuo got a little intrigued. It was obvious from the excessive yellowing that the scroll was exceedingly ancient. The characters inscribed on them resembled earthworms. There were also several fuzzy drawings on it. However, Han Shuo couldn't understand a thing. So? Piqued your interest, have I? Akeley asked excitedly in a big smile. What language is this? I have never seen anything like this, Han Shuo said while looking at Akeley. He was thinking, you aren't trying to scam me, are you? It's Voinoscript, one of the earliest languages. Ancient gods commonly use this in speaking and writing. Don't you recognize it? Akeley put on an expression as though he had suffered a major blow. While looking at Han Shuo with rather strange gazes, he asked, how could you not be familiar with Voinoscript? Have you come from an even lower level material plane? That's correct. I hail from a very low level material plane and know nothing about whatever ancient language this is, Han Shuo calmly admitted. After thinking for a bit, he continued, all right, why don't you tell me about what is written on this thing? It describes a divine essence mine. In case you don't know what divine essence is, they are crystals containing energy that can be directly absorbed to form divine energy. They are extremely valuable in every material plane and they can only be found in very few places. This scroll suggests there exists a small divine essence mine. Akeley reported excitedly. Han Shuo's eyes opened wide. He was instantly tempted. Back then, Han Shuo had discovered 3 pieces of those miraculous crystals back at the void of the Abyss realm. Those divine essences of death allowed Han Shuo's avatar of death to greatly advance in divine energy. His speedy advancement to the mid-stage low god realm was mostly thanks to the boost from those 3 pieces of divine essences. Han Shuo had long been aware of the fact that divine essences were a rare commodity. In any material plane where gods were commonly found, there were items that everyone would vigorously seek to procure. Many of the big family clans would spare none of their financial resources to acquire divine essences as to allow members of their family clan to rapidly improve in strength. Discovery of high-purity divine essences mines would more often than not lead to bloody battles between large family clans. Are you certain that it's a divine essence mine? Han Shuo asked in a deep voice. I'm sure that the words written on the scroll cannot be wrong. The original owner of the scroll discovered that divine essence mine, but he was dispatched to my blue ocean continent before he could take possession of it. He had unfortunately suffered serious injuries while carrying out his mission at my home world and wrote this scroll right before his death, describing the location of the divine essence mine, Akeley explained. It must have been ages ago. Perhaps that divine essence mine was long discovered by others and all of its crystals have been extracted. It was obvious from the scroll that it was ancient. Anything could have happened during the long years that had passed. That is indeed possible. Akeley nodded in agreement before he continued, but based on what is described on the scroll, that place is very remote. The one who wrote this had only stumbled upon the mine by mere chance and mentioned that it was very possible that it may have otherwise remained undiscovered. Therefore I think that it's worth surveying it. Who knows, it could thus far remain unexplored. A divine essence mine could induce a carnage of blood on the plane of gods. They were valuable beyond measure. As Han Shuo was fresh off the boat and did not have any particularly urgent matters to attend to, seeing that Akeley appeared serious and rather confident about the matter, he said, "Fine then. I will go there with you. I don't have anything of importance to do anyway. About that divine essence mine, let me remind you that only I alone know of the way of entering the place. If you decide to kill me halfway through the journey, you will have no way of finding it." Akeley hastily cautioned Han Shuo. "Thanks for the reminder. I reckon that when we are at the divine essence mine, your injuries will be mostly healed. And by then you will not need to worry about any potential backstabbing from my end." Han Shuo asked, giggling. He surmised that this was Akeley's intention. "That's correct. If there is no divine essence mine, then we will say goodbye. If there really is one, I'll take 60% and you will have the rest. What say you?" Akeley put forward his terms as soon as Han Shuo agreed to join him. He seemed to have thought about this long ago and was very quick with his words. Akeley was the one who discovered the scroll and therefore the divine essence mine. His method of dividing the prize could be considered generous. Therefore, Han Shuo nodded and said, "Let's do it." "Good. But first, I must stabilize my injuries. Please look after me during this period. When I have stabilized my condition, we will set off immediately." Akeley suddenly became relaxed when Han Shuo agreed to it. "I'm not good at taking care of others. You look after yourself." Han Shuo creased his brows and said. "I'm not asking you to serve me, you just need to ensure my safety. I'm afraid that my foes from Blue Ocean continent will have chased me all the way here." Akeley forced a smile and said. "I'll try my best." Han Shuo thought for a moment before he replied. He didn't know how formidable Akeley's enemies were. Akeley ought to have come from a material plane where gods were commonplace. If those godly experts that pursued Akeley were too much for Han Shuo to handle, he was willing to abandon Akeley. He would always choose to preserve his life over a divine essence mine. "Don't worry, none of those who pursue me could take our lives. Humph, if I weren't outnumbered, I would have killed them all," Akeley assured Han Shuo. Han Shuo nodded calmly, but he wasn't completely convinced of those words. Akeley was a mid-stage low god who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction, and yet, he received such enormous injuries and had to flee to Elysium from the Blue Ocean continent. This had amply demonstrated that those who were hunting him could not be taken as lightly as he described. "This place is reasonably quiet. I will attend to my injuries and stabilize my conditions right here." Akeley jumped into the pond under the waterfall to wash off the bloodstains on him. "Here, swallow this. It will help stabilize your injuries." Han Shuo casually threw Akeley a pellet of rejuvenation. Before making his way to Elysium, Han Shuo had refined some medicinal pellets for personal use during a time of need. He had a ton of these pellet of rejuvenation for stabilizing injuries. What is this stuff? Smells pretty good. Akeley, whose body was half submerged into the pool, asked puzzlingly while pinching the medicinal pellet Han Chuo passed to him. It's a medicine. Happens to be suitable for your condition. Swallow it and you will feel its effect. Han Chuo answered casually. Akeley wasn't afraid that Han Chuo would cause him harm and swallowed the pellet right after hearing Han Chuo's reply. He proceeded to wash the wounds on his body. He did not notice anything at first, but a short moment later, Akeley let out a soft cry of surprise. He looked at Han Chuo in astonishment and asked, "What is this medicine that you fed me? It's taken effect almost immediately. The bleeding has completely stopped and I feel much better already. Seriously, what medicine is this and where can I buy it? If I had this earlier, perhaps I wouldn't be in such a horrible state." Akeley was obviously astonished by the effectiveness of the pellet of rejuvenation as he clicked his tongue in wonder. "It's not for sale. An old pharmacist friend of mine specially made it for me," Han Chuo replied. It was he himself who had personally refined the pellet of rejuvenation and he knew the effects it had. It was in fact within his expectations to see Akeley react with such amazement. All right. You better stop talking and stabilize your injuries. Now is the best opportunity for you to recover your divine energy. Don't waste my medicine," Han Chuo said impatiently when Akeley again opened his mouth to speak. After hearing Han Chuo's beratement, Akeley finally turned quiet. He wasted not another word and quieted down in the pool. Multiple small vortices formed around Akeley. Those small vortices rotated around him in rhythmic trajectories. Han Chuo stood above the pond and carefully observed the anomaly surrounding Akeley. He could tell that Akeley was using a trajectory of the Edict of Destruction to stabilize his injuries. There were all kind of different methods of using the Edict of Destruction. This method that Akeley utilized was obviously different from the method used by the Brook brothers. After looking for a long while secretly probing Akeley using his consciousness and analyzing it using his powerful consciousness, he tried to circulate the divine energy of his avatar inside his body. His avatar of destruction was sitting inside the cauldron of myriad demon. With one thought, several vortices formed around his avatar and revolved rhythmically. They were moving in trajectories identical to the water vortices around Akeley. Han Chuo was trying to comprehend the brilliance of this method of using the Edict of Destruction. However, before Han Chuo could learn anything, he suddenly sensed several people flying from which valley they came. "Akeley is here, I can sense him." Truly did not expect that he would dare run to Elysium. "We must hurry. Otherwise, if this information was to be known to experts on Elysium, none of us will need to think about getting the rewards." An unsophisticated voice sounded from the direction. Although the being had lowered his voice, by utilizing cauldron spirit's energy, it nonetheless remained audible to Han Chuo. "Ugh, this guy is trouble. There are people catching up to him already. It appears that this divine essence mine will not come to us easily." Han Chuo sensed that the enemy party comprised of a late-stage low god of destruction and 2 mid-stage low gods of darkness. Although Han Chuo could obstruct them, though Dolores, doing so might expose the information about that divine essence mine. After thinking for a while, ignoring that Akeley was in the midst of recovery, Han Chuo grabbed him and started flying away from the valley. Chapter 674, God Hunter. God Hunter. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. GDK 674, God Hunter. Oi! What do you think you're doing? Akeley was being dragged by his collar, struggling in midair. He seemed to be mortified. "Those foes of yours have arrived. I'm taking you away from them. If we remain here, we will be discovered," Han Chuo reasoned. "So soon? Damn it, they actually chased all the way to Elysium." Akeley cursed. He stopped struggling when he heard that his enemies had come. Han Chuo's flying speed increased substantially after Akeley calmed himself down. He traveled towards remote regions where an unbroken chain of uninhibited mountains was found. There wasn't another soul they could run into. After flying several hundred miles, Han Chuo casually threw Akli onto the top of a barren hill and said, "We should have shaken them off. You continue to rest." Akli had not put his recovery on hold while being dragged in the air by Han Chuo. Thanks to the efficacy of the pellet of rejuvenation, the wounds on his body had started to form scabs. Even his face regained a slight bit of a healthy shade of red. The pellet of rejuvenation was very beneficial for healing injuries. Akli, as a god cultivating in the Edict of Destruction, possessed a divine body that could soak up the benefits of a pellet of rejuvenation to the fullest. Hence, his condition had vastly improved within a short period of time. You be careful as well and make use of this opportunity to regain some energy. Keep yourself at your most optimal state. Although this is the first time I've come to Elysium, I believe that this world isn't all that peaceful either. If we were to run into anything unexpected, we would have the best chance of survival if we are at our bests. Akli suggested to Han Chuo as he sat down of the barren hill. After having experienced countless great battles where the difference between life and death was only a hair's breadth apart, Han Chuo had long formed this good habit. The moment that he touched down, his avatar of death flew into the cauldron of myriad demon and immediately started to rest. With the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Chuo's two avatars could sink into cultivation at any time. At present, both of his avatars were placed inside the cauldron of myriad demon and they would be sent to Han Chuo's demonic infant when Han Chuo needed to use their energies. After giving that advice, Akli immediately resumed his recovery and paid no attention to Han Chuo. While Han Chuo's avatars cultivated inside the cauldron of myriad demon, he stared blankly into the distance, pondering about his future. Compared to Profound Continent, Elysium wasn't just bigger, but the relationships and politics were even more tangled and complicated. The 12 overgods had divided the infinitely wide Elysium into 12 dominions, one for each overgod. Naturally, no overgod would let opposing forces into their dominions. Any trespasser discovered would be mercilessly executed. Gods who cultivated in the energy of death, destruction, and darkness were strictly prohibited from entering the dominions under the overgods of life and light, and vice versa. The dominions of earth, fire, wind, water, and thunder belonged in rather unstable neutrality. There would often be a mixture of gods cultivating in various energies, along with a minority of godly cultivators of the energy of death, destruction, and darkness found in the dominions. Those gods would usually reside around regions with special characteristics. For example, if a region had particularly intense elements of death and darkness, it would attract gods that cultivated in those energies to live there. The dominions under the overgod of destiny and space allowed entry to all gods. The two overgods were basically permanently neutral. They had never participated or took sides in any of the fierce conflicts on Elysium. The 12 overgods were divided into several factions. The overgod of light and life were a gang. The overgods of earth, fire, wind, water, and thunder could be said as being in one band, but they were the least cohesive faction and the most unstable. For example, in recent years, the overgod of water had been growing closer to the overgod of light and was slowing drifting away from that band. The overgods of death, destruction, and darkness too had formed an alliance, the product of which was the Calamity Church. The overgod of darkness had only ganged up with the overgods of death and destruction in recent years. Those in the camp had severely threatened the interests of the overgods of life and light for advancing on their own. It was practically impossible for the two camps to interact peacefully. Most wars on Elysium involved these two camps. The overgod of space, as well as most cultivators of the Edict of Space, wandered all about the universe. They were the most dispersed gods around Elysium and were almost always neutral towards belligerents. As they were the only people who could deploy interplanar transportation matrices, practically no forces would give them any kind of trouble. The overgod of destiny was the most mysterious and usually paid no heed to worldly affairs. No matter if the powerhouses were clashing with each other, or if the whole material plane was on fire, the overgod of destiny wouldn't show concern by the slightest. However, when the fight escalated to the point where one faction would not stop until the other perished, the overgod of destiny would emerge as the conflict resolver. More often than not, those factions would comply with the opinion of the overgod of destiny and reconcile, reaching a truce and perhaps even cease the conflict altogether. The reason that all the forces would listen to the overgod of destiny was it was said that the overgod of destiny was the spokesperson for the creator. Its words reflected the wishes of the creator. Han Chuo had learned of this information through all sorts of channels before coming to Elysium. In this world where all kinds of powerhouses could be found and all sorts of family clans dominated the expansive land, without understanding the disputes and the bigger picture, standing with the wrong faction could mean one's doom. Due to the enmity he had with the Church of Light and Shrine of Ice, it was basically impossible for Han Chuo to remain neutral. He was a nobody with no authority and no influence on Elysium, wanting to ensure his own safety, so he chose to stand in the Calamity Church camp. That was the only sensible act. Although Han Chuo had long wished of visiting this material plane, now when he truly stood on the soil of Elysium, he felt rather lost about his future. He had no idea where he would stand on this high-level material plane where mighty godly experts could be found at every turn or where he would go. You must constantly fight and continue to grow stronger. A demonic arts cultivator is never afraid of challenges, they look forward to them. When you become just as mighty as the exalted demon lord, you may go anywhere you want. You could even return to your home world. As though it sensed Han Chuo's insecurities about the future, Cauldron Spirit suddenly started communicating with Han Chuo's consciousness. When I truly reach that stage, everything at my home world will have completely changed. Everyone I knew would have died of old age. When Han Chuo thought of Earth, he was reminded of his parents. His heart suddenly ached with sorrow. The Cauldron Spirit turned silent. After a long while, when Han Chuo was still immersed in heartache, the Cauldron Spirit suddenly transmitted, "There are people approaching. Decent strength. Do you wish to flee?" Han Chuo immediately came to his senses. After casting all the jumbled thoughts off his mind, he instructed, "Dispatch a mystical demon. I will decide after determining the situation." "All right." The Cauldron Spirit sent a formless, incorporeal mystical demon flying towards the approaching party. The mystical demons refined by the Cauldron Spirit were made from low-god or mid-god souls. Han Chuo had long experienced the might of the mystical demons and knew that the ones Cauldron Spirit refined were much more valiant than the spirit demons he meticulously refined. The incorporeal mystical demons had practically no life signature when they weren't attacking. Without extremely mighty strength, it would be nearly impossible to detect the presences of the mystical demons. A mystical demon rapidly flew towards its destination. Being immaterial, the mystical demon wasn't affected by gravity and could fly at high speed. The mystical demon took just a few moments to reach its target. It saw an eerie-looking old woman with grey hair and a body that appeared no different from a dried corpse. She was laughing sinisterly in a low voice while weaving death rays and launching them in all directions. Ahead of the old woman was a group of 5. They looked terrified and were fleeing in 5 different directions. The old woman cultivated in the elemental energy of death. She appeared to be a mid-god. All 5 of those fleeing in disarray were low-gods. There were 3 males and 2 females. 2 of them cultivated in the element of death, another 2 in the element of darkness, while 1 more in the edict of destruction. Run towards the valley. There is an interplanar transportation facility over there with proper divine guards. As long as we reach the valley, this god hunter will surely retreat, a woman that cultivated in the element of darkness shouted to the 2 middle-aged men who cultivated in the element of death. A god hunter? Han Chuo was shocked. He did not expect to run into a notorious god hunter so soon after he arrived at the Elysium. A so-called god hunter was a god who would hunt and kill other gods cultivating in the same energy in order to raise their own divine energy. A god could absorb the divine energy of another god as long as both of them cultivated in the same elemental energy or edictal force. Those who were tired of long and endless cultivation or too lazy to travel to lower-level material planes to gather the power of faith would usually sneak up in some remote countryside to hunt for other gods of weaker strengths cultivating in the same energy and absorb their divine energy to rapidly raise their own. No matter in any over-god domains, god hunters were despised and heavily cracked down upon. There would be a department of divine guards specially tasked with hunting the god hunters in each of the 12 dominions. Once caught, they would be killed on the spot without trial. In most circumstances, god hunters did not hunt in cities or towns where powerful gods were present. They would usually choose to strike in sparsely populated regions where divine guards would have difficulty attending to. They preferred to set their hands on weaker gods traveling alone. These types of existences were willing to take enormous risks to quench their greed and thirst for divine energy. Many of those who were new to Elysium might be finished off by a god hunter before they could truly experience the wonders of this world. Although there would be divine guards tasked with cracking down on this bunch of lunatics, the divine guards were limited in strength and number. They could never completely put an end to the existence of god hunters. Before coming to Elysium, Donna had repeatedly stressed and cautioned Han Chuo about the god hunters. She once mentioned that some of those god hunters possessed extremely valiant power. There were even god hunters that were high-level members of some influential family clans. They would remain to be well regarded by the public as long as they did not get caught. The greed and thirst for divine energy, in the right circumstances, could turn a normal person into a deranged god hunter. Even one's closest friend could become the next god hunter if one were severely injured. While these pieces of information flew through Han Chuo's brain, before he could carefully ponder about it, his face froze. He discovered that for whatever reason, one of the cultivators of the element of death was fleeing towards him while that eerie and sinister old woman pursued. Chapter 675, There are no doors to hell, you just have to barge into it. GDK 675, There are no doors to hell, you just have to barge into it. Please continue reading on. Ox. Vel. Fuck. How could I be so unlucky? Han Chuo cursed lowly. He had just escaped from the bunch that came from Blue Ocean continent hunting for Akeley and did not even have proper rest before he had to flee from yet another threat. This aggravated Han Chuo very much. That person cultivating in the elemental energy of death fleeing towards Han Chuo saw him from a distance and hastily cried out for help, "Save me! There's a god hunter! You're nuts!" Han Chuo muttered to himself. Without paying any attention to the person fleeing towards him, he grabbed Akeley and started flying away. Oh! Another little lamb cultivating in the energy of death. I'm in luck today, that god hunter giggled with her chilling and eerie voice. Stupid! Don't run towards me! Escape in another direction. When that man trying to escape saw that Han Chuo could fly so nimbly even while carrying a person, he immediately thought of Han Chuo as an expert who could save his life and therefore kept on following Han Chuo. This infuriated Han Chuo and made him rain curses on the person. "Save me, I will give you all the crystal coins I have," the person cried out again. "I can't save my own life, let alone yours," Han Chuo shouted. He yet again accelerated his flying speed and even secretly utilized a small amount of demonic yuan. "Brian, what's wrong now?" the muddle-headed Akeley asked in a rather annoyed voice. "We ran into a god hunter. She's a mid-god cultivating in the elemental energy of death. This is going to be troublesome," Han Chuo replied. Akeley's eyes sprung wide when Han Chuo uttered the word god hunter. Just as Han Chuo had expected, Akeley didn't seem to know how to spell the word death and immediately suggested to Han Chuo, "Then let's fight her to her death. There is no way we can escape from the pursuit of a mid-god." "Not necessarily," Han Chuo replied coldly as a murderous desire rose in his heart. He asked, "Akeley, can you move on your own now?" "Yes, I can run on land but I can't take to the air yet," Akeley replied. He appeared puzzled. "Good. You keep running in this direction and I will catch up to you later. That god hunter cultivates in the element of death. Her main target is me. I will draw her away and look for you when it's safe. Han Chuo suddenly dove down from high above the sky and dropped acely on the ground. The land was a bewildering forest with a rocky terrain. Although one would travel much slower by running on such land, it was less conspicuous compared to flying in the sky. You're mad. There's no way you can draw her away. It's suicide. There might still be a small chance of survival if both of us go all out against her. Acely shouted. Just keep running forward and don't stop. I can guarantee that I will be just fine. Han Chuo calmly shouted. Soon after, he took to the air in another direction. Meanwhile, not far behind Han Chuo, a bleak and miserable scream pierced through the sky. From the sound of it, the figure chasing behind Han Chuo ought to have perished. That little bitch died fast. Han Chuo abruptly slowed down his flying speed and even intentionally unfurled the aura of death on his body. He also released several mystical demons in the cauldron of myriad demon and sent them all around. Han Chuo stood tall atop a steep cliff. With his cold eyes, he gazed at that god hunter as she emerged from a cloud of thin smoke. That old woman was carrying the body of her most recent victim. Her 5 claw-like fingers clutched deep into the person's back. It appeared that she was still sucking away the divine energy in that person's body. Little lamb, why have you stopped running? The old woman said with an eerie, malevolent smile. She slowly walked towards Han Chuo while her hands dripped with blood. I know I cannot run from you. So I figured I might as well save some energy in going all out against you. Who knows, I might have a tiny chance of success. Han Chuo replied calmly as he stared at her with his cold eyes. You are very smart in knowing that all effort to try to escape will be in vain. But what a pity, you're just a little too weak. In this desolate area, away from the populace, you, a low god, have not the slightest chance against me. However, considering that you have saved me a fair bit of effort, I will let you die an easy death, said the old woman with a cruel smile. Her claws in the back of her victim were vibrating, rapidly draining away the wee bit of divine energy still left in his body. They were located above a steep cliff. Han Chuo had probed the surrounding condition through the cauldron spirit beforehand and made sure that there was no presence of any advanced life forms within the several-mile radius. Oh? Then I shall thank you in advance. Han Chuo's eyes tracked her closely and did not appear panicked by the slightest. He was frighteningly calm. Aren't you afraid of me? The old woman was still sucking away the divine energy from her last victim. She did not haste in attacking Han Chuo but asked him amusedly. As matters stand, fear is absolutely futile. It will only make me die even faster. So there's no point in feeling afraid of you. Han Chuo said with an apathetic face as his heart grew colder and colder. You are quite special. It's marvelous that you could have this frame of mind at such a young age. But what a pity, such a pity you encountered me too soon. Truly a pity. The old woman had finally sucked clean the divine energy of death from that person's body. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath as though she was bathing her mind in a wonderful and contenting feeling. Through the cauldron spirit, several mystical demons circled and patrolled the perimeter, ensuring that no one was coming over. Can you make your move already? Han Chuo suddenly said smilingly. His smile appeared somewhat strange, evil, and elusive. Oh, the god hunter softly cried and started looking Han Chuo up and down. She shook her head, laughed in her cruel voice, and said, this little lamb can't want to meet his doom. Very interesting. As soon as she finished those words, death rays burst out from her 10 fingers, fast and ferocious. They filled the space with strangely beautiful arcs as they streaked across the air. A tremble that came from the depths of the soul suddenly gushed towards Han Chuo. All of a sudden, Han Chuo's hand and feet turned stiff. Under such conditions, Han Chuo couldn't deploy many defensive measures. Several popping noises were heard as his ankles and shoulders were pierced by those death rays. Divine energy of death rushed into Han Chuo's body through those rays and froze him in place in almost an instant. It was only after the attack that the old woman suddenly deployed her domain of divinity. All the elemental energy of death around them rapidly gathered around her body, rendering Han Shuo powerless. What a pitiful lamb! I thought I would have to waste a little more strength. Didn't expect that it would be so easy, the old woman said while pretending to feel sorry for Han Shuo. At the next instance, Han Shuo suddenly sensed that the divine energy from his avatar of death, which he had deliberately filled his main body with, started to rapidly flow through those death rays and into the old woman's body. What a wonderful feeling! Now, I just need to kill 100 more and I'll be able to attain late-stage mid-god realm, the old woman remarked satisfyingly in an appearance of sheer enjoyment. Now I see. This is indeed a shortcut. No wonder so many were willing to take the risk. With his hands spread out, Han Shuo looked like a piece of meat nailed to the chopping board. Although he appeared completely powerless to her assault, he did not reveal the slightest trace of fear in his speech. The old woman grew more and more puzzled. In her experience, at this stage, all those lesser gods whose bodies were restrained and their divine energy absorbed would be recklessly struggling in fear, loudly crying out for help, or perhaps tearfully begging to be spared. Not once had she seen any of her victims remain so calm and unruffled when their divine energy was being drained away like this youngster before her. You truly aren't afraid," the old woman appeared rather puzzled. She looked at Han Shuo strangely and asked, "As far as I know, the whole process of having your divine energy being sucked away should be extremely painful. But why is it that you don't seem to feel that way?" Han Shuo put on a bright smile and said, "I have experienced pain far more severe than this many times before. To me, this kind of pain is just a tingle." He somehow appeared even more relaxed than she was. He appeared more like the actual perpetrator rather than a powerless lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Suddenly, Han Shuo cracked a sinister, merciless grin and said, "Perhaps you have never experienced being on the other side of the process. But don't worry, you will soon have the opportunity to taste this sensation." "Hey!" the old woman suddenly cried out in surprise when she discovered that she couldn't absorb any more divine energy from Han Shuo. This was very unlike the conditions she had met many times before, and she couldn't help but cry out in surprise, "There's only this bit of divine energy in your body? How is that even possible? You are a low god. You can't possess just this bit of divine energy. What is happening? Of course this isn't all the divine energy in my body." The evil grin was now on Han Shuo's face instead of the old woman's. With his cruel eyes fixed on her, he said in a gloomy and cold voice, "But what a pity, this will be the last bit of energy you will take." Han Shuo's avatar cultivating in the energy of death was sent into the cauldron of myriad demon. As the supreme demonic weapon left by Gu Tianxia the exalted demon lord, even though it lacked demon generals to utilize, it wasn't anything that a mere mid-god could touch. "Don't you dare play tricks with me. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you will die horribly," the old woman said coldly to Han Shuo when she sensed that the situation was rather bizarre and something wasn't right. "Oh, don't worry about it. I just want to take back what is mine." Han Shuo shrugged his shoulders as though wanting to show her that the death rays she produced could not actually restrain his movements. "When you borrow something, you should pay it back with some interest. Since you have borrowed what is mine, you should pay some interest on it, don't you think?" How could you still be able to move?" Impossible," the old woman, who looked like a dried corpse, started to screech neurotically. She found Han Shuo more and more baffling. "Nothing is impossible. I have experienced that painful process, and now, it's your turn." Han Shuo grinned and burst into laughter before her eyes. With one thought, his demonic infant started to operate. The demonic yuan in every cell of his body was activated. "Argh!" the old woman suddenly let out a miserable, blood-curdling screech. She was shivering from her head down while her face constantly twitched. She appeared to be in immense pain. "The doors to paradise are wide open for you while the doors to hell are nowhere to be found, but you just have to barge into the latter. Now suffer and die," Han Shuo said with a malevolent smile. Chapter 676, The Prey Became the Predator. GDK 676, the prey became the predator. Please continue reading on. Ox. Vel. M. Had Han Shuo's demonic arts not advanced by leap and bounds, or had he not the cauldron of myriad demon to utilize, against this god hunter, Han Shuo's only viable option would have been to flee for his life. But clearly, this god hunter wasn't particularly lucky, as she had run into Han Shuo soon after his strength soared. The action of engulfing another's energy, personal gain at the detriment of others, had always been the defining characteristic of a demonic arts cultivator. With both his avatars sheltered inside the cauldron of myriad demon, not only were they not subjected to the effects of that old woman's death rays, by using this defining characteristic of demonic arts, the roles of prey and predator were switched. From a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, Han Shuo became the butcherer. All of a sudden, the divine energy inside the old woman's body became like a water reservoir in a collapsed dam, rapidly gushing into Han Shuo's body through the death rays that connected her to Han Shuo. The immense pain that came all too suddenly caught her unprepared, and she started shrieking in misery. How is this possible? The old woman performed far worse compared to Han Shuo when subjected to the painful procedure. She was even stammering in her speech. Her grimace in pain made her appearance all the more ugly and horrifying. Han Shuo kept silent as he stared at her with his cold and harsh eyes. When she spoke, the cauldron of myriad demon suddenly flew out from Han Shuo's body and covered on the top of her skull in split second. Immediately, the cauldron of myriad demon formed a soul-affecting energy field. The old woman, who was trying to sever those death rays and escape, started shrieking even louder and more painfully under the influence of the energy field. Her voice spread far and wide. Her grayish eyes filled with confusion as she started to grow oblivious to the situation. Han Shuo suddenly closed his eyes and concentrated on the effort. After the cauldron of myriad demon left his body, he started circulating the demonic yuan even faster, rapidly draining the old woman of her divine energy through those death rays. All the divine energy that Han Shuo had lost to her very quickly flowed back into his body. His avatar of death that exited the cauldron of myriad demon took no time in recapturing the portion of energy lost. Han Shuo sneered grimly in his heart. He did not expect that he would run into such a fierce god hunter so soon after he arrived on Elysium. But fortunately, as he had concealed his true strength, the tragedy turned into a fortune. This old woman was a mid-god cultivating in the elemental energy of death. As long as Han Shuo assimilated all the divine energy in her, his avatar of death would surely rocket in strength. Unlike his avatar that cultivated in the Edict of Destruction, Han Shuo's avatar of death had previously fused with the divine soul of a mid-god back in the void. Being in possession of all the former understanding about the element of death of that mid-god, once Han Shuo came to possess sufficient divine energy, he would advance further within an extremely short period of time. The cauldron of myriad demon that enveloped the top of the old woman's head, using the power of the demon generals contained in the cauldron, formed an energy field that caused her soul to sink into oblivion. At this moment, she was completely at a loss and senseless to the situation. She was under Han Shuo's full control. What immense divine energy of death! Indeed worthy of being called a mid-god. Han Shuo relished in glory as his victim's divine energy surged into his body. Brian, that friend of yours is in trouble. Also, there are people coming this way, the cauldron spirit suddenly transmitted while Han Shuo was indulging in the wonderful sensation. Suddenly, through the mystical demons deployed by the cauldron spirit, Han Shuo discovered that a group of people were vigorously pursuing Akeli. The one taking the lead of the party was a well-built middle-aged man cultivating in the Edict of Destruction, a late-stage low god. Behind him were two godly experts cultivating in the element of darkness, as well as several inferior gods. They all wore similar clothing. With just one look, Han Shuo recognized the bunch as the ones pursuing Akeli. Han Shuo had no idea how they managed to locate Akeli so quickly. On the other hand, those who escaped from the god hunter along with Dolores were rapidly approaching Han Shuo by following the miserable howl of the old woman beside him. Either side, Akeli or Dolores, would hinder Han Shuo's scheme of engulfing the old woman's divine energy. This was especially so when it came to Dolores. God hunters were the public targets of despise. Han Shuo's current deeds had no difference to that of a god hunter, even if he was sucking the divine energy of a god hunter. If Dolores was to catch Han Shuo red-handed in the act, then, no matter how close Han Shuo was with Donna, with so many spectators, Dolores would have no choice but to attack Han Shuo. In addition to that, from that moment onwards, Han Shuo's name would be tarnished. He would forever be branded as a god hunter. This would definitely be very disadvantageous to Han Shuo's future development, and he was most unwilling to see that happen. Kill. You take her soul while I destroy her body. Han Shuo decisively transmitted his intentions to the cauldron spirit. Yes, sir. The cauldron spirit immediately agreed and took action. The cauldron of myriad demon that was buckled to the upper part of her head suddenly moved downwards and covered her entire skull. Meanwhile, Han Shuo ceased sucking away the divine energy in the old woman's body. Demonic flames violently gushed out from his palms and ravaged her body. The unique patterns on the cauldron of myriad demon again started to glow with beautiful green light. Strange ripples travelled up the old woman's neck and entered the cauldron of myriad demon. Han Shuo could clearly sense that the old woman's soul was being drawn away. Within the red flames of the mystical glacial spell fire, this god hunter's body was completely charred. Her original appearance was no longer distinguishable. After the cauldron spirit had pulled her divine soul into the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shuo flung her burnt body into and down the cliff ahead. Han Shuo did not linger there for a second longer. He deployed demonic arts in full throttle and zoomed towards Akeley, leaving behind a trail of formless shadow. Minutes after Han Shuo left, Dolores and a group of divine guards arrived at the area. After scanning the surroundings with his cold eyes, Dolores creased his brows and said in puzzlement, "The voice obviously came from here. Where could that god hunter have gone?" "Kira," a young woman suddenly shrieked. She ran to that low god of death murdered by that old woman and started wailing. "My lord, that god hunter knows you have come and therefore fled in advance," one of the divine guards said to Dolores. "Group yourselves in threes and search every inch of these grounds. Signal as soon as you make visual contact. Do not stray too far from here," commanded Dolores. These divine guards were all well trained. They immediately organized themselves into parties of 3 and progressively searched the area. Soon enough, a long whistle sounded from the bottom of the cliff. Dolores was taken aback and suddenly jumped down the cliff. He took no time in arriving at the bottom, where he saw the old woman's body Han Shuo discarded. After walking to the charred body, Dolores crouched and poked it few times with the pike in his hand. His expression suddenly changed and he exclaimed in a deep voice, "It's her! The god hunter is dead! How is this possible? Who killed her?" "What?" that wailing woman walked over and said in disbelief. "Based on your description, this is definitely the body of that god hunter that pursued you. Unbelievable! Someone managed to kill her." Dolores was very astonished by his finding. A thought suddenly crossed his mind and he asked, "You people mentioned there was a third person in Kira's path." "We did. We heard the voice of a third man. But because we were occupied with escaping, we could not catch what he said," the woman replied. "My lord, what should we do now?" one of the divine guards asked while obviously appearing somewhat worried. "Drag her body back. As for the one that killed her, we will investigate it slowly. He might not necessarily be our enemy," Dolores said. After hesitating for a moment, he added, "Everyone stick together and stay alert." Just how mighty did this character have to be in order to finish off a mid-stage mid-god within such a short period of time? When Dolores came up with an approximate answer, he actually felt rather frightened. He did not dare to search the area any further as to avoid any unnecessary casualties. He did not wish that any mishap happened to these men under his command. "Lord Dolores, wouldn't that mean that Kira died in vain?" the girlfriend of the deceased complained while sobbing. "What exactly do you have to protest about? Dolores' face turned cold and he said impatiently, "Isn't the god hunter now dead? Doesn't it really matter who killed this god hunter? Absolutely not. So what more do you want?" Dolores glanced at the divine guards beside him and shouted, "Return!" Those youngsters who lost their friend looked at each other and sighed in helplessness. Lest they become targets of other god hunters, they had no choice but hasten up behind Dolores and his party. Over on the other side, that well-built cultivator of the Destruction Edict led a group of 5 that surrounded Akeley. After ensuring that Akeley had no way of escaping, he said in a deep voice, "Akeley, hand us everything and we will let you live." "Oh, Bonnie, when have you ever honored your words? Let me live if I hand you everything? Hee, who do you think you are trying to swindle?" Although Akeley stood not a chance against these opponents, not only did he not appear flustered, he even sneered and ridiculed his opponent. "Elder brother, you should know Akeley's temperament. There's no point in talking to him. Let's just kill him and take the stuff. Death ends all troubles," another of Akeley's opponents suggested ferociously. "Dum-dum, if I didn't memorize a portion of the scroll's content and destroy the portion, do you think your elder brother would dangle with me for so long?" Akeley said tauntingly. "You! I will kill you." The person couldn't restrain himself and flew into a fit of rage. He must have previously been wounded by Akeley. "Silence!" Bonnie put that person in check and took a deep breath as his face grew colder and colder. He stared at Akeley and asked one more time, "Akeley, are you sure you won't spill a bean till your death? If I don't divulge the information, I'll die. If I do divulge, I'll still die. So what for would I let you have your way?" Akeley said, smiling mischievously. The look of insanity gradually filled his eyes as he continued, "But, believe it or not, before I die, I will drag at least one of you to share the same fate. Everyone be careful. We must capture him alive. As long as we can take him back to Blue Ocean Continent, the Patriarch will have ways of extracting everything in his soul," Bonnie said as he gestured with his hands. The party notably did not close in on Akeley, and in fact started walking backwards and away from him. It seems that that fella must be finished. Otherwise, he would have come here long ago. Akeley thought to himself while he could still reason. He did not think that Han Chuo could really escape from the hands of a mid-god. "I will be the main assault while you all will restrain him. Akeley is a lunatic, so you all had better be careful," instructed Bonnie. He was turning over in his mind how in the world he could capture Akeley alive. Having pursued Akeley for so long, he had long known that Akeley was one who would stop at nothing to find ways to cause maximum casualties before his own death. Although Bonnie was far more powerful than Akeley, it was still nonetheless a big headache to capture Akeley alive. Being surrounded at the center, given that his body was still heavily injured, Akeley knew there wasn't a chance of survival. Under such conditions, Akeley no longer held any hopes of surviving. All he wished was to kill at least 1 or 2 of his opponents with his death. He secretly started deploying a self-destruct maneuver and was prepared to inflict his opponents with severe damage the moment they exchange blows. Han Chuo's voice suddenly sounded next to his ears, "Akeley, don't do anything stupid. I can still save you." Akeley, who was about to give in to self-sacrifice, froze. He cried out in surprise, "You're not dead. How would we die?" "The person who will die is you," that opponent who had previously been injured by Akeley sneered. "Don't talk and don't move an inch. Just maintain this exact posture." Han Chuo instructed and asked Akeley to calm down. "Attack!" Bonnie shouted, as he deployed his domain of divinity. The elemental energy around him were all affected by his domain of divinity. It was at this moment that a huge, colorful banner, like a dark cloud drifting out of nowhere, suddenly came covering down from the sky. "Elder brother, what is that thing? Take Akeley down, quick! Someone else is meddling with us. Akeley must have found a helper," Bonnie exclaimed, charging at the motionless Akeley. The banner of hallucination covered down on them quicker than they imagined. While Bonnie continued to charge, he suddenly felt giddy as though the world was spinning. He suddenly failed to distinguish the directions. Thin mist had filled the air around them, blocking their sights from the surrounding situation. Akeley, at the center of it, suddenly discovered that he was being coarsely dragged by his collar. After having been dragged multiple times, Akeley immediately knew that Han Shuo had come to his rescue. "Let's go!" Han Shuo called, rapidly escaping into the fog. He disappeared from the region very rapidly. The banner of hallucination followed along with him and was kept away. "Hey? Where did he go? Where is Akeley?" After the fog slowly dispersed, Bonnie and his gang suddenly discovered that their target had long disappeared without a trace. "We left a tracker on him. He can run but he can't hide." Bonnie took out a horn-shaped object and blew several deep breaths to one end of the object. He then pointed in the direction Han Shuo escaped and shouted, "Pursue him." "So it turns out that they left a tracker on you. No wonder. I was quite puzzled how they could locate you so quickly." Han Shuo said smilingly to Akeley that was being dragged. "What tracker?" Akeley was shocked. He too realized that something wasn't right after listening to Han Shuo's words. "Don't worry, we will find out soon." Han Shuo was trying to decide whether he should seize an opportunity to finish off those people or not. But after thinking for a while, he felt that Akeley would be more dependent on him if they remained alive. Therefore, he gave up on the thought of turning back and slaughtering them all. Chapter 677, A Village. GDK 677, A Village. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. After Han Shuo boosted his flight speed with the demonic Yuan in his main body, Bonnie and his party had no way of catching up to Han Shuo and Akeley. The distance between the two parties gradually grew further and further apart. Akeley was very curious and kept on asking how Han Shuo managed to escape from the God Hunter and how he rescued him from Bonnie. Han Shuo came up with an excuse by saying that Dolores had hurried over and scared the God Hunter away. As to the matter about rescuing him from Bonnie, Han Shuo explained that he used a type of hallucinogen. As Akeley, at the center of the commotion, only saw that their surroundings were covered with fog before they managed to escape, he did not question Han Shuo's explanation. Akeley had an approximate idea of the location of the Divine Essence mine, but unfortunately, both of them were unfamiliar with Elysium and they didn't even know where they were. They wouldn't be able to locate the treasure without first finding their own location. "We need to find a settlement and ask the locals there," Akeley said. "Of course we will. But before that, we must first remove that tracker on you. Otherwise, Bonnie and his bunch will get to you eventually," Han Shuo nodded and suggested. "Sure. You find a safe place to land and we will carefully search for it." After having been saved by Han Shuo twice, in addition to still being wounded, Akeley was receptive to Han Shuo's suggestion. Han Shuo boosted the coverage area of his consciousness using the cauldron spirit's energy, allowing him to detect activities even further away from him. Han Shuo yet again selected a barren hill and soon, he landed on top of it with Akeley. "I'll start examining myself," Akeley said softly after he sat down on a rock deep green in color. He closed his eyes and started searching for the tracker on himself. Being heavily injured and having recovered just a small amount of his energy, Akeley wasn't at his best condition and therefore failed to locate the tracker on his body. Seeing that Akeley was facing some trouble locating the tracker, Han Shuo pulsated his consciousness, concentrating his full attention on Akeley. He started carefully probing for anomalies within Akeley's body. The consciousness was formless, incorporeal, and all the more elusive after it reached Omen realm. Akeley could not detect Han Shuo's actions. After a while, Han Shuo finally said, "At the back of your chest, on a section of bone near your heart. It seems that you have previously received a heavy blow to your back. The tracker must have been planted there at that time. That wretched Bonnie, he could have easily finished me off, but he didn't because he was waiting for me to slowly exhaust all my energy so that he can capture me alive. What a bloody brilliant idea! Akeley slowly became aware of Bonnie's intention. For Bonnie to be able to strike Akeley on the back and leave a tracker near his heart meant that Bonnie was totally capable of killing Akeley by shattering his heart. However, Bonnie was more interested in claiming everything in Akeley's soul. A god who was slightly knowledgeable about souls could very easily obtain any information it wanted from the soul of any mortal. However, as one's strength increases, one's soul would grow more complex. An ordinary low god may be able to obtain every little piece of information from the soul of demigod, but to extract information from the divine soul of another god of the same class, that would be an impossible feat. Bonnie obviously had no way of obtaining the information he wanted from Akeley's divine soul and therefore didn't dare kill him. Instead, he schemed on capturing Akeley alive, bringing him back to Blue Ocean Continent, and having someone with even mightier strength pull the information off Akeley's brain. Quickly remove that tracker. Otherwise, it won't be long till they find their way here. Han Chuo hastened. Akeley wasted not a word and started mustering the energy of destruction within his body at the back of his chest. After locating the tracker in accordance with Han Chuo's instruction, Akeley suddenly pushed. A loud, high-pitched ringing sound was heard. Thereafter, Akeley stopped straining himself and heaved a few heavy breaths. After carefully sensing for a moment to verify that the tracker on Akeley was destroyed, Han Chuo nodded and remarked, "That's one problem solved. We can try going around this area and asking for our current location as well as the direction to our destination. The Divine Essence Mine is located inside the dominion of the Overgod of Darkness. Based on the description on the scroll, the Divine Essence Mine isn't all that far away from the interplanar transportation facility where we came from. That's why I escaped there," Akeley revealed to Han Chuo. "Let's go, we'll find someone to ask." Han Chuo again grabbed Akeley and took to the air. "Can you not do that next time? It's very uncomfortable being dragged like this, feels like I'm being taken hostage." Akeley rolled his eyes and complained to Han Chuo. "I'll take note of that," Han Chuo casually replied. He obviously did not take Akeley's words to heart. It was only after arriving on Elysium that Han Chuo recognized just how expansive the material plane was. The two had to spend a long time just to fly out from a valley that housed an interplanar transportation facility. This would simply be inconceivable on Profound Continent. According to Donna's description, Elysium was thousands of times larger than Profound Continent and was perhaps the most vast material plane in the universe. Han Chuo wasn't completely convinced of those claims, but he finally understood that Donna's words were true after arriving at this material plane. Throughout Han Chuo's entire flight in the valley, he did not discover any trails of animals. He only observed the presence of bizarre-looking plants. Han Chuo was puzzled with the finding. Finally, they exited the valley. All that appeared before their eyes was a land with yellowish soil that stretched beyond the horizon. Han Chuo had learned from Dolores that after traversing the plain of yellow soil, he would find village settlements where he could ask the villagers for directions to the City of Shadows. Although Han Chuo wasn't planning on heading to the City of Shadows just yet, he still had to find some locals for help. Therefore, he spent 2 days traversing the plain with Akeley in his hands. Soon after crossing the plain, he discovered presences of life. Han Chuo did not discover a single life form while flying across the barren plain. He immediately sped up when he discovered the presence of other humans. Soon enough, a small village similar to one Han Chuo found on Profound Continent appeared in his sight. Before entering the village, Han Chuo probed the place with his consciousness and discovered that those human souls were comprised of an assortment of strengths, contrary to Han Chuo's expectation of finding a population fully comprised of godly existences. "I've found a village with people. But don't worry, they aren't all that powerful. It should be very safe." Han Chuo put Akeley on the ground and the two started walking to the village. Han Chuo could hear laughter and cheerful voices in there before he got close to the village. By using a mystical demon, Han Chuo discovered that the village was holding a religious ceremony. Based on his understanding of the Calamity Church, Han Chuo immediately recognized that those villagers were praying to the 3 overgods of the Calamity Church. The commoners in this world were much more formidable than those on Profound Continent, perhaps because elemental energies were abundant in the atmosphere of Elysium. After a short observation, Han Shuo discovered that most of the villagers were demigods along with a handful of base gods. Even children of young ages possessed strength equivalent to archmages and sword masters on Profound Continent. Perhaps you don't understand the more detailed situation on Elysium, but usually when one cultivates to low god strength, they will not remain in small villages like this. Instead, they will head to big cities and attempt to join the forces of large family clans in order to obtain power and wealth, advancing further in life. Most of these people that remain in villages are the mediocrity, or perhaps children who have yet to mature. Therefore, it's without a doubt that there isn't any real expert to be found in the village. Even the god hunters will not come to villages like this because they won't find any gods. Akeley explained after Han Shuo put him back on the ground. This is your first time on Elysium, but why do you sound like you know a lot about this world? Han Shuo asked, tilting his head. This may be my first time, but my master had come to Elysium many times before. Every time he returned from Elysium, he would recount with great detail what he encountered in his venture. That's why I'm more knowledgeable than you in this aspect. Akeley explained. Where's your master now? Why isn't he coming with you given the situation? Han Shuo was amazed and asked the logical follow-up question. Ali began to frown slightly, pursing his lips to one side and bunching his brows. He let out a sigh and answered, he was heavily injured on Elysium and soon after he returned to Blue Ocean Continent, those from Bonnie's family clan encircled him, and killed him. I'm sorry for your loss. Han Shuo felt bad for reminding Akeley of the painful event. Akeley forced a smile and replied, it's okay. I have come to Elysium not just to obtain the Divine Essence Mine, but also to find the man that injured my master. Once I find out who he is, I will avenge my master. Han Shuo silently doubted Akeley's oath. If his master was severely injured against that assailant, then what exactly could Akeley alone do to that person? What do you mean with those eyes? Akeley furiously glared at Han Shuo and said in an irritated voice, yes, my strength now is indeed very weak. But after I found the Divine Essence Mine and obtained sufficient Divine Essence containing the energy of destruction, the situation will be completely different. Han Shuo inwardly nodded after hearing Akeley's explanation. It turned out that the reason Akeley sought that Divine Essence Mine wasn't simply for the goal of getting rich. We are here. Han Shuo and Akeley had unwittingly entered the village as they conversed. Some of the children who were happily playing went to the two and surrounded them, asking where they came from in their childish voice. A place far, far away. Akeley answered impatiently. Han Shuo, however, wasn't as unfriendly. He pulled out some random small toys from his space ring and gave one to each of them in all smiles. The children were very happy to receive the toys. They cheered and jumped about while pulling on the corners of Han Shuo's shirt. Several adults in the distance saw how friendly Han Shuo treated the kids, which left them a good first impression. They greeted Han Shuo from a distance, indicating Han Shuo to come to them. Relax, man. We are here to ask for assistance, not to pick a fight. Quit scowling. Han Shuo advised Akeley as they walked deeper into the village. However, it appeared that Akeley did not heed the advice. Chapter 678, Overcoming Oneself. GDK 678, Overcoming Oneself. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Hello, my friends. Where do you come from? A hunchbacked old man with grizzled hair greeted Han Shuo and Akeley enthusiastically. Many of the villagers standing behind the old man too were looking at them with amiable smiles. Their worship of the three overgods of the Calamity Church was still going on not far in the distance. The ceremony did not seem particularly grave, nor did the villagers behave solemnly. In fact, they appeared very much at ease. We came from the interplanar transportation facility on that valley. We actually originated from another material plane. There is a place that we want to go, but we don't know the direction or where exactly we are. We were hoping you could help us find our way, Han Shuo replied smilingly and relaxedly as though he was conversing with an old friend. Ah, so that's the case. That's no problem at all. We have interplanar travelers pass by this village quite frequently. Haha, I could tell from first glance that both of you are followers of the calamity over gods. We are most willing to provide you assistance, that old man said smilingly. He did not appear shocked at all and seemed to come across such a matter frequently. Akeley, why don't you describe the place where we are going? Han Shuo turned around and said to Akeley. Akeley, who had been walking behind Han Shuo, stepped forward and started describing to the elderly man their destination. As all the information about the Divine Essence Mine recorded on the ancient scroll was archaic, so was Akeley's knowledge about their destination. Perhaps some variations had taken place to the destination recorded on the scroll. The elderly man appeared rather puzzled and had to keep on asking Akeley for more details. After exchanging words back and forth for some time, the elderly man pondered in silence for a long while before he suddenly came to himself and said, "Head south from this place. The journey will take around half a month. There you will find an isolated mountain range. There is a small mountain among the mountain range called the Demon Mountain. I'm not exactly sure that that is the place you are looking for, but your words seem to be describing that place." "Thanks." Akeley's voice was stifled. He immediately turned to Han Shuo and said, "Let's go, that should be the place." "Hold on," the elderly man suddenly cried out. When Han Shuo turned around and looked at him with a puzzled gaze, the elderly man explained, "You lot are new to Elysium. Maybe you have yet to understand how things work around here. Besides the human race, this plane of gods also hosts all sorts of intelligent species. That mountain range I just mentioned is considered off-limits. A group of non-humans is living there and the mountain range is partitioned to them. If you trespass upon their territory without their approval, this could invite a lot of unnecessary trouble." "Understood, we will be careful." "Thank you." Han Shuo nodded and thanked the elderly man politely. "You are welcome. Just be sure to pay attention to that. Their allegiance also lies with the three over-gods and they are subjected to certain constraints. As long as you do not actively provoke them, you should be all right," the elderly man gave his last advice. Han Shuo expressed his understanding and thanked him again before leaving the village with Akeley. It goes without saying that humans hold the leading role on Elysium. As for the other races, some cultivate in the 12 fundamental forces, and others are innately gifted with strength. These non-human races would usually pledge allegiance to and serve the 12 over-gods, thereby receiving their divine protection. Since most of them do not like living in crowded human cities and prefer remote mountains and lakes, they would only be summoned when war breaks out. The residents of the mountain range should be one such group, Akeley explained to Han Shuo after leaving the village. There were more than a few non-human races to be found on a material plane as small as Profound Continent, therefore, there would obviously be even more of them to be found on this expansive plane of gods. Back then, Claude, a necromancer of the Calamity Church, had summoned the three-eyed evil god Ansi Desi. From Han Shuo's current understanding, he inferred that the three-eyed Ansi Desi could be a leader of its race. After thinking for a while, Han Shuo asked the important question, "How could you be so sure that the Demon Mountain is our destination?" "I'm not fully certain that Demon Mountain is what we are looking for, although I do strongly suspect that it is. Based on the descriptions in the scroll, we seek a mountain that looks fierce and sinister from a distance, like a demon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. I explained once to that old man and the first thing he came up with was the Demon Mountain," Akeley explained. Han Shuo agreed with his judgment. It seemed very likely that Demon Mountain was their target. Although that elderly man Han Shuo and Akeley encountered said that the journey to the mountain range from the village would take around half a month, the duo took less than half of that duration. Han Shuo, carrying Akeley, required just 3 days to arrive at the mountain range. Han Shuo and Akeley came into many more villages along their journey. They discovered more and more humans ever since they left that barren field. Midway into the journey, Han Shuo discovered two well-concealed god hunters. As both of them cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness, Han Shuo couldn't gain much from them and therefore abandoned all thoughts of ambushing them. Instead, he evaded them. For some reason, ever since Han Shuo had the most pleasurable experience of engulfing the old god hunter's divine energy of death, this temptation of having his strength rapidly soar started nibbling away his willpower. It gave Han Shuo an irresistible urge and impulse to seek and suck away another's divine energy. This intense desire to act was like a voice that persistently seduced him at every moment, reminding him just how easy, how swift the method was. Even Han Shuo couldn't help but think about it ever so briefly. "Master, this will not do, you cannot go on like this. I've noticed that your heart and mind have grown more chaotic in recent days," the cauldron spirit suddenly transmitted when they arrived at the mountain range. I know where the problem lies, but I have no way of resolving it for the time being." Han Shuo took a deep breath and transmitted to the cauldron spirit. "That temptation power is indeed quite something, but you should not let it take over you. Demonic arts cultivators also do so occasionally, but they must not recklessly hunt others just to raise their own strength. More often than not, demonic arts cultivators who boost their own strengths purely by relying on absorbing another's energy would find themselves losing more and more of their self-control and end up sinking into insanity. This type of cultivator who deviates from the essences of demonic arts will never attain the ultimate realm," the cauldron spirit explained. Han Shuo trusted cauldron spirit's judgment and questioned, "What should I do? This kind of temptation is like a drug addiction. It's deviant and corrupt, not something that you should have, and it's certainly entirely different from the cravings at the bottom of your heart during normal conditions. What you need to do is control that dependence and have a clear idea of what you are doing, instead of thinking about how to hunt others to raise your own strength," Cauldron Spirit solemnly advised Han Shuo. "I understand what I should do now." Han Shuo was no fool and quickly came to his senses after a brief moment of thinking. He turned to Akli and said, "Let's not enter that mountain range yet. You need time to recover from some of your injuries so that you will stop being a burden on me. Isn't it easier for you to keep me under your grip if I remain in this state?" Akli asked astoundedly. "We are in a collaborative relationship, I have no wish of fully controlling you in my palms, nor am I worried that you will turn against me during critical moments. Therefore, give yourself some time, at least a period that will allow you to fly again." Han Shuo replied, but he inwardly thought, "If I were to use the strength of my main body against a low god of destruction like you, you would be dead without a doubt. What is there about you that I have to worry about? All right then. Let's find a place and do so." All this while, thinking that their relationship was merely one of mutual exploitation, Akli was always on the guard against Han Shuo. It was only after this point that Akli began to look at Han Shuo with some amount of trust. The intention behind Han Shuo giving Akli time to recover actually wasn't all out of his benevolence. In fact, he needed this more than Akli, to overcome the greed and compulsion in his heart and stabilize his mental state. After locating a quiet cave, Han Shuo sealed Akli in and opened up a separate cave for himself. He calmed his mind and immediately, following the cauldron spirit's instructions, started his attempt to conquer that insatiable addiction at the bottom of his heart that was slowly growing more and more intense. Han Shuo had learned from Donna that the god hunters were a bunch of perverted lunatics. Once a person had the experience of absorbing another's divine energy, they would no longer be able to exercise control over their craving. Just as the cauldron spirit had said, those people were pretty much drug addicts. They would constantly hunt and kill to satisfy the unquenchable greed in their heart. There was rarely anyone who could overcome such an addiction. The reason why god hunters would immediately be killed without trial in every single over-god dominion was that they knew the god hunters would never recover. They would hunt for others cultivating in the same energy for the rest of their lives. They were beyond redemption and the only cure seemed to be death. After having absorbed that old woman's divine energy, Han Shuo too had experienced that wonderful feeling. The thrilling sensation of everything that another person gained by arduously cultivating for hundreds or even thousands of years gushing into one's body within a short few minutes, fueling one's rapid advancement in strength, for these gods serving the Calamity Church who were evil to begin with, this was indeed a very profound temptation that could not be overcome. Inside the cave, Han Shuo opened up his soul with only his tenacious willpower left. He emptied his mind and exerted himself in resisting those corrupting thoughts that swam through his mind incessantly. The whole process of demonic arts cultivation had always been a struggle against oneself. Since the day that Han Shuo started cultivating in demonic arts, he had constantly challenged the limits of his endurance to bear all kinds of inhuman pain. The tenacity of his willpower was beyond anything that an average person could imagine. Every time a demonic arts cultivator went through metamorphosis, they would have to endure a lengthy period of inhuman pain. Having withstood the transformative processes over and over again, Han Shuo had amply demonstrated his strength of will. Inside the cave, Han Shuo held back the waves of warped desires that surged through his mind over and over again by using his extraordinary willpower. He would tremble from head to toe or perhaps beat against his chest every now and then. However, over time, he managed to gradually calm down. After 5 days, Han Shuo's mind was like the surface of a quiet lake, tranquil and still without the slightest ripple. He had successfully conquered that abnormal desire. Congratulations, Master! I sense that you have also made some breakthroughs in the Omen realm. On another note, you can continue to engulf others' energy using demonic arts in the future. Because you have completely controlled and contained that perverted desire, it will no longer tempt you at the depths of your soul. You have prevailed over yourself once again. Understood. Han Shuo stood up cheerfully. He was relaxed and at ease. Chapter 679, This is my son. This is my son. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. GDK 679, This is my son. After exiting his cave, Han Shuo went to the cave where Akli was restoring his divine energy. Although Akli now appeared much better compared to a few days before, it was impossible for him to completely recover within the span of a few days. Akli immediately awoke as soon as Han Shuo arrived. He opened his eyes, adjusted himself, and did a little stretching before standing up and asking, "What's up? How are you doing? How are your injuries?" Han Shuo asked. "It would take years to fully recover. Of course, if we find the divine essence mine, that will be a whole nother story." Akli sighed and forced a smile. "Don't worry, as long as the divine essence mine is inside the mountain range, we will be able to locate it," Han Shuo said, full of confidence. "Even I do not have such enormous confidence." "Where is this coming from?" Akli asked with a smile. "I found a good friend. With his assistance, as long as the divine essence mine is in the mountain range, we will find it without a doubt." Han Shuo was very confident because he had trust in Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie's abilities. It was also at this moment that Han Shuo realized that he no longer needed Akli. Having grasped the general location, that divine essence mine would be a sure gain for Han Shuo. "What? You have brought in another person? What friend would you have on this material plane?" Akli was shocked. He appeared very worried and looked all around vigilantly before he said, "Why did you not seek my approval before you made that reckless decision? Didn't you know what those divine essences signify? If that friend of yours has other thoughts, we will all be finished. Your actions are preposterous." "Don't worry, he will not. Besides, we will still divide the spoils as per the original agreement. I will share my portion of the spoils with my friend, so you don't have to worry about your share being diluted." Naturally, Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie will not demand the rewards from Han Shuo. There will be no dilution to their shares. The issue now isn't how we will divide the spoils. That friend of yours could very possibly ruin everything. Where is he anyway? Akli was very anxious and was exasperated that Han Shuo had made the decision without consulting him. Han Shuo smiled, gently stomped on the ground, and said, "Come out." Right then, the naive-looking Earth Elite zombie emerged from the ground. He cultivates in the elemental energy of Earth. Akeley cried out in surprise yet again. He pointed at Han Shuo and shouted, "Are you insane? How could you trust this person? I thought he would at least cultivate in either the energy of death, destruction, or darkness. Perhaps then there might be a possibility of partnership. One that cultivates in the energy of Earth obviously cannot be part of our gang. How could you be so silly?" After absorbing the divine soul and divine energy of the primordious dragon, Earth Elite Zombie gave off an obvious Earth element aura. Through the connection between their souls, Han Shuo sensed that Earth Elite Zombie's divine soul was slowly taking shape. Even the extreme treasure of Earth attribute, Earth Soul Pearl, had fused with his soul. It appeared that it wouldn't be long before Earth Elite Zombie completely supplanted the primordious dragon and became a god of Earth element himself. Akeley had displayed obvious hostility towards Earth Elite Zombie. All 5 Elite Zombies possessed acute senses and Earth Elite Zombie returned the hostile gazes to Akeley. He transmitted to Han Shuo, "Father, he wants to kill me. Should we attack him?" Console.log, hello world. "No, it's okay. Just give me a moment," Han Shuo placated Earth Elite Zombie. He suddenly put on a stern face and said to Akeley, "Look, you just have to set your mind at ease and stay here calmly while my friend finishes the rest of the business. Put off the discussion until you see the divine essences. Take it easy for now. Soon you will see just how right my decision is. He is just a god cultivating in the elemental energy of Earth. How can he settle everything alone all by himself? You must understand that everyone in the mountain range serves the calamity over gods. Once those people discover that an outsider, one that doesn't cultivate in the energy of death, destruction, or darkness, has trespassed on their land, they will finish him off immediately with no questions asked. What makes you think that he can evade the senses and detection of those people?" Akeley said to Han Shuo as though he was explaining to a fool. He continued in a furious voice, "Prior to this, I actually thought that you were quite smart. How is it that you have suddenly turned into such an idiot at this moment? I understand your concerns. But you don't have to worry, I would never do such a thing without complete certainty of the outcome. Also, there is no action required on your part other than to wait right here with me. Just wait and watch the divine essence mine come to us." Han Shuo explained. After finishing those words, he instructed Earth Elite Zombie smilingly, "Proceed. How dare you talk to my father so rudely? If it wasn't for my father's command, I will kill you." Out of Han Shuo's expectations, Earth Elite Zombie, who had always communicated by transmitting thoughts, glared fiercely at Akeley and spoke the threatening words. Han Shuo was instantly stunned when Earth Elite Zombie uttered those words. He never imagined that there would come a day that Earth Elite Zombie could truly speak, much less in such a threatening tone. Akeley too was dumbfounded. His face was filled with astonishment as he gazed foolishly at Earth Elite Zombie. After a long while, he turned to Han Shuo and looked up and down at him with strange gazes before asking, He's your son?" "That's right. This is my son," Han Shuo replied in an indifferent tone. Then, instead of transmitting instructions with his soul, he said to Earth Elite Zombie with his mouth, "Enough of these angry words. Hurry up and go." "Understood, father." Earth Elite Zombie smiled naively at Han Shuo, turned to shoot a glare at Akeley, and sank deep into the ground again. He reunited with Metal Elite Zombie waiting underground and together, they advanced towards the Demon Mountain. He can speak. He's talking with his mouth instead of transmitting messages with his soul. This is just too. Han Shuo went on mumbling to himself. He was both astounded and overjoyed to hear Earth Elite Zombie speak. The few of them are now an entirely new type of life form. Although they are different from humans, undeniably, they possess advanced intelligence. If they continue to grow at this rate, these kids will sure go places. Cauldron Spirit transmitted to Han Shuo's consciousness. Yes, that's true. They have indeed become a new type of life. I can sense it. Han Shuo replied to the Cauldron Spirit. He became prouder and prouder of his decision to refine the 5 elite zombies back in those years. With Little Skeleton and the 5 elite zombies just a summoning spell away, although Han Shuo came to Elysium by himself, he did not feel lonely. You never cease to baffle me. Akely exclaimed and asked Han Shuo puzzlingly, you cultivate in the elemental energy of death. Why is it that you let your son cultivate in the elemental energy of earth? Don't you understand that in the future, you two might become enemies? My son will never betray me. I'm 100% certain of it, although the 5 elite zombies were not truly Han Shuo's kids, the bond between them was closer than that of actual father and sons. His confidence was not unfounded. Akely lowered and shook his head. He sighed, forget about it. I don't think I will ever come close to understanding your ways. But since he is your son, I think there is still room for discussion about this matter. At least he likely will not think of selling us out. By this point in time, Han Shuo was no longer concerned about what Akely had to say. With the help of a mystical demon following Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie, Han Shuo could observe their situation remotely. With Earth Elite Zombie paving the way, the duo traveling deep under the ground advanced towards the Demon Mountain. As they had carefully concealed the aura on their bodies and they were very far beneath the surface, Han Shuo believed that those living in the mountain range wouldn't detect their presences. Earth Elite Zombie could bring Metal Elite Zombie to the underbelly of the Demon Mountain. Although Earth Elite Zombie could not penetrate the hard rock that made up the mountain, it would pose no trouble to Metal Elite Zombie. Additionally, Metal Elite Zombie had the ability to detect any kind of metals or ores. Once Metal Elite Zombie entered the Demon Mountain, no matter how concealed the Divine Essence Mine was, with his extraordinary innately gifted senses, Metal Elite Zombie would find them. A Divine Essence Mine naturally concealed the aura of the precious crystals within. This was the reason why a god, no matter how mighty, could not discover Divine Essence Mines just by utilizing their senses. Han Shuo believed that as long as the person who originally discovered the Divine Essence Mine was not mentally handicapped, they would not try to deploy a boundary around the mine to conceal it. This was because the mightier a godly existence was, the more sensitive they were to elemental energy. And since elemental or edictal energy were ever present on boundaries and seals, in such a mountain range, having a concealment boundary around the mine would be self-defeating. Without any boundary or seal, what could stop the innately gifted Metal Elite Zombie from detecting the Divine Essence Mine? Father, we found the place. Should we go up now? Earth Elite Zombie suddenly transmitted. He sounded rather enthusiastic. Don't rush. Wait for a moment, Han Shuo immediately replied. Next, he communicated with the Cauldron Spirit, it's your turn for action. No problem, Master, the Cauldron Spirit answered. By using the underground tunnel that Earth Elite Zombie constructed, all the demon generals within the Cauldron of Myriad Demon rapidly flew towards Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie. They transformed into multiple dark threads that stick to the Elite Zombies' bodies. The Cauldron of Myriad Demon was the mightiest demonic weapon previously possessed by Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord. Certain ancient demonic formations could be easily deployed using the demon generals contained in the cauldron. Those dark lines stuck to the bodies of Metal and Earth Elite Zombies made up a demonic formation for concealing aura formed using the energy of the demon generals. The Cauldron Spirit very confidently assured Han Shuo that with those demonic formations wrapping Metal and Earth Elite Zombies, not a single being could detect the duo's aura. Han Shuo had confidence in Cauldron Spirit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Earth and Metal Elite Zombies venture there by themselves. With the duo's remarkable innate skills, in addition to having the energy of this mighty demonic weapon called the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, Han Shuo felt that this operation of excavating the Divine Essence Mine was a walk in the park. You may now ascend the mountain. After getting confirmation from the Cauldron Spirit, Han Shuo immediately transmitted to Earth and Metal Elite Zombies. Chapter 680, strange spiders. Strange spiders. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. GDK 680, Strange Spiders. The demon mountain eerily resembled a malevolent demon from a distance identical to the descriptions recorded on Akeley's scroll. As long as the Divine Essence mine was inside the demon mountain, Han Shuo believed that Metal Elite Zombie would be able to locate it and extract all its precious crystals. After getting Han Shuo's approval, Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie proceeded further. It was now Metal Elite Zombie's turn to pave the way. The hard rock above their heads would turn as loose as sand, posing not the slightest resistance to the duo, allowing them a gradual ascent up the demon mountain. Metal Elite Zombie's body sparkled with glorious golden rays as soon as he entered the demon mountain. They were like golden threads that spread in all directions before disappearing into the solid rock. Soon enough, Metal Elite Zombie reported back to Han Shuo, "Father, there are all kinds of ores in this mountain. Which type are you looking for?" Han Shuo first praised Metal Elite Zombie before describing to him, "The ores that I want contain energy similar to those on Little Water and Little Fire. Carefully sense your surrounding and see if there's any." Divine Essence mines were extremely unique. Although there were divine essences containing divine energies of all assortments in Divine Essence mines, they were undetectable to the probing using the soul. Not even mighty gods could detect anything from the outside. This, however, would not be a problem to Metal Elite Zombie. As long as there were ores, Metal Elite Zombie would be able to find and detect the energy contained within. "Father, I did not sense any ore that contains energy similar to Little Water and Little Fire. There isn't a piece of ore of that kind inside the mountain." Metal Elite Zombie kept silent for some time before he reported to Han Shuo. "Not one." Han Shuo was stunned. He was thinking if they got the wrong location or perhaps someone else had extracted the ores. "None at all," Metal Elite Zombie replied. He continued after a short moment of hesitation, "But, there are some ores containing energy similar to those found on Little Earth and Father. There are also some with energies that I don't recognize." Han Shuo stared foolishly before immediately coming to himself. His face was stunned in place and he hastily instructed, "Those are the ores I'm looking for. Collect those types of ores and bring them to me." The absence of water and fire element divine essences did not mean that there were no divine essences of other energies. After hearing Metal Elite Zombie's reply, Han Shuo immediately realized that his previous description was inadequate. It seemed that Akeley's judgment was correct. There was indeed a divine essence mine in the Demon Mountain that had yet to be discovered. "Okay, Father," Metal Elite Zombie replied cheerfully. By observing through a mystical demon, Han Shuo discovered that Metal Elite Zombie was like a ghost that could travel through solid rocks without hindrance. He carried a big gunny sack that Han Shuo prepared for him and constantly stuffed ores of various colors into the sack. Meanwhile, Earth Elite Zombie waited at the tunnel Metal Elite Zombie dug for him, quietly waiting for Metal Elite Zombie to finish his work. "Akeley, it won't be long before we get what we have been looking for." Han Shuo was in a great mood and said with a big grin to Akeley, who was looking at him in a strange daze. "Brian, you're kidding, aren't you? How could you expect a god of the element of earth to complete everything in the Demon Mountain by himself?" Akeley forced a smile. He obviously did not believe Han Shuo's claim. If a god that cultivated in the elemental energy of earth could locate divine essence mines using their power, all the divine essence mines on Elysium would have all been extracted by now. Although this was also the first time that Akeley came to Elysium, he too was aware of the mysteries of divine essence mines and that gods cultivating in the element of earth definitely did not have an advantage in finding one. Therefore, he was very skeptical about Han Shuo's claim. "Just give it some time. Soon enough, you will know if this son of mine can actually accomplish our goal." Akeley had no idea that Earth Elite Zombie was not alone, nor was he aware of the remarkable abilities of Metal Elite Zombie. "I will wait and see." Akeley shook his head. He felt that the situation was rather absurd. Suddenly, Cauldron Spirit transmitted to Han Shuo, "Master, something's not right." What's the matter? Han Shuo, who was conversing with Akeley, did not pay too much attention to the situation on the Demon Mountain as he assumed that Metal Elite Zombie was on track to have everything settled. After hearing the cautioning cry, Han Shuo again put his full concentration on the mountain, overseeing everything using mystical demons. There are some dark caves inside the mountain. Little Metal has passed through some of the caves while traveling around the mountain. Did you notice that those spiders are found on all the scattered spider webs in those caves? Although these spiders are very small in size, they all have human faces. They also seem to have intelligence and are watching every action of Little Metal. Hearing Cauldron Spirit's description, Han Shuo commanded Metal Elite Zombie who was moving around in a cave to stop. Then, by using the mystical demons on Metal Elite Zombie, Han Shuo discovered that there was a broken spider web that had a dozen or so thumb-sized spiders on it. He further noticed that those spiders indeed possessed human faces. Their eyeballs as small as speckles of sand were observing Metal Elite Zombie cautiously. Oh! Even Han Shuo was rather surprised. The situation he saw was just the same as Cauldron Spirit had described. Those small spiders were indeed watching Metal Elite Zombie. Continue collecting the ores. Start returning as soon as you get them all. Don't stay there a moment longer than necessary. Han Shuo commanded Metal Elite Zombie. His mind continued to think about the strange scene he witnessed. Understood, Father, Metal Elite Zombie responded. He traveled back and forth within the Demon Mountain, searching for and collecting divine essences in every corner. The divine essences were scattered all around the Demon Mountain. The distances between two divine essences could be quite a stretch. After working for so long, Metal Elite Zombie had harvested a few hundred pieces of divine essences. Those made up about 90% of the divine essences in the mountain. Han Shuo's heart was very puzzled. He couldn't understand how there were so many little spiders in the Demon Mountain. Those little spiders appeared very strange. They even made Han Shuo feel a hint of familiarity. He was baffled and confused. This is bad. Ask Little Metal to return immediately. Cauldron Spirit screamed in Han Shuo's consciousness, there is a mighty being within the mountain that is waking up. It was in a unique dormant state before even I did not sense it. It is very dangerous. He must fall back immediately. Han Shuo turned pale with fright. In fact, through the mystical demons on Metal Elite Zombie's body, he saw the thing that made Cauldron Spirit so alarmed. At the center of the mountain was a very spacious cave which took about a quarter of the mountain's volume. An enormous spider web occupied the cave. On top of the spider web was an enormous spider with a body of 30 meters in length and sharp legs that stretched 10 meters. The spider had a human face of a beautiful female. Its long eyelashes were gently fluttering as though it was waking up from a sweet dream. Right below her was a relatively large black-colored divine essence deposit. She seemed to be absorbing the divine energy of darkness contained within and therefore did not give off any aura. As her eyelashes moved, up and down, a gush of extremely terrifying energy of darkness emanated from her body. Even though separated by such a distance, Han Shuo could feel the terrifying pressure from outside the mountain range. Meanwhile, at this moment, Metal Elite Zombie had his eyes fixed on the darkness divine essence deposit under her. He was preparing to collect it for Han Shuo and seemed to be unaware that he was facing a terrifying creature that was awakening. Return! Quickly return! Han Shuo commanded Metal Elite Zombie, yelling vigorously. Perhaps he was too shocked as he transmitted the message with his consciousness, he was shouting out loud with his mouth. Brian, what's wrong? Akeley questioned. Father, there's one last piece. Let me take that before leaving. Metal Elite Zombie wished to complete the task Han Shuo assigned to him to perfection. Ignore that goddamn divine essence, come back here. Immediately. Han Shuo shouted. It was so loud that it jolted Akeley again. Brian, are you mad? Have you forgotten what we are here for? Akeley stepped forward as though thinking that Han Shuo wasn't in his right mind and wanting to help him recover. Fuck off! But before Akeley could get close, Han Shuo threw a kick and sent Akeley crashing onto the wall behind him. "The hell are you doing?" Akeley was enraged. He stood up while resisting the pain and shouted at Han Shuo, "Do you intend to keep all the spoils to yourself?" Han Shuo had no time for Akeley and placed all his attention on Metal Elite Zombie. After hearing Han Shuo's command, Metal Elite Zombie recognized how pressing Han Shuo was. He took one last look at the black divine essence deposit before immediately retreating to the path he came from. Soon after Metal Elite Zombie started returning, that enormous spider with a human face was finally fully awake from her slumber. A wave of terrifying energy of darkness suddenly burst out from her body. It passed through the spider web beneath her and spread throughout the mountain. "Brazen creature, how dare you steal from me, Rose?" The piercing voice of the enormous human-faced spider spread far and wide and reverberated through most of the mountain range. "Ah!" Metal Elite Zombie, who had yet to exit the Demon Mountain, cried out loudly when a wave of divine energy of darkness struck him. "Tell him to ignore everything and return as quickly as possible. I will sacrifice a few demon generals to protect him." Cauldron Spirit hastily transmitted. "It's Rose. The spider goddess Rose. It's actually her." Han Shuo, who heard the human-faced spider's furious shriek, mumbled to himself in astonishment. Chapter 681, Spider Goddess Rose. GDK 681, Spider Goddess Rose. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Spider Goddess Rose was the being that the Dark Elves of the Profound Continent underground world worshipped. Back on Profound Continent, by using Adele as the medium, Han Shuo had briefly communicated with Rose through an altar. Back then, separated by innumerable material planes, Han Shuo had no clue how mighty Rose was. But now, having truly felt Rose's wrath, Han Shuo finally realized that Rose actually possessed high god strength. Although Han Shuo's consciousness could figure out the exact strength of a mid-god, the same could not be said for a high god like Rose. But what's for sure was that a high god was not in existence that Han Shuo could handle just yet. He had to evacuate the area immediately, lest the spider goddess sensed his presence. "Master, ask Little Metal and Little Earth to escape underground and go as deep as they can." Cauldron Spirit again shouted in Han Shuo's consciousness. Cauldron Spirit too was very much concerned about the 5 elite zombies and Little Skeleton. Han Shuo immediately woke up from the astonishment and hastily transmitted his commands to Metal and Earth elite zombies. After being struck by a wave of divine energy of darkness, Metal elite zombie started falling disorientated down the mountain. 2 puffs of dark smoke gave off from his body. As the master of the Cauldron Spirit, Han Shuo immediately knew that 2 demon generals that adhered on Metal Elite Zombie's body had vanished in the 2 puff of smoke. They had been annihilated. The muddle-headed and spinning Metal Elite Zombie, following Han Shuo's command, steered himself as he dove downwards. The solid rock beneath him seemed to have turned into air, allowing him to dive down without any resistance. "Wretched puny creature, you will not escape," Spider Goddess Rose shrieked with an ear-piercing voice. What's going on?" Akeley finally heard the terrifying shrieks coming from the Demon Mountain inside the mountain range. He immediately understood that things might not be as he imagined and hastily asked. "We provoked a high god. We will leave here immediately. If she discovers our presence, we will never be able to leave," Han Shuo said with his brows deeply creased. He suddenly flew to Akeley, again grabbed him by the collar behind his neck, and started flying outside recklessly. At such a moment, Akeley too had forgotten the grievance he felt towards Han Shuo. He did not even care how Han Shuo was carrying him. He said in a frightened and panicked voice, "What? How could there be a high god in there? You should be asking yourself that question," Han Shuo said furiously. He continued to roar at Akeley, "If anything happens to my son, don't even think about those divine essences because I will bury you next to my son." Akeley was speechless to being berated by Han Shuo. It was also at this moment that he realized why Han Shuo would suddenly fly into a rage. "Before heading here, Akeley had sworn that those divine essences were unowned. It was precisely for this reason that Han Shuo was so at ease with having Metal Elite Zombie and Earth Elite Zombie enter by themselves to collect the ores. Akeley indeed was mostly responsible for their sudden run-in with that high god. Therefore, he chose to silently endure Han Shuo's shouting. "Master, leave this place at full speed. Little Metal and Little Earth are protected by the formation I made using demon generals. Once they are deep underground, that spider goddess won't be able to sense their location. But you are not protected by any concealment formation. You will be in big trouble if she discovers you. Understood?" Han Shuo cut the superfluous words with Akeley and stopped concealing his practice of demonic arts. With demonic yuan wildly circulating throughout his body, his airspeed abruptly increased by 5 folds. He was a mere trail of faint radiance as he flew in the direction of the City of Shadows. Akeley, being carried by Han Shuo, clearly sensed the rapid increase in Han Shuo's flight speed. Aghast, he raised his head to look at Han Shuo. However, except for Han Shuo's irritated appearance, Akeley saw nothing unusual. He could not understand how Han Shuo managed to suddenly increase his airspeed by so much. Han Shuo would have a view of Metal Elite Zombie and Earth Elite Zombie's situation as long as the mystical demons on them were not completely annihilated. When Spider Goddess Rose's divine energy of darkness flowed through the demon mountain, all the little spiders inside the mountain suddenly went mad, leaving cracks in the mountain. Those little spiders seemed to know Metal and Earth Elite Zombies' locations as they were flocking towards them. Yet another 2 demon generals vanished into ashes. Clanking noises sounded on Metal Elite Zombies and his body became less stable. However, he was still on course in descending towards Earth Elite Zombie. Metal Elite Zombie, formed by absorbing the yuan energy of metal in the place of extreme metal, although his body wasn't as nimble and agile as Han Shuo's demonic body, was comparable in terms of toughness. Of the 5 elite zombies, the one with the highest defensive power was Metal Elite Zombie. One could even say that his body was made of steel. As the spider goddess's attack was scattered all over the demon mountain, the terrifying power was diluted several hundred times over. On top of that, the demon generals adhering to Metal Elite Zombie took most of the punishing energy that landed on him. Therefore, the attacks that Metal Elite Zombie had to actually bear was only enough to make clanking noises and not enough to shatter his body. After losing 4 demon generals, Metal Elite Zombie finally returned to the bottom of the demon mountain where Earth Elite Zombie had been waiting. Earth Elite Zombie was long on standby to carry out Han Shuo's command. Earth Elite Zombie grabbed Metal Elite Zombie the very instant he appeared and started traveling underground as fast as possible. Hundreds of thousands of little spiders traveled through the fissures in the mountain and swarmed at them like a vast drove of locusts. These human-faced little spiders seemed to have intercepted the spider goddess command and turned from quiet and calm to restless and violent. They spurted sticky, dark silk at the descending Earth and Metal Elite Zombies. The dark silk was enhanced with the energy of darkness found all around the demon mountain and were therefore very fast and relentless. Even Earth Elite Zombie had trouble dealing with it. Earth Elite Zombie, who was carrying Metal Elite Zombie, rapidly escaped by diving deep underground. His back that was facing the innumerable little spiders collected a wave of sticky silk. Earth Elite Zombie's downward motion was suddenly slowed down when the silk shot and landed on his back. Then, when the several hundred little spiders pulled back, surprisingly, Earth Elite Zombie could not move an inch further. "We will consume you alive little by little, you damned lowly creatures." Spider Goddess Rose stayed at the center of the demon mountain all along. It was after those little spiders had stopped Earth Elite Zombie with their silk that she shrieked and started moving towards Earth Elite Zombie. "What do we do?" Han Shuo suddenly dropped out of his rapid flight and halted in his path. He was irascible and seemed as though he could lose his mind at any instance. "Keep on running. I will make sure that they are all right," Cauldron Spirit replied. Then, at the next instance, Han Shuo discovered that the back of Earth Elite Zombie was also giving off dark smoke. A demon general was combusting itself, causing the silk that those little spiders spurted to snap off. Earth Elite Zombie was free. He twisted his body and suddenly shot deep into the ground. The hole behind him was rapidly refilled with dirt, obstructing the second wave of silk launched by those little spiders. As soon as Earth Elite Zombie was submerged in the ground, he was no longer met with any resistance. Following Han Shuo's instructions, he carried Metal Elite Zombie and bore deeper and deeper into the earth. He was several thousand meters underground before long. They escaped. They actually managed to escape. Spider Goddess Rose flew into a rage, causing the entire demon mountain to quiver. Those lowly life forms have exploited my divine essence deposit. Unforgivable. They must all die. The demon mountain was trembling fiercely as rumbling sounds reverberated. Suddenly, several long and sharp spider feet which appeared more like claws with incisive edges, pierced through the rocks and pried open an enormous hole at the center of the demon mountain. The enormous body of Spider Goddess Rose emerged from the demon mountain. Spider Goddess Rose immediately leapt and charged in Han Shuo's direction as soon as she came out from the demon mountain. Han Shuo was overwhelmed with shock. Shit! We still got discovered. Han Shuo's heart was thrown into chaos. He started weighing if he should abandon Akeley and again deploy the demonic blood disassembly to escape the calamity. Don't do anything in confusion, Master. Calm down your mind and observe the situation at Demon Mountain again with a mystical demon. Cauldron Spirit hastily transmitted to Han Shuo, stopping him from doing anything irrational. After hearing Cauldron Spirit's shout, Han Shuo took a few deep breaths to rapidly readjust his heart and mind. After calming himself down, Han Shuo observed through a mystical demon that Cauldron Spirit placed on top of another mountain. He suddenly discovered that Spider Goddess Rose was in fact stationary on the hole she tore open. Several dark phantoms flew out from her and spread in all directions. She hasn't moved at all, nor did she charge in your direction. She was merely searching for a target using phantoms. You can ignore it and continue running. Those phantom images cannot catch up to you. Cauldron Spirit explained to Han Shuo. Thanks to Cauldron Spirit's reminder, Han Shuo calmed down and readjusted himself to the most optimal state. He ignored the phantom images flying over and continued in the direction of the City of Shadows as fast as he could. After flying for half a day, he stopped near a mountain village. Based on Akeley's understanding of Elysium, those non-human races had to abide by constraints that the calamity over gods imposed. They definitely would not attack human villages. At this moment, Han Shuo was certain that he had escaped from the spider goddess pursuit. Han Shuo did not enter the mountain village but stayed beside a river in its vicinity. Ignoring Akeley's puzzlement, Han Shuo attended to himself in recovering his energy. Finally, at midnight, Han Shuo suddenly opened his eyes. With a gloomy face and a deep voice, he said to Akeley, who was still feeling uneasy, "Time to divide the spoils. The previous agreement is cancelled. I will decide the new allocation." Upon finishing those words, Earth Elite Zombie emerged from the ground. Thud! Earth Elite Zombie threw a sack filled with divine essence on the ground and said to Han Shuo, "Father, don't worry, little metal is all right." Han Shuo's face was a little less frightening after hearing Earth Elite Zombie's words. Chapter 682, Dividing the Spoils. GDK 682, Dividing the Spoils. Akeley stared foolishly and gaped at the divine essences poured on the ground. He was absolutely stupefied. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Earth Elite Zombie, who emptied the gunny sack filled with divine essences on the ground, looked at Akeley with a hostile gaze. It was as though he would pounce on Akeley and tear him into pieces as soon as Han Shuo gave him the signal. Han Shuo heaved a sigh of relief when he learned from Earth Elite Zombie that Metal Elite Zombie was all right. He crouched to sort out the divine essences piece by piece before he reported, "Earth Divine Essence 9 pieces. Wind 32 pieces. Death 12 pieces. Lightning 28 pieces. Destruction 16 pieces. Light 5 pieces. Life 4 pieces. Altogether that's 106 pieces of divine essence." They really are divine essences. You actually did it. After a long while, Akeley wore an overjoyed expression and cried out in surprise. Of the 106 divine essences, my son and I will take 70% and you will take 30%, which is about 30 pieces. I'll let you have 10 divine essences for each of the energy of destruction, wind, and lightning. Han Shuo raised his head before he continued to Akeley, any objections? Akeley understood that Han Shuo and his son gave the most work and labor in obtaining these divine essences. Aside from providing an address, he had practically contributed nothing to the success. On top of that, all along the journey, he had been relying on and troubled Han Shuo to preserve his life. He was lucky to have even taken 30% in the end. Besides, given the current circumstances, even if Han Shuo wanted to take all the divine essence for himself, there was nothing that Akeley could do to stop him. I don't have any objection with the allocation, but, since you don't cultivate in the Edict of Destruction, why don't you give all 16 of the Destruction Divine Essence to me? You can have all the Wind and Lightning Divine Essence. How about that? Akeley hesitated before he came up with a counter-proposal. That won't do. I need a few Destruction Divine Essences as well. I have use for them. Han Shuo rejected the counter-proposal resolutely and suggested, you can exchange the 20 Wind and Lightning Divine Essences for crystal coins that would give you a footing on Elysium, or exchange them for more Destruction Divine Essences. In short, you cannot have them all. What use do you have for Destruction Divine Essences? Akeley asked as he forced a smile. He had no clue why Han Shuo was so insistent on taking a portion of the Destruction Divine Essences. Other than the element of death, I also cultivate in the Edict of Destruction. That's why I need those crystals as well. Han Shuo calmly admitted as he exercised the energy of destruction in his avatar and released a destruction domain of divinity through his main body. Akeley was jolted as soon as the domain of divinity of destruction emerged. He again cried out in surprise, you simultaneously cultivate in two energies. If you do so, you will not attain the true pinnacle in any of the energies. How could you be so silly? Han Shuo had 3 souls that were connected but independent of each other, therefore he was immune to the issue that Akeley described. Han Shuo smiled and shook his head before he replied, you don't have to worry about this for me. I know what I'm doing. As he spoke, Han Shuo took the initiative to help Akeley divide his portion of the divine essence. Han Shuo was rather generous and did not select just the smallest pieces of divine essence for Akeley. Han Shuo selected 30 pieces of divine essence of destruction, wind, and lightning out from the bunch and pushed them to Akeley. This is the share that you deserve. With these 10 pieces of destruction divine essence, I believe you could at least attain late-stage low god realm. I wish you the best of luck in your quest of avenging your master's death. Han Shuo said to Akeley in a deep voice. Akeley forced a smile and put away the 30 divine essences. He sighed, what a pity that it's not 106 destruction divine essences. Just 10 pieces of it isn't nearly enough for a substantial breakthrough. Be content with what you have. The consumption of divine essence is the safest way of increasing the divine energy you have. 10 pieces of divine essence is considered very precious treasure on Elysium. Keep it safe and find a safe place to absorb the energy in them, Han Shuo reminded. Where are you heading? Akeley could tell that the two would soon part ways. After having interacted with Han Shuo for some days, Akeley had a pretty positive feeling about Han Shuo. That was why he asked where Han Shuo planned to go. After all, had it been another person, at this point in time, the person would likely have attempted to murder Akeley in order to hog all the divine essence. After carefully thinking, Akeley felt that although Han Shuo was a little overbearing, at least he wasn't hypocritical in his conducts and was a trustworthy friend. I'm going to the City of Shadows. But it's hard to say if I will remain in that city in the future. Han Shuo too found Akeley somewhat admirable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped Akeley shoulder the fees of 50 blue crystal coins for his divine tablet in the beginning. Take care. I will find somewhere nearby to recover my strength and absorb the destruction divine essences. Perhaps I might search for you at the City of Shadows once I'm through. No problem. Here's 5 purple crystal coins. Use it well. Do not reveal your divine essences unless you have absolute trust in the buyer. You'll put yourself in jeopardy otherwise. Han Chuo was concerned that without some crystal coins to use, Akely might attempt to sell the wind and lightning divine essences for crystal coins, arouse the greed of people around him, and end up being murdered. Thanks a lot. I know what to do. I won't attract danger to myself. If I choose to sell the divine essence, I will only do so at the dominion of space or destiny. I wouldn't be so reckless to reveal the crystals and take the chance of being murdered. Akely knew what Han Chuo was worried about and smilingly assured. Well, if you say so, I can be at ease. So long. Han Chuo pointed Akely to a concealed area before waving his hand and bidding him farewell. After going a few miles away from Akely, Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie both stood still before Han Chuo. After some communication, Han Chuo learned that Metal Elite Zombie was unscathed. Only then was he at ease with sending the two back to the netherworld. Father, this world is more suitable for our cultivation, Earth Elite Zombie suddenly said to Han Chuo. Han Chuo stared blankly for a moment before he asked, what do you mean? The elements in this world are more intense than anywhere else, and it is suitable for any high-level life forms to live in. The netherworld is only rich in the element of death, while other elements were not even near the levels of Father's former world. The 5 of us cannot grow at the fastest rate if we stay in the netherworld, Earth Elite Zombie explained. Han Chuo began to contemplate in silence for a long while before he said, except for Little Metal, the 4 of you are on the verge of becoming gods. You will all stay in the netherworld before actually becoming gods. We will discuss this in detail after you have all formed divine souls. Understood. Earth Elite Zombie nodded his head in a docile manner. Then, he looked at Han Chuo with pleading eyes and asked, Father, please keep those Earth divine essences for me. I will be able to absorb them after I form a divine soul and a divine body. Don't worry, I'm saving it all for you. Han Chuo was amused as he inwardly thought, these little ones are getting greedier and greedier. You must keep it for me. I will fully comprehend that old dragon's divine soul very soon, Earth Elite Zombie exhorted Han Chuo yet again, as though he was afraid that Han Chuo would lose those Earth divine essences somehow. Don't worry, they're in safe hands. Han Chuo assured him smilingly and proceeded to send both Earth and Metal Elite Zombies back to the netherworld. After Earth and Metal Elite Zombies returned, Han Chuo flew towards the City of Shadows following the directions indicated by a villager. Han Chuo's mind was rather burdened with indecision during the journey there. Based on Earth Elite Zombies' words, the 5 Elite Zombies could grow better on Elysium. However, of the 5, 4 of them cultivated in the energy of earth, life, fire, and water. These energies were incompatible with the dominions of the Calamity over Gods where Han Chuo was. Were they to stay with Han Chuo, they would attract trouble sooner or later. However, Han Chuo could not be completely at ease letting them off to the 4 respective dominions separately. This plane was, after all, the plane of gods. There were all kinds of mighty gods all around. Han Chuo was concerned about their safety. With that, Han Chuo was at a total loss for what to do. He had chosen to stand in the camp of the Calamity over Gods. If others were to discover his relationship with Earth and Wood Elite Zombie who cultivated in the Earth Element and Life Edict, he would be in great danger and might even be taken as a traitor by the Calamity Church. Ugh, forget about it. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I'll just worry about it later in time. When Han Chuo could not make up his mind, he decided to just stop thinking about it. He hurried on with his journey to the City of Shadows. The Dominion of Darkness was many times larger than Profound Continent. The City of Shadows was one of the 5 major cities in the Dominion of Darkness. Although it was called a city, it in fact contained several dozen smaller cities and forts of various sizes. A fort there could be bigger than the territories of the Lancelot Empire. When Han Chuo entered the sphere of influence of the City of Shadows, he discovered that there was still a long journey ahead to the actual City of Shadows. There were small villages all around its perimeter. After passing through 13 or so villages, Han Shuo arrived at a fort in the perimeter of the City of Shadows. But before Han Shuo even got close to the fort, 6 tall boundary towers that reached through the clouds entered his eyes. The apex of the barrier towers was glowing with deep dark radiance. They took the shape of a 6-tipped star which constantly spread a powerful boundary around the fort. Without a divine tablet and crystal coins, it was impossible to enter the fort. Divine guards could be found stationed in the gaps between the boundary towers. Their figures were blended with darkness and their appearances indistinguishable as they coldly observed the movements of all those walking into the fort. Han Shuo found himself mixed among a crowd of gods cultivating in the energy of darkness, death, and destruction heading to the fort. After carefully observing his surroundings, Han Shuo discovered the presence of gods who cultivated in other energy like space, earth, and fire. It appeared that the dominion of darkness actually did allow gods of other energies to enter. After a moment of careful observation and listening, Han Shuo learned that, with the exception of gods who cultivated in the Edict of Life and Element of Light, all other gods were allowed entry. This was because the Calamity Overgods were eternal opponents of the Overgods of Light and Life. Chapter 683, Divine Scrolls. GDK 683, Divine Scrolls. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. After arriving at the fort, Han Shuo surrendered his divine tablet and 50 blue crystal coins to an officer. The officer scanned Han Shuo's divine tablet by placing it on a pentagonal magical device, then nodded his head and returned the divine tablet to Han Shuo, indicating that he may enter. The divine tablet was like a travel pass on Elysium. Without a divine tablet, a person's identity could not be identified and therefore they would not be allowed entry to the fort. One would also need 50 blue crystal coins for the entry fees. After carefully observing for a while, Han Shuo noticed that of the endless stream of people entering the fort, the weakest of them possessed demigod strength. A great majority of them were base gods and low gods. Only a few of them were mid-gods and not a single one of them was a high god. Han Shuo followed the crowd and entered the fort in order. It was after he arrived at the gates that he learned that this place was called Fort Verka. The first thing that entered Han Shuo's eyes after he entered Fort Verka was a row of divine guards suited in dark armor. They were vigilantly observing the arriving crowd and maintaining order. After carefully eavesdropping for some time, Han Shuo learned that Fort Verka was administered by the House of Croton. They were in charge of implementing taxes and ensuring the safety of Fort Verka, maintaining order in the fort. Donna had previously explained to Han Shuo that there were myriads of families' clans that filled every corner of Elysium. They pledged their lives in complete devotion to the 12 overgods and served as viceroys to their respective overgods. Some ancient family clans, possessing immense strength, might even administer more than one city. While some family clans were weaker and could only be in charge of some fortresses or towns. The House of Croton that was in charge of Fort Verka was a small, third-rate family clan. However, after entering Fort Verka, Han Shuo discovered that this fortress was at least 5 times the size of Brettle City. Its population numbered merely in the thousands with a great majority of the populace being demigods and base gods. Only approximately 300 of them were truly in the ranks of godhood with merely a dozen or more mid-gods. Han Shuo did not rush in departing Fort Verka. Instead, he wandered through the streets and alleys of the fort to experience the differences between Profound Continent and Elysium. With no expert in Fort Verka who could threaten his life, Han Shuo boldly had Cauldron Spirit release a few demon generals. With the demon generals flying all around Fort Verka, Han Shuo very quickly came to figure out the overall situation of the fort. There wasn't too much of a difference between Fort Verka and those cities on Profound Continent. All the residents of the fort were subjected to the governance of the House of Croton and had to pay them certain taxes annually. In exchange, the House of Croton would ensure their safety, allowing them to cultivate with peace of mind. After a round of probing using the mystical demons, Han Shuo noticed a major dissimilarity. Every single person made it their main purpose to cultivate and raise their strengths. From his comprehensive survey of Fort Verka, Han Shuo discovered all kinds of big and small stores. Most of the items sold were various types of low-level divine weapons, materials for refining divine weapons, as well as divine scrolls which recorded basic knowledge about energies of various types. There were also a lot of divine gems. In those facilities, gods could exchange their insights into cultivation as well as have friendly matches with each other safely inside a large-scale defensive barrier for the purpose of strengthening themselves. As soon as Han Shuo found that divine scrolls of all elements were being traded, he was tempted. He immediately headed to the largest divine scroll store in the fort. Ever since he parted with Akeli, Han Shuo's two avatars had been absorbing the divine essences of death and destruction inside the cauldron of myriad demon. His avatar of death that had engulfed a portion of that old god hunter's divine energy reached late-stage low god realm right after absorbing 2 pieces of death divine essences. This avatar of Han Shuo's had previously assimilated the divine soul of a mid-god, obtaining all his insight and understanding about the element of death. With this advantage, Han Shuo was able to easily advance to late-stage low god realm by accumulating and deepening his divine energy of death to a certain level. During the recent period of time, instead of continuing to absorb more divine essences, Han Shuo had his avatar of death familiarize with and stabilize its new realm. His avatar of death would spend time learning to appreciate the true essence of the energy of death and attempt to master a few new attack methods. As to the avatar of destruction, Han Shuo was feeling rather worried. After absorbing 2 pieces of destruction divine essence, Han Shuo felt that the divine energy in his avatar had reached its critical point. At this stage, Han Shuo had to deepen his knowledge and understanding of the energy of destruction or he would not make a breakthrough to the late-stage realm no matter how much more divine essence he absorbed. Unfortunately, unlike his avatar of death, his avatar of destruction had not assimilated any divine soul of a higher realm. Every little advancement in godhood would be a lengthy process. The insight he gained from the destruction of the 9th realm mystical yin harvester and from peeping at others putting the edict of destruction into use seemed to be insufficient in allowing him to advance from his current realm. Han Shuo had worried about this during the recent period of time. Therefore, when he learned that there were divine scrolls for sale in this Fort Verka, his interest was immediately aroused. He was hoping that the divine scrolls would contain something useful. After walking into the divine scroll store, Han Shuo started looking all around. He discovered all kinds of scrolls on display. However, most of these scrolls were only useful to demigods and base gods. Scrolls that described the process of breaking through base god realm to low god realm were especially abundant. If any single one of the scrolls here found its way to profound continent, Han Shuo believed that it would be an invaluable treasure that all magi and swordsmen would scramble for. Given the clearly labeled price of the scrolls in this store, it was plain to tell that scrolls of this sort were rather ordinary and nothing uncommon on this plane. The number of gods on Elysium was uncountable. Some gods who were fresh off the boat and had no crystal coins might decide to write down their own knowledge, tips, and insights about becoming god into scrolls and try selling them to demigods and base gods to earn some crystal coins. Hence, for this reason, scrolls such as those were plenty to be found. But as the steps laid out and experiences on the scrolls were different depending on the authors, some of them being poor writers, the scrolls were not equally useful and effective. Those of mid-god strength and above would have practically no worry for livelihood on Elysium. Even if a mid-god arrived on Elysium without a single penny, they would find envoys from all major family clans trying to recruit them. They had absolutely no need to worry about getting crystal coins. It was precisely for this reason that scrolls containing the cultivation experiences of mid-gods were almost completely absent in the market. Those mid-gods wouldn't be willing to spend effort and energy just to earn that small amount of extra crystal coins. Naturally, high gods, who were basically at the pinnacle of strength, would never do such a thing. Other than their own offsprings and descendants, they will not divulge their insights to anyone, not even their friends. Han Shuo did not know if the cultivation experiences recorded on the scroll would actually be useful to him. Therefore, he wanted to examine a few of them first. After arriving at the energy of destruction category, Han Shuo lowered his head and found a bunch of scrolls underneath a barrier. The prices ranged from 3 to 10 purple crystal coins. Can I have a look before buying? Han Shuo raised his head, turned to a young lady with a sweet look and asked. She cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness and possessed merely base god strength. I'm sorry, divine scrolls are unlike other goods. The contents of a scroll could be just a few sentences in length. If you were to memorize the content without buying, then we will lose money, the young lady put on a professional smile and explained in a courteous manner. Well then, give me that scroll worth 3 purple crystal coins. Han Shuo withdrew 3 purple crystal coins and handed them to the young lady smilingly. Why, of course, the young lady withdrew a piece of blue stone and aimed it at the scroll. Right after that, the divine scroll with the price of 3 purple crystal coins flew out from the boundary and stuck to the stone in her hand. Thank you for your purchase, the young lady handed the scroll to Han Shuo. She seemed to be in a pretty great mood. Han Shuo unrolled the scroll, flipped through a few pages, and started reading the scroll right before the young lady. After a few minutes, Han Shuo was obviously deeply disappointed. The contents on the scroll merely recorded the understanding of a low god of destruction who had just stepped into godhood. That person's strength probably wasn't even on Han Shuo's level. Nothing written on the scroll was substantive and it did not help Han Shuo one bit. 3 purple crystal coins were wasted just like that. Would you like to purchase more scrolls? I believe that the divine scroll which costs 10 purple crystal coins will be more suitable for you, the young lady wearing a big smile asked Han Shuo. Let's have a look. Han Shuo looted 100 or more purple crystal coins from the bodies of Kaiser and Ericsson and therefore he wasn't particularly short on purple crystal coins. As he spoke, he withdrew 10 purple crystal coins and handed them to her. All right, the young lady smiled sweetly and received Han Shuo's purple crystal coins. After handing Han Shuo that divine scroll he purchased, she smilingly said, different prices contain information of different levels. Perhaps this will have what you are looking for. Let's hope so. Han Shuo replied casually. He unrolled the divine scroll and started reading in front of her again. Han Shuo gasped in surprise. Although this divine scroll also did not record any usable realizations, it described an attack method called the Orb of Destruction. It worked by rapidly condensing divine energy into a sphere and whirling it in the domain of divinity in a manner conforming to the Edict of Destruction. The scroll described in detail the method of condensing divine energy into an orb but was rather vague in the explanation about how to whirl the orb correctly in the domain of divinity. It appeared that the author was purposefully hiding it. From the looks of it, the author ought to have come to comprehend this attack method by himself and was pushed by circumstances to write a scroll and sell it for crystal coins. However, at the same time, the author was reluctant to have others fully understand his attack method, therefore deliberately writing about it in the most confusing manner. This one is not bad. Han Shuo nodded smilingly. He turned to look at the remaining few scrolls underneath the boundary and was prepared to buy all of them. But before he could, the young lady suddenly smiled and said, I have a special scroll about the Edict of Destruction. I believe you will definitely be interested in it. Chapter 684, The God Hunter Alliance. GDK 684, The God Hunter Alliance. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo looked at the shop assistant in a rather intrigued manner. Rather puzzled about her intentions, he asked with a charming smile, what makes you think that I will be interested in something like this? You have enough crystal coins and care a lot about the energy of destruction. You seem like you would surely spare a large sum of money on scrolls with real content. I dare assure you that that scroll of mine is more useful than any other scroll here. The young lady was composed and answered with a wide grin. What's the price? I should tell you in advance that if it's not worth what I pay for, I'm going to ask for a refund. No problem. If you think that it's not worth it, I will refund you all the crystal coins, the young lady said with confidence. She looked left and right, made sure that no one else was watching her, and carefully withdrew a yellowish divine scroll. This scroll seemed to have been repeatedly used. 40 purple crystal coins. Not a piece short, the young lady swayed the scroll in front of Han Chuo and said unflinchingly. Here, 40 purple crystal coins. Take it. Han Chuo withdrew 40 purple crystal coins and handed it to her. He thought that the price of the scroll was really high. One could buy a lot more with 40 purple crystal coins. Here's your scroll. You will not be disappointed. I can assure you that. The young lady handed the yellowish scroll into Han Chuo's hand with great confidence. Han Chuo found it intriguing that the young lady would be so confident, and so he unfurled the scroll and had a look. He hastily committed the contents on the scroll to memory, and immediately after that, the yellowish divine scroll abruptly ignited and turned into ashes. There will be no refunds now, the young lady hastily voiced as Han Chuo burned the divine scroll to ashes before her very eyes. Those 40 purple crystal coins are yours, Han Chuo said in a deep voice. Would you like to read more scrolls? The young lady asked, pointing at the other scrolls under the boundary. No, thanks, Han Chuo shook his head. After muttering to himself irresolutely, he asked, this scroll you sold me, how did you obtain it? My apologies, I have no comment about this. The young lady seemed to grow anxious. She then continued, it matters not the scroll's origins. I have no idea what is specifically written on it. There's no point asking me any questions. Han Chuo nodded, sized her up for a moment, and said goodbye. The scroll that the young lady sold him had in fact recorded the method of absorbing divine energy from another godly cultivator of the Edict of Destruction. Han Chuo could not understand why she would sell such a scroll. For those who cultivated in the elemental energies, the method of engulfing another god's divine energy was very easy to grasp even without any guidance. But when it came to the 4 edictal forces, this was not as straightforward. The methods of engulfing edictal divine energies were only possessed by the god hunters. In most places on Elysium, this type of people was hunted and cracked down on. The average being usually had no way of coming into contact with them. Shockingly, however, that divine scroll that the young lady sold Han Chuo actually recorded the method of engulfing others' divine energy of destruction in detail. Han Chuo reduced it to ashes immediately after reading it through, as these things were very illegal and prohibited. Han Chuo couldn't tell if the young lady actually knew anything about the contents of the scroll. She cultivated in the energy of darkness and her strength was puny. Logically speaking, she should not have been able to understand what was described on the scroll. However, when she sold the scroll to Han Chuo, she appeared to be full of confidence, as though she knew exactly what was written in there. Han Chuo grew suspicious. Though Han Chuo had left the divine scroll store, he also left behind a mystical demon to spy on her. Han Chuo learned that in the short span of half a day, the young lady had sold the same scroll to others by repeating the same modus operandi. The purchasers were all cultivators of the Edict of Destruction. From the reconnaissance of the mystical demon, Han Chuo saw that those scrolls she sold were exactly the same as the one he purchased with 40 purple crystal coins. She seemed to have an unlimited copy of the scroll about how to engulf the divine energy of destruction. Feeling that something shady was going on, Han Chuo continued to closely observe the young lady using a mystical demon. Finally, when the sky got dark, she met with a sinister old man in the back room of the store. The old man was sitting on a rocking chair that swayed back and forth a tempo. He was a mid-stage mid-god of darkness. His smiling eyes were glued to the young lady. This young lady, who had a big smile when facing Han Chuo, wore a frightened face when she faced the old man. She respectfully reported, "Lord Raman, I have sold 7 copies today." That old man called Raman smiled sinisterly and said, "Not bad. Hee, make a guess, of the 7, how many of them will fall to temptation and turn into new members of our God Hunter Alliance?" "Your humble servant has no idea," the young lady shook her head. "Haha, neither do I. But I'm very much looking forward to finding out the answer." If it wasn't for the fact that it's rather hard to grasp the method of engulfing the energy of destruction, we wouldn't need to come to this. There are too few members in the alliance who cultivate in the energy of destruction. We have no choice but to recruit new members this way. Those who are oppressed in their daily lives have abided by the rules and conventions only because they do not know the method of engulfing divine energy. Once they learn how to engulf the divine energy of other destruction edict cultivators, that temptation will slowly nibble away their willpower. They will fall to our side inch by inch. My lord, some of them have become suspicious of me after reading the scroll. If they were to report this to the House of Croton, we could be in trouble. The young lady hesitated for a moment before she said worriedly. Don't worry, I have taken care of those people. There won't be an issue. Besides, there aren't many true experts in this small little Fort Verka. Even if we are actually discovered, we could easily escape. Raman was unruffled. After finishing those words, he let out a soft, lascivious laugh. In one swoop, he grabbed the young lady in his embrace and completely stripped her down in no time. He then had the young lady open her legs wide and saddled her on his crotch. The rocking chair rocked vigorously. Having understood the ins and outs of the scheme, Han Chuo withdrew his mystical demon. He was somewhat surprised even the god hunters had formed an alliance of their own. What Raman did was to secretly recruit new members for the God Hunter Alliance. It was rather straightforward to consume another's divine energy for cultivators of the 8 elemental energies. This, however, wasn't as straightforward for cultivators of the 4 edictal forces. For the purpose of recruiting more cultivators of the Edict of Destruction, Raman revealed the method of engulfing another's divine energy to gods who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction. Then, when some of them succumbed to the temptation, they would voluntarily join as new members of the God Hunter Alliance. This was the first time Han Chuo learned about the God Hunter Alliance. Even Donna did not mention this to him. God Hunters could be said as the public enemy of the Elysium. This bunch of unique lunatics was heavily hunted in every single overgod dominion. If one of them were to make the slightest blunder in a major city, they would suffer a catastrophic blow. Every city had sufficient divine guards and formidable leaders. These god hunters surely wouldn't be so bold to recruit new members in big cities. They would only do so in fortresses like Fort Verka where defenses and surveillance were inadequate. Even if they were exposed, they could easily leave and escape without much harm. Raman was clearly one of the members of the God Hunter Alliance, but Han Chuo had no idea about his position level in the organization. As Raman cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness, he wasn't all that interested in him. Although the God Hunter Alliance was extremely repulsive and vile, they had not truly harmed Han Chuo. Therefore, even though he was aware of the scheme, he decided to ignore the matter. That mystical demon crossed through Raman's boundary of darkness noiselessly and returned to Han Chuo. Instead of immediately proceeding to the City of Shadows, Han Chuo went to a gym and planned to stay there for some time. He intended to spend time researching and mastering the Orb of Destruction. There was an abundance of gyms and training fields available for use in Fort Verka, as long as one had sufficient crystal coins. With 3 purple crystal coins, Han Chuo rented a training field of several million square feet that came with an isolation barrier for half a year. By following the method of condensing an orb of destruction recorded in the scroll, in 2 months, Han Chuo had successfully compressed his destruction divine energy into an orb that emanated an intense aura of destruction. The orb was dark in color and approximately the size of a palm. Divine energy seemed to be whirling in the orb like liquid. When an orb of destruction took shape, 1/5 of Han Chuo's destruction divine energy was diverted and gathered on the orb. To proceed, Han Chuo tried to manipulate the orb of destruction in a trajectory recorded on the scroll. However, he was unable to get the knack of it. He knew that the author of the scroll had deliberately distorted or left out certain information so that the readers could not truly unleash the full power of the orb of destruction. However, Han Chuo had a mighty consciousness and a great deal of patience. He believed that if he would continue to experiment perfecting the orb of destruction with the help of his miraculous consciousness, he would be able to truly master the attack method. One day, while Han Chuo was still attempting to figure out the correct way of manipulating the orb of destruction in his training field, jingling bells suddenly rang at his front door. Immediately, Han Chuo returned his avatar of destruction into the cauldron of myriad demon. Puzzled, he walked to the front door of his training field and asked, "Zoya, did I not mention that I do not wish to be disturbed by anyone?" "I'm sorry, but there are officers that wish to see you," Zoya replied in a helpless voice. He was the person in charge of the training field. According to the rules, as long as the patron had paid sufficient fees for their duration of use, the patron should not be disturbed. "Are you Brian?" An energy of destruction cultivator, a young woman with a graceful physique and scattered red hair that looked like a waterfall sized Han Chuo up before she asked. "That's right. How can I help you?" Han Chuo asked confusedly. He could tell that this woman also cultivated in the energy of destruction and attained late-stage low god strength. She was in a slightly higher realm compared to Han Chuo's avatar of destruction. During the recent days, many cultivators of the Edict of Destruction have been found dead in Fort Verka with their divine energies drained. They must have fallen prey to other cultivators of the same energy. "I'm acting under orders to interrogate every suspicious person. Come take a walk with us," the young woman gave a short explanation before turning around and walking away. She gestured at Han Chuo and the divine guards behind her, indicating them to keep pace with her. Chapter 685, Too Dumb to be a God Hunter. GDK 685, Too Dumb to be a God Hunter. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo could roughly figure out what was going on right after listening to the woman's explanation. Those scrolls that Raman distributed in secret had to be producing results. Surely, a few of them weren't able to resist the temptation and engulfed the divine energy of other destruction edict cultivators. Han Chuo had been staying in his training field all this while and he did not release mystical demons to survey the situation in Fort Verka. However, from the fact that the House of Croton had mobilized large forces to investigate everyone who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction, Han Chuo could tell that the situation must have gone sour. Han Chuo pondered about it in silence for a moment. As he was rather curious about how they would investigate, he decided to leave the training field with that woman. Han Chuo then discovered several other energy of destruction cultivators waiting right outside. They were not wearing the unique armor of divine guards, so he figured they must have been suspects to be investigated like himself. "Come with us. We just want to ask you a few questions. This will not take too much of your time," the woman with fiery red long hair said after taking Han Chuo to the rest of the suspects. "Miss Eunice, what is actually going on in Fort Verka? Why is it that recently, strange miserable shrieks can often be heard at night? Are the god hunters launching large-scale invasions?" A boorish, bulky man asked that red-haired woman concernedly. That red-haired Eunice swooped a glance across the few low gods of destruction and replied in a cold voice, "This is Fort Verka. Under the guardianship of my House of Croton, how would god hunters have the audacity to attack this place so openly?" "Humph, but I can tell you that there are indeed a few god hunters in the fort, and they could be standing beside you right now." Han Chuo sneered in his heart after hearing Eunice's reply. Having previously eavesdropped on Raman's conversation, he knew that Raman did not take the House of Croton as a threat at all. In fact, that was the reason why Raman had chosen to strike in Fort Verka. Eunice should be a member of the House of Croton. It appeared that she had no idea just how big of a trouble they were actually up against. Miss Eunice is right. The god hunters definitely wouldn't be so brazen to assault this fort openly, a third person voiced his opinion. He proclaimed in a righteous tone, "Those god hunters are truly repulsive, horrible beings. They better hope they don't come across me because otherwise, I, Lexus, will surely give them hell. Stop boasting already, you'd be lucky if you could stay alive against one." Of the deceased, one of them was a late-stage low god. "You have merely advanced to mid-stage low god realm recently. You are nothing more than a prey to them," Eunice ridiculed him disdainfully. Lexus let out a hollow laugh rather embarrassingly. He did not make any retort and seemed afraid of Yunus. What? That burly man cried out in surprise, even a late-stage low god got murdered. That's right. Each and every one of you better be very cautious. Don't be so arrogant to think that you could handle one all by yourself. If you run into any suspicious person, your best choice is to shout at the top of your voice. The divine guards are on heavy patrol and can come to your assistance very quickly, Yunus replied. After taking a short pause, she added, but before that, I must make sure that you people are all innocent. If any one of you is found to be a god hunter, no matter who you are, I will kill you with my own hands. After hearing those words, those who knew of Yunus's identity and strength became completely silent as though they were very afraid of this red-haired woman. Miss Yunus, the other team has completed their investigation. We should proceed there now. A divine guard standing beside Yunus poked a miniature compass-like device on his left wrist and said to her. Everyone come with me. If any of you try to leave midway, I will consider the person as a god hunter and they will be killed on the spot. You all better behave yourself. Yunus waved her hand and led the party towards the center of Fort Verka. The few suspects including Han Shuo followed behind Yunus without making a noise. Soon enough, Yunus and the party arrived at the largest practice field in Fort Verka. This practice field was under the management of the House of Croton. It was expansive and contained a complete set of facilities. After walking into the practice field, Han Shuo discovered that there were around 70 people in this place. A majority of them cultivated in the Edict of Destruction. Most of those who did not cultivate in the energy of destruction were divine guards under the House of Croton. Uncle Barnett, how are things? Upon arrival, Yunus walked to a thin and tall middle-aged man with a face overgrown with a thick beard. We haven't found anything. Truly strange, Barnett sighed. His eyes glanced back and forth at Han Shuo and the others. Let's test this bunch and see how it goes, Yunus too softly sighed and replied. She turned to Han Shuo and the others and shouted, line up and perform the test one by one. This device can test if the divine energy in your body is pure. Once you have demonstrated that there is no impurity in your divine energy, you may leave. The divine energy absorbed from another person did not immediately fuse with the beneficiary's divine energy, it took a period of time to fully amalgamate. Before that could take place, the person's divine energy would contain impurities. Han Shuo was aware of this fact. He looked at that miniature energy tower of Barnett's placed on top of a table and after a moment of sensing, he understood that the device could directly absorb divine energy and indicate its purity. One after another, the party pressed their hands on the energy tower and injected a strand of their divine energy. Once it received divine energy, the energy tower would glow with faint white light if the divine energy was clean and did not contain any impurities. The few people that took the test before Han Shuo all passed the test with the energy tower giving off faint white light. When it was Han Shuo's turn, he proceeded calmly and unhurriedly. With a faint smile on his face, he placed a hand on the energy tower and inserted a strand of his divine energy. The energy tower, which had been glowing with faint white light all along, suddenly flickered. The white light also gradually turned grey in color. Han Shuo was astounded. Before he could explain a thing, Barnett and Yunus simultaneously shouted, God Hunter! Their shouts were ear-piercing in the quiet training field. Every pair of eyes in the training field gathered on Han Shuo in an instant. Barnett and Yunus surrounded Han Shuo in a well-coordinated manner. The divine guards in the distance rapidly gathered towards him as well. Han Shuo suddenly found himself heavily surrounded. How did that come about? Didn't you tell me that all impurities in the avatar of destruction have been removed? Han Shuo hastily transmitted to Cauldron Spirit to figure out what was going on. After 2 seconds, Cauldron Spirit replied, that avatar of yours definitely does not have any impurities. Your avatar is formed using Demon Slayer Edge and the weapon still contains your blood essences. It must be because of the blood essence that the crappy stone would glow. Han Shuo immediately came to his senses after hearing Cauldron Spirit's explanation. That avatar of his was indeed formed from the Demon Slayer Edge. The blood essence of a demonic arts cultivator, which the demon slayer edge contained, was extremely unique. Therefore, it was to be expected that the energy tower would detect Han Shuo's divine energy to be impure. Han Shuo had not anticipated this situation at all, and therefore he was so at ease with inserting a strand of his divine energy into the testing device. Who knew that he would end up in such a huge blunder? After the conversation with Cauldron Spirit, Han Shuo found himself heavily encircled. Barnett and Eunice wore gloomy faces as they stared fixedly at Han Shuo. Barnett proceeded to ask in a cold voice, "How many accomplices do you have? As long as you cooperate with us, I will grant you a more comfortable death." "This is a misunderstanding, a big misunderstanding." Han Shuo forced a smile and explained. He did not know if he should laugh or cry as he looked at those divine guards that formed a few layers around him. The evidence is undeniable. This cannot be a mistake. Eunice coldly shouted. For the last few months, there were altogether 13 Destruction Edict cultivators killed by having their divine energy drained. The tower has shown that your destruction divine energy is not pure. How could this be a misunderstanding? Kill him! Kill this damned god hunter! Miss Eunice, kill him in the cruelest way possible. It is his bunch who murdered my wife. My brother died to them. Everyone in the training field glared furiously at Han Shuo. Some of those people who had lost their family and friends to god hunters were even charging towards Han Shuo with sheer vengeance. If the divine guards were not holding them back, they would have tried to kill Han Shuo. Han Shuo could sense the fury of all those around him. It was now that he truly recognized why god hunters would always do things surreptitiously and refrain from big cities. He knew that if he doesn't give a good explanation and exonerate himself immediately, he might not be able to walk out from this training field. Even if he were to escape using demonic arts, with the presence of divine tablets, he wouldn't need to think about having a foothold on Elysium. I can assure you, this is a misunderstanding. Facing the furious crowd, Han Shuo explained with a bitter smile. Youngster, you have been exposed and there is nothing to be disputed. If you would like to do it the hard way, I can slowly kill you and extract every little secret from your soul. Barnett, a mid-god cultivating in the energy of death, said as he sneered grimly. I'm not a god hunter. Han Shuo said with a bitter smile. Then how do you explain the anomaly on the energy tower? Eunice was starting to get impatient and seemed like she could strike at any moment. I cultivate in 2 energies and my body contains 2 types of divine energy. That's why it gave a false alarm. Han Shuo hastily explained. Immediately, he transferred the divine energy of his avatar of death to form a domain of divinity around him. Then, after a short while, he turned the domain of divinity from the energy of death to the energy of destruction. Every last person in the crowd gasped and looked at Han Shuo up and down with strange gazes. Barnett too gestured at his divine guards to disperse. I really did not expect that someone could be as foolish as you to simultaneously cultivate in 2 energies. Not only will you go nowhere with your cultivation, if you slip up, the 2 energies will clash with each other and you will die in no time, Eunice said to Han Shuo while looking at him like an idiot. Shortly after, she turned to Barnett and said, Uncle, someone as dumb as him cannot be a god hunter, right? He's definitely not one. Barnett nodded and agreed with Eunice. He then said to Han Shuo, all right, you may leave. Han Shuo smiled speechlessly. He was prepared to return to his training field and continue to research the orb of destruction when he suddenly discovered that Raman had brought some people over. Just like Han Shuo, those people had previously read that special scroll from his store. Chapter 686, Bidirectional Portals. GDK 686, Bidirectional Portals. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. Raman was the most terrifying leading member of the God Hunter Alliance that Han Shuo was currently aware of. For such a character to suddenly appear at this place specially set up to find God Hunters, something must have been very wrong. After Barnett allowed him to leave, Han Shuo did not immediately take off. instead standing aside to observe Raman and his gang's actions. He wanted to see what those god hunters were up to. By this point in time, the training field had gathered 87 people. Discounting 21 divine guards of the House of Croton, the remaining were all cultivators of the Edict of Destruction. Most of those people had taken and passed the test. They did not leave the training field either, and observed the energy tower in front of Barnett. These cultivators of the Edict of Destruction did not immediately leave because the presence of god hunters in Fort Verka had severely threatened their safety. They wanted to watch the House of Croton catch and punish those god hunters. After all, if those god hunters were not caught and eliminated, as cultivators of the energy of destruction, they would remain targets to those hunters. Naturally, none of them felt comfortable being preyed upon. Practically every Destruction Edict cultivator in Fort Verka with at least low god strength was gathered in this training field. Han Shuo was certain that there had to be at least a few god hunters among these people. The energy tower did not detect them merely because they had completely assimilated the divine energy of their victims with their own. Han Shuo's sharp senses picked up that the eyes of a dozen or more low gods of destruction flickered as soon as they saw Raman and his bunch enter the training field. They were exchanging meaningful glances with Raman and those who came in with him as though they were up to something. With one thought, Han Shuo deduced that something major was about to happen in this training field. He was even less motivated to leave. Raman, why have you come? You cultivate in the energy of darkness. You should be in the clear. Barnett could recognize Raman and loudly greeted him from a distance. Haha, I'm bringing my friends here to be tested. We want to cooperate with your efforts, Raman replied with a cordial smile on his face. His sinister and cold appearance back at his store was nowhere to be seen. I know I can count on you. Barnett thanked him before he instructed to those lined up behind the tower, step aside, let Raman and his friend take the test first. Raman was a mid-god. One could point to any location on a map of the universe, but one fact would remain standing: the mighty always enjoy special privileges. There were only a few mid-gods to be found in Fort Verka. As a member of the House of Croton, it was to be expected that Barnett was familiar with Raman. Raman, leading his bunch who cultivated in the energy of destruction, passed through the crowd and walked directly to Barnett. These people who had read the scroll that Raman deliberately distributed inserted their divine energy into the energy tower one after another. The energy tower was not triggered. Every one of them passed the test. However, Han Shuo was almost certain that those with Raman were the perpetrators responsible for the murders in Fort Verka in the recent days. They likely passed the test because they had fully assimilated the divine energy of their victims. They are all clean. I don't believe that Raman's friends would do such despicable things, Barnett said while nodding his head. He seemed to be very close to Raman. Of course. Raman replied and laughed heartily. His eyes, however, were wandering all around Eunice. Grinning cheekily, he asked, Miss Eunice, you must have worked hard these days. You're exhausted, aren't you? His gazes towards Eunice contained a trace of depravity. An average person without senses as acute as Han Shuo's wouldn't have discovered it. As a member of the House of Croton, this is what I should do. It doesn't matter if it's exhausting or not, Eunice replied coldly. For some reason, she was instinctively disgusted with Raman and felt ill every time he was in her presence. If there's anything that I can help Miss Eunice with, please don't hesitate to ask. Raman's gaze constantly traveled all across Eunice's body and lingered particularly long around her chest. No, thank you. Eunice refused straightforwardly. Women possess extraordinary senses on such things. She had long known that Raman lusted for her as well as that filthy matter he did with the salesgirl in his shop. Therefore, no matter how Raman fawned on her, she never responded kindly. Raman did not take offense and gave a hollow laugh. However, when he slumped his head, a vicious and sinister light flashed across his eyes. All right. Raman, you may leave with your friends, Barnett said smilingly. He knew Raman's intentions but wasn't afraid that Raman would do anything transgressing towards Eunice, as the House of Croton held overwhelming power in Fort Verka. Raman nodded his head and started heading outside. However, along the way, his eyes were constantly exchanging glances with certain people in the crowd. Those whose gazes met with Raman's nodded their heads ever so slightly, as though informing Raman that their preparations were ready. Han Shuo had seen every single little movement these people made. He was being very careful and on high alert, as he knew that a show would soon take place right here. As his true strength was on par to a late-stage mid-god, Han Shuo wasn't at all concerned about his own safety. Instead, he wanted to stay and watch what Raman was about to do. Raman, who was being closely watched by Han Shuo, had walked all the way to the doorway and would soon leave the training field. Han Shuo was astounded and thought, could I have been mistaken in my judgment? Could Raman not even have been thinking about making a move here? When a great majority of the crowd had placed their attention back on Barnett's energy tower, Raman, who was a few steps from leaving the training field, suddenly withdrew a dark golden sphere. Barnett, Eunice, and the others from the House of Croton had resumed with testing other people and did not notice Raman's actions at all. Raman did not let Han Shuo wait for a second longer and immediately hurled that dark gold sphere into the air. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of destruction gushed out from the sphere, which flooded every inch of the air, forming a domain of divinity that enveloped the entire training field. "What's happening?" the crowd cried out in surprise. The terrifying energy of destruction that suddenly erupted in the training field had caused some commotion in the crowd. "God damn it, who just unfurled their domain of divinity?" some of those who were oblivious cursed out loudly. Barnett, who was next to his testing device, was stunned. He cried out in alarm, "Who is it? This is Fort Verka of the City of Shadows. Who is being so unbridled?" Barnett could sense that the aura of destruction that suddenly erupted in the training field wasn't something that he could resist. "Uncle, we have a formidable enemy in our presence. I have never sensed such terrifying energy of destruction," Eunice remarked to Barnett. She was considered rather calm to the threat and was on the alert. That dark gold sphere hovering high above the training field was ever releasing the aura of destruction and maintaining that domain of divinity which enveloped the entire space. When the crowd finally discovered that dark gold sphere over their heads, multiple glowing dark orbs suddenly flew out from the dark gold sphere one after another and flew upwards at the training field's boundary. Those glowing dark orbs all adhered to the boundary on the top of the training field and started to circulate rapidly. Those orbs would leave behind a trail of sparks behind their path. They altered the structure of the boundary and caused the aura of destruction to grow more intense. Han Shuo was extremely shocked. His glistening eyes watched the boundary attentively, not even stopping to take the shortest blink. The energy of destruction and the density of the glowing dark orbs were all too obvious to him. As soon as they flew out from the dark golden sphere, Han Shuo recognized that those were the orbs of destruction that he had been trying to learn. Han Shuo was rather puzzled as to why those orbs of destruction were flying about, altering the structure of the training field boundary, as well as the fact that he had learned about the orb of destruction from a scroll he bought from the scroll store operated by Raman. "Who is doing this? Come out!" Barnett shouted at the top of his lungs, and his voice had tremendous penetration power. It appeared that he intended to raise the attention of the divine guards outside the training field. "That's useless. No one will hear a thing inside here. Even if you shout your throat hoarse, your voice still won't penetrate through the barrier." Raman started walking back to them with an evil smile. He appeared unruffled. "It's you!" Eunice cried out in surprise. She asked in a stone-cold voice, "Who do you work with? How dare you stir trouble in our Fort Verka?" "Miss Eunice, darling, you will soon learn everything about me. I will slowly explain everything to you while pressing you down under my crotch and playing with you." Raman no longer concealed his lustful desires towards Eunice and answered impudently. "Despicable!" Eunice gnashed her teeth and shouted furiously at Raman's obscene gazes and shameless words. "Raman, do you know how those who stand against the House of Croton end up?" Barnett took a deep breath to slightly calm his anger and asked Raman with a calm but threatening voice. Raman shrugged indifferently and laughed a sinister laugh. Do you really think that we would give a damn about a small little house of Croton? Oh poor Barnett, you actually think that your house of Croton carries any weight? While they were talking, some 20 or so Destruction Edict cultivators in the crowd walked out and stood beside Raman, clearly stating their positions. God Hunters. They are all God Hunters. Eunice finally came to realize what was going on and pointed at the bunch furiously. She was so angry that her lovable body was trembling while she inwardly faulted herself for not discovering their identities earlier. All those people who stood beside Raman were indifferent to Eunice's finger pointing. Kill them all, kill these damned God Hunters. Their existences are our nightmare. Lexus, who was brought to this place along with Han Chuo by Eunice, shouted righteously. He had always fawned over Eunice and was obviously trying to win her heart. He took this as an opportunity to woo her. The crowd immediately responded in agreement and was stirred up by his shout. Although Raman had 20 or so God Hunters who cultivated in the energy of destruction on his side, just the divine guards that Barnett and Eunice had could match that number. To add on to those bystanders who were not God Hunters, Lexus seemed to be on the winning side. When Eunice saw Lexus take the lead in helping her, she responded by smiling at him, perhaps as to express her gratitude. Lexus, having seen that smile on her face, became even more excited and took the lead in marching towards Raman, as if he wanted to win Eunice's approval by playing the hero. Idiot! Han Chuo scolded in his heart. Raman and his gang, so daringly stating their identities in the open, had amply indicated that Raman had absolute certainty of victory. But the stunt that Lexus was pulling, he must have been tired of living. And the fact was indeed as Han Chuo had expected. Before that Lexus, whose blood was pumping with hormones, could get anywhere close to Raman, 3 orbs of annihilation flew downwards in crisscrosses and bombarded him. He shrieked loudly and miserably. Before the crowd's eyes, Lexus' thin body began to swell and grew to 3 times its volume in no time. Pop! Lexus' body that rapidly swelled to beyond its limits shrunk at an even faster rate. He collapsed powerlessly on the ground while blood spilled from every pore on his body. Kids that are impulsive don't usually end up well, Raman remarked softly. Shortly after, he put on a mischievous, evil smile and said, "Do you think that we would have come here and shown ourselves without any preparations?" After hearing those words, the small party who followed Lexus in attacking Raman and his bunch, suddenly halted in their paths. They no longer acted blindly without thinking. It hasn't been easy for us to create such an occasion where all the Destruction Edict cultivators are gathered together. We do this completely out of good intentions. As long as everyone cooperates with me, I believe that a great majority of you will be all right. Raman nodded in satisfaction when those people stopped advancing further. Raman, we will not come to your terms. God Hunters are a bunch of scoundrels wallowing in a cesspool. Don't think that we will join you in your evil doings. Barnett coldly shouted and took the lead in walking towards Raman. The House of Croton Divine Guards and Eunice immediately followed along. To join me in evil doing or not, that's not up to you to say, Raman sneered. He pointed at the Destruction Edict God Hunters behind him and said, "Look at them." Before, they knew nothing about engulfing another's divine energy. But after I told them how, they became the same kind of people as I am. Barnett, you would only say so because you have never tried that wonderful sensation. Only once you have taken the energy of death of another person, you would know just the kind of ecstasy it is. Would you like to have a taste of it? I want to taste how it feels to kill you. Barnett was not wavered by Raman's words and continued to march towards him. Barnett, do be so impetuous. Aren't you curious what am I actually up to? Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, Raman switched to another approach to evoke his curiosity. Very obviously, Raman's new approach was effective. Barnett stopped walking, stared at him and asked, "What do you actually want to do?" "You will find out very soon." Raman proudly pointed at the barrier that enveloped them and shouted to the crowd, the barrier is now shrinking. If you don't want to die, you better gather towards the center. I will take you all to a place where you can escape from being killed by the energy of destruction on the barrier." After hearing those words, the crowd raised their heads and looked up. Sure enough, they discovered that the enormous barrier that completely sealed the entire training field was shrinking little by little under the propel of the orbs of annihilation. Sparks filled with the aura of destruction were leaping about on the barrier. By now, that dark gold sphere that hovered still above their heads had stopped spewing orbs of destruction. It felt like an eye that was looking down, giving the crowd a dreadful pressure. Han Shuo, who was standing among the crowd, was certain that the dark gold sphere was a very formidable divine weapon whose owner was a high god cultivating in the energy of destruction. Only a divine weapon in the hands of a high god could create such terrifying results. There were approximately 300 orbs of annihilation that came out from the dark gold sphere. They all adhered to the barrier and were revolving. Based on the limited knowledge Han Shuo had, he reckoned that the master of the dark gold sphere could be the person who first came out with the attack method and authored the scroll he bought. It was precisely because of this reason that Han Shuo, who could escape by going underground using Earth Elite Zombie, did not take avail of the chaos and flee. Instead, he boldly chose to remain among the crowd, coldly and silently watching as the situation developed. While the barrier around the training field was still contracting, Raman, who was already standing at the center, deployed a bidirectional portal out of nowhere. Bidirectional portals were a special divine device used for short-distance transportation. They were all manufactured by mighty gods cultivating in the Edict of Space and were very precious. By having a pair of bidirectional portals set up, a person could travel freely from one portal to another. The mighty space god who first invented the bidirectional portals originally made it to allow a pair of lovers living in different places to meet more conveniently. That couple did not cultivate in the same type of energy. One of them cultivated at the northern part of Elysium while the other cultivated at the southern part where the elemental energy they cultivated in respectively was the densest. Therefore, if they wanted to meet, they had to travel long journeys to cross at least half of the vast material plane. Bidirectional portals would obviously save them a lot of time. Although a bidirectional portal could not conduct interplanar transmissions, they were portable and very convenient. But as bidirectional portals required relatively precious materials and only high gods cultivating in the Edict of Space could refine one, they were extremely costly and the layman would never be able to possess one. Raman was just a mid-god of darkness. Logically speaking, it was impossible that he could possess such a valuable bidirectional portal. Therefore, right after he erected a bidirectional portal, Han Shuo knew that it too belonged to the master of the dark gold sphere. Raman laughed heartily while Han Shuo was pondering in his mind. Raman pointed at the open portal and announced smilingly, "All those who don't want to die, enter. Barnett, if you want to figure out the situation, you too must enter. I should tell you that the barrier around you was made using the divine weapon of a high god. If you don't cross in there, you will die." "Humph, let's see what you are up to." Barnett groaned coldly and stepped into the portal. His confidence, however, seemed to have become somewhat lacking. Han Shuo knew that Barnett was out of any other option. "After you, my sweet darling. I will be with you shortly," Raman said, beaming ear to ear when it was Eunice's turn. Pooh! Eunice could no longer restrain the loathing in her heart and spat a mouthful of saliva at Raman's face. However, Eunice was getting nervous about her actions. Her uncle Barnett had stepped into the bidirectional portal and most of those left were on Raman's side. She was afraid that Raman would turn violent. Raman, strangely, did not flip out. Instead, he extended his index finger to swipe a bit of Eunice's saliva from his cheek and placed it in his mouth. He even began to suck passionately on it right in front of Eunice. His appearance was obscene. Disgusting. Eunice panicked and no longer dared to look at Raman. She crossed the bidirectional portal with humiliation and abhorrence. "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!" Raman howled with laughter and appeared very pleased with himself. Then, when Eunice had completely disappeared in the portal, he suddenly turned cold. With an evil grin, he mumbled to himself, "Eunice, you cannot escape from my palms. Soon, I will let you taste something worse than death." The boundary around the training field shrunk smaller and smaller. The frightened crowd made their way quickly into the portal one after another. Soon enough, it was Han Shuo's turn. Ramen gasped, staring at Han Shuo for a moment before he asked puzzlingly, "I know you. You read my scroll but did not seem repulsed. This indicates that you have thought about utilizing the method of engulfing written on the scroll. But why is it that you did not take any action after that?" Han Shuo had long known that Ramen was observing everything in his store using some special device. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to tell apart those which would expose him and those which would eventually join him. Therefore, Han Shuo wasn't at all surprised that Ramen would ask so. He replied smilingly, "That's right, I have read the scroll and am interested in doing it. However, certain things have delayed my journey and I have not found a target to act on." He giggled. "Haha, a kindred spirit. Once you enter, you will have a target for sure." Ramen laughed evilly and patted on Han Shuo's shoulder. He ought to have taken Han Shuo as one of his kind. "I hope so as well." Han Shuo replied cheerfully and marched into the portal. In his mind, however, he was cursing, "Fucking hell, don't touch me with that filthy hand of yours that you've put into your mouth. Hey guys, I caught flu and couldn't work as productively. I'll try my best but the next chapter release will probably be delayed by a few days. We'll keep you updated on Discord." Hedonist. Chapter 687, Share Some With Me. GDK 687, Share Some With Me. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. After Han Shuo exited from the other side of the portal, he discovered that he had arrived in a valley shrouded by clouds and fog. There were cliff walls in every direction, filled with deep caverns that lead somewhere new. The ground seemed solid, a mixture of rock fragments. Those who came through the portal before Han Shuo wandered all around the valley while Eunice and Barnett were whispering to each other in a corner, trying to come up with a countermeasure for the situation they were in. Han Shuo expanded his consciousness. As soon as he started surveying the situation around him, he sensed the presence of a boundary high amongst the blanket of cloud overhead. That boundary, giving off an obvious aura of destruction, suddenly reacted. It was able to detect that Han Shuo's consciousness was probing around. The mist and clouds in the area where Han Shuo's consciousness was traveling started to billow. Han Shuo was astounded and immediately drew back his consciousness. He did not know if his consciousness could penetrate the boundary, but seeing that the boundary was so sensitive that it could detect his consciousness, he decided not to take any chances to avoid attracting the attention of the master of this place. At this point in time, those who were exiting from the portal behind Han Shuo were god hunters who had certainly become depraved and beyond salvation. The excitement in their eyes blazed even brighter after they walked out from the portal. They were staring fixedly at Han Shuo and the crowd like predators stalking their prey. Ramen was the last to cross the portal. He ought to have withdrawn the dark gold sphere which dispensed the orbs of annihilation and the bidirectional portal in the training field. With that, the Croton family of Fort Verka wouldn't find a clue about their abrupt disappearance. Right after exiting the portal, Ramen started looking all around for Eunice. When her figure entered his eyes, he started smirking sinisterly and pervertedly. Who knew what filthy ideas he had in mind? "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this hideout of our God Hunter Alliance. Let me introduce you to the leader of the Destruction Energy Division, Lord Bravst." Ramen shouted towards a very large cave while wearing a respectful look. "Ramen, thank you for your great work," a voice suddenly sounded from the cave. "It is my honor to be of service, Lord Bravst." Ramen dared not to be conceited. He continued with a loud voice, "My lord, I have brought over practically every person who cultivates in the energy of destruction in Fort Verka. Does your lordship have any further command? Well done. Come in here and receive the rewards you deserve. Also, return me the 2 divine weapons I lent you, Brovst shouted in a deep voice from within the cave without revealing his true form. Raman was overjoyed. He withdrew the other pair of bidirectional portals and leapt into the cave. Although Han Chuo could not see Brovst, nor could he sense the aura on him, nonetheless, Han Chuo was absolutely certain that he was a terrifying high god. Han Chuo could be certain of it just from the fact that he was the master of the dark gold sphere. This was because there was absolutely no way that a mid-god could assemble so many orbs of destruction that contained such powerful destruction divine energy. Soon enough, Raman returned from the cave. He appeared to have obtained something that he had desired and he seemed even more excited. Lord Brovst said that you bunch who cultivate in the energy of destruction just have to engulf the divine energy of any one person around you to be considered as one of our own. Then, you may leave this valley alive. But if you don't, you are destined to die. Raman stood at the cave entrance and announced when he reappeared. The non-god hunter crowd was jolted when they heard those words. They vigilantly kept some distance with those around them, lest that they were sneaked up upon. Han Chuo had long foreseen that this would be their course of action, that Brovst had taken great pains to gather all Destruction Edict cultivators in Fort Verka at this place. Therefore, it was obvious that his plan did not involve simply killing them all. According to the words Raman spoke in his store, the number of god hunters cultivating in the Edict of Destruction was the lowest of all. Brovst must have had no subordinates available and therefore asked someone cultivating in the energy of darkness to complete the conspiracy. From this aspect, Han Chuo could tell that Brovst was severely lacking in manpower. Han Chuo had in fact previously personally experienced that wonderful sensation when he engulfed that old woman's divine energy with his avatar of death. He knew more than anyone else that once a person took this first step, they usually wouldn't be able to resist the terrifying cravings that would constantly swarm their minds. They would drift closer and closer to the God Hunter Alliance and ultimately become a part of them. After all, not many out there were like Han Chuo, who had started tempering his willpower ever since he started cultivating demonic arts. Unlike Han Chuo, it was almost impossible for them to break free from that powerful addiction. Brovst gave his instructions because he knew this very well. He too believed that once these people had had a taste, they would never be able to withdraw and would finally succumb and serve him. Raman's words had undoubtedly set off turbulence in the hearts of those people in the valley. Soon after Raman delivered the ultimatum, an enormous scroll suddenly unfurled from the sky of cloud and mist. It depicted the method of absorbing another person's destruction divine energy in great detail. Those non-god hunters in the valley had not visited Raman's scroll store and practically had no idea on how to absorb the destruction divine energy of another person. Most of them reacted to the enormous scroll with bewildered faces. After carefully observing for a moment, Han Chuo discovered that under the threat of death and temptation of instant power, a portion of the people had secretly started to memorize the contents of the scroll. The method wasn't hard to learn. With proper guidance, practically anyone could master it. Those whose eyes were cast on the scroll and were silently memorizing its contents would definitely turn into god hunters in the future. Meanwhile, those with staunch stances had their willpower nibbled away by the great fear in their hearts. Without the threat of death, a great majority of these people would likely have ignored the scroll completely. After all, god hunters were public enemies of the entire Elysium that everyone held in contempt. However, now with their lives under threat, resistance would mean that they would forever be gone. Therefore, they were pushed to carefully reconsider their choices. I will be watching every move you make. Be at ease. Those who dare take action, even if your opponent is stronger than yourself, I will help you subdue him. I can even guarantee that as long as you join us, not only will you not be killed, you will grow stronger at an even faster rate. Brovst pledged from inside his cave, helping those who were on the fence to make up their mind. Divine essences are as scarce as hen's teeth, but cultivators of the same energy could be found everywhere. These people are just living divine essences. Just try and imagine that wonderful sensation of absorbing another man's energy to gain power. What a most pleasurable feeling, Raman gabbled on and on, tempting the non-god hunters with his words. With Brovst and Raman persuading at the same time, Han Chuo discovered that those who were on the fence were obviously swayed. They too started to memorize the scripture and secretly circulated their divine energy as described. The atmosphere in the valley suddenly turned very eerie, with everyone consciously keeping a distance away from each other. Even the best of friends would be cautious of each other. At this moment, no one could be trusted, anyone could be an enemy. The crowd that originally gathered in one big group gradually spread further and further apart from each other. Meanwhile, on the contrary, the god hunters gathered into a group, coldly smirking and observing the crowd as though watching an entertaining play. What are you all doing? Eunice, who was with Barnett, noticed the crowd was becoming divided and shouted in a somewhat panicked voice. Everyone ignored her. Even the guards under the House of Croton were silently dispersing from the duo. Their eyes were flickering with indecision. No one but themselves knew what they had in mind. By now, even Han Chuo was feeling rather uneasy. He wasn't afraid that someone among the crowd might attack him. He was worried about how to escape from this valley. With the presence of Brovst, a terrifying high god, there was no practical way for Han Chuo to simply charge out from the canyon. Even if he summoned earth and metal elite zombies, they would be in great trouble once Brovst spotted them. Perhaps the only viable means of escaping was to deploy the demonic blood disassembly. However, using this demonic technique would consume a great amount of his demonic yuan. Han Chuo was most unwilling to deploy this method except in the last resort. Curiosity kills. Han Chuo inwardly blamed himself for staying despite knowing that there would be danger. Had he summoned Earth Elite Zombie back at the training field and escaped through an underground tunnel, Han Chuo believed that no one could have stopped him. But now, he could not employ this method here, not if Brovst was in the valley. What about engulfing some other person's divine energy? No, that won't work. Other than somehow killing everyone here, the god hunters could leak my identity and I will forever be framed as a god hunter. Han Chuo was stuck in a dilemma. He racked his brain trying to find a way out of the situation. A stifled groan clearly resounded through the valley. Han Chuo, who was heavily pondering, turned to look at the source of noise. He saw a man swaying to and fro. He seemed to have suffered a sneak attack. Who is it? The man turned and looked all around with furious gazes. When he turned his body, a little green arrow protruding from his back came into Han Chuo's view. The wound was flowing with fouling blood. It appeared that the little arrow was laced with a powerful venom. My apologies, An Li. I know you loathed the god hunters and would never be one of them. Since you will die in any case, you might as well use it to give me a chance to live. A youngster as thin as bamboo with a scar on his face was pointing a delicate crossbow at him. He replenished the crossbow with his destruction divine energy. Logger, how could you? I have saved your life once, and this is how you return the favor. An Li, who caught a venomous arrow, stared at his assaulter in disbelief. His bloodshot eyes were bulging out, obviously extremely enraged. Yes, I've always been grateful for it. That is why I let you rescue me once more. I believe you would be most willing to do so. Goodbye, An Li. I will always remember you for saving my life twice. That thin youngster called Logger then fired another 3 small arrows containing destruction divine energy in rapid successions. An Li was obviously no longer as agile. When Logger attacked An Li with all his strength in such short range, of the 3 small arrows, An Li only managed to deflect 2. He caught another arrow to his chest. Then, taking advantage of an opening, Logger suddenly charged at An Li and threw him 2 punches. Destructive energy surged into An Li's body and he collapsed to the ground. People, this one is mine. Do as you please, but please don't rob him from me. Logger placed his 2 hands on An Li's back, raised his head, and said to the crowd with a bright smile. But for some reason, everyone in the valley was disgusted. For a person to ruthlessly and decisively attack his rescuer and not show the least bit of guilt from start to finish, this person must be severely demented. It was no wonder he was the first to take action. People were usually most wary of this kind of character. Before his splendid smile, the crowd subconsciously took a few steps backward. Fucking hell, how do people like this exist? Even those who had become god hunters couldn't help but loudly voice out their disgust. God hunters couldn't help themselves but hunt and absorb the energy of others. Other than going out to hunt other cultivators of the same energy, god hunters were not all that different from average cultivators. They too had their own circles of friends and felt the same emotions. Therefore, they were just as disgusted with someone as abhorrent as Lager. The crowd had subconsciously opened up an even wider space around Lager. He started absorbing his savior's divine energy as though no one else was present. As An Li shrieked like a banshee, Lager seemed more and more malevolent to the crowd. Suddenly, an ill-timed laughter sounded from a corner. "Do you mind sharing some with me? That would save me from finding a prey." The crowd was shocked to hear those words. They were wondering who would be so daring to provoke Lager. Hence, they turned to look in the direction from whence the voice came. With the crowd attentively watching, Han Shuo stepped forward with confident strides. The smile on his face appeared even more sincere than the one on Lager's face. As he looked at Lager from a distance, he said, "I believe that a person with as much sense of gratitude as you have surely will not take offense." "Interesting, interesting." Lager gave a slow clap as he laughed out loud. He then beamed at Han Shuo and said, "Sure, but you better hurry. Otherwise, I'm going to take your share." "Then I shall gladly take it." Han Shuo laughed and suddenly sped up. He charged straight for Lager. "I'm waiting." An Li, who was at his last gasp when Lager ceased to engulf his divine energy and suddenly stood up. He rapidly took aim at Han Shuo with his crossbow. Lager was a mid-stage low god. For most spectators, he was a dangerous character. His vicious temperament was especially feared. Han Shuo did not reply but charged at Lager at lightning speed. He obviously knew that Lager wouldn't have responded in kind. Chapter 688, Cruel Competition. GDK 688, Cruel Competition. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The crossbow in Lager's hand was decorated with an intricate design. 2 gemstones, one red and one blue, were embedded in the 2 ends of its prods. When the crossbow string was fully pulled into locking position, multiple dark threads that seemed to be made of light flowed from Lager's 2 hands and into the crossbow. The pair of red and blue gemstones seemed to have the ability to amplify divine energy as the aura of destruction emanating from the crossbow grew more and more intense. Whoosh! 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 Yet another 3 successions of arrows were launched. After leaving the bowstring, the little arrows seemed to turn into 3 slender black snakes that slithered towards Han Shuo to viciously bite him. Although Han Shuo couldn't reveal his practice of demonic arts, his sensitive consciousness and acute senses remained extremely useful. Although the 3 small arrows traveled in rather elusive trajectories, they were easily tracked and discerned by Han Shuo's consciousness. Han Shuo altered his posture immediately after the 3 small arrows were launched at him. He dodged the arrows by suddenly flying close to the ground and managed to close his distance with Lager. Lager let out a soft and brief chuckle as though he wasn't afraid of Han Shuo's proximity to him. As soon as he saw that the 3 arrows failed to hit Han Shuo, he rapidly put away his crossbow and flung his right hand, revealing a double-edged battle axe in his hand. The entire battle axe was deep red in color and emanated an intense reeking of blood. Clearly, it was no ordinary weapon either. Both of them cultivated in the energy of destruction and both were in the same realm. Lager did not unfurl his domain of divinity. He laughed loudly as he tightly grasped the battle axe with both hands, imbuing it with his divine energy, and swinging it at Han Shuo's skull. If the axe were to strike Han Shuo, his brain would surely crack and split. Han Shuo's eyes squinted slightly and again accelerated while charging at Lager. His avatar of destruction transformed back into Demon Slayer Edge form and was tightly held in his hand. The Demon Slayer Edge filled with the energy of destruction was sent straight for Lager. Han Shuo's avatar of destruction was formed using the Demon Slayer Edge. All the destruction divine energy and energy of destruction was stored inside the Demon Slayer Edge. With Han Shuo's main body still able to draw the destruction divine energy in the Demon Slayer Edge for use, everything appeared absolutely normal for an outside observer. Han Shuo secretly introduced a few strands of demonic yuan into the Demon Slayer Edge and kept it deactivated until the instant that it came into contact with Logger. Han Shuo believed that with that, no one but himself could tell that he had utilized demonic arts. Not even Logger would be able to detect the small amount of demonic yuan mixed among the energy of destruction. "You are dead," Logger sneered in his heart. The battle axe which he tightly grasped with his two hands, imbued with destruction divine energy, suddenly burst with red radiance. In an instant, an aura of complete and utter devastation burst out from Logger. Han Shuo, in contrast, had a calm and undisturbed expression. The Demon Slayer Edge in his hand did not glow but was faintly giving off an aura of destruction. From this, the observing crowd understood that Han Shuo must have concentrated his energy. Clang! A sharp, metallic sound resonated throughout the valley. A shockwave of destruction spread from where the two clashed. It caused the enormous scroll suspended in the sky to gently sway and the mixture of cloud and mist floating overhead to drift slightly. The mixture of demonic yuan and destruction divine energy violently gushed into Logger's battle axe through the Demon Slayer Edge. As there wasn't too much discrepancy between the two in terms of strength, after Han Shuo secretly added the energy of demonic arts into his attack, he overpowered Logger. Han Shuo felt a slight numbing sensation in his right hand wielding the Demon Slayer Edge. Logger, however, had to take multiple steps backwards as though being pushed by an unstoppable force. Even his steps seemed to become unsteady. Not giving Logger the opportunity to recover and make a comeback, Han Shuo moved even closer towards Logger and launched several hundred attacks using the Demon Slayer Edge within the blink of an eye. They were all aiming for Logger's head, chest, heart and all his vital organs. Logger had no choice but to keep withdrawing and exert himself swaying his battle axe back and forth to resist Han Shuo's torrential attacks with great difficulty. The battle axe was known for being heavy and for its ability to carry enormous momentum. Clearly, however, it was rather lacking in terms of maneuverability. Although Logger could use his double-edged battle axe as an effective main assault weapon, it was clearly unsuitable as a defensive weapon. Han Shuo's sword attacks filled with the energy of destruction were like dark raindrops pouring down on Logger, giving him immense pain. He had to strain every nerve to defend himself. Chkk. Chug. Logger's body was being audibly stabbed and punctured. Fresh blood flowed from around his stomach and wrists. He was clearly losing the battle and only had enough strength left to resist the attacks. How is it that he had so much energy in his first strike? Logger was frightened to the core. He knew that the reason his situation had degraded to such a state was the first strike. An enormous force had breached into his body via his battle axe, throwing his divine energy to chaos. With that, he was unable to organize an effective divine energy attack. "It seems that I don't need to do it to On Li. I will just absorb your energy instead," Han Shuo said as he stared fixedly at Logger. His appearance was frighteningly calm. Logger, who was flustered and discomposed, could feel that the number of wounds on his body was rapidly increasing. The more movements he made in defending himself, the faster he would lose blood. He even felt a little dizzy from losing too much blood. He appeared even more terrified when Han Shuo's voice that seemed to carry strange energy constantly revolved around his divine soul. Han Shuo raised the Demon Slayer Edge that gave off a glimmer of dark radiance. He had overwhelmed Logger and was prepared to deal him the last strike that would take his life. Suddenly, in the windless valley, that enormous scroll moved by itself and landed between Han Shuo and Logger, blocking Han Shuo from giving Logger the fatal blow. The piercing strike of the Demon Slayer Edge hit the enormous scroll that recorded the method of stealing destruction energy. The mighty barrier overhead gushed to cover the surface of the scroll like water. Blocked by the barrier, Han Shuo's Demon Slayer Edge failed to deliver the final blow to Logger, who had lost his head out of fear. "That's enough. You two will be on the same ship in the future, don't fight to your death. Brovst's deep voice suddenly emerged from the pitch-black cave. As soon as he finished his words, the enormous scroll swayed and rose back into the sky. Lager took the opportunity to retreat far away while being shielded by the scroll and made a large distance from Han Shuo. He looked at Han Shuo with an overt grin, bowed courteously, and asked, "Thank you, my friend. What is your name?" Han Shuo could sense that bone-deep hatred behind Lager's smile. However, Han Shuo did not feel the slightest bit of fear. He shrugged and replied smilingly, "For me, it is an insult for a bastard who could strike his savior treacherously to know my name." Han Shuo lost interest in feigning civility with this kind of scheming, heartless brute without any sense of shame and cursed him unrestrainedly. Despite being called a bastard before the crowd, for some reason, Lager did not tumble into a fit of rage. He merely let out a few hollow laughs and kept silent. Han Shuo was greatly disappointed that Lager did not lose his rationality and recklessly charge at him. Han Shuo knew that with Brovst's presence, if Lager did not actively attack him, he would have no reasonable excuse to finish Lager off. "I will give you all 1 hour to prove to me your devotion. Don't waste the chance." Brovst's voice again sounded from that dark cave. After hearing those words, the crowd who had recently witnessed the drama started to show indecision in their eyes. Han Shuo secretly observed the people around him as he walked to On Li, collapsed on the ground, step by step. On Li was obviously at his last gasp, and when Han Shuo was about to place his hand on On Li, he had exhausted all of his vitality and was utterly dead. The remaining divine energy in On Li's body was completely exhausted, and therefore, Han Shuo could not absorb any divine energy in his body. Han Shuo pressed his hand on Li and using the energy of cauldron spirit inside his body, he sucked On Li's divine soul into the cauldron so that cauldron spirit could turn him into a demon general. Even if Han Shuo didn't take his divine soul into the cauldron of myriad demon, it would just gradually dissipate between heaven and earth over time. Han Shuo placed one hand on Li and put on the appearance of sucking in his divine energy. Ah! A loud cry of pain sounded from the distance. Han Shuo turned to the source of the sound. In just a short few moments, the entire valley turned into a cruel scene. Everyone seemed to have gone mad to attack the people beside them. Those who had secretly practiced the method of engulfing divine energy wanted to kill a person to prove their determination. Meanwhile, Eunice and others who would never resign to performing such a heinous act had no choice but to do their utmost in defending themselves. Han Shuo sighed. He knew that under the threat of death and the temptation of having their strength rapidly soar, not many would remain unmoved. It was within Han Shuo's expectations that those in the valley would turn into a bloody battle for survival. In Brovst's presence, Han Shuo had no way of preventing or stopping the cruel competition ahead of him. He could only watch on indifferently, putting his own safety before matters of principle. There was nothing that he could do about it. It was fortunate that Han Shuo had chosen to act on Lager, a most thorny opponent, and demonstrated his strength and ferocity to the crowd. Therefore, at this point in time that Han Shuo, who had his hand pressed on Li, was as relaxed and leisurely as Lager, who was fiddling with his crossbow. No one in the valley would come to provoke them. Wretched shrieks repeatedly reverberated through the valley. Han Shuo maintained the posture of crouching on Li while he secretly observed the bloody battle around him. Those who were unwilling to join the god hunters had to face enemies that seemed to have become deranged in trying to devour their divine energy. Gradually, even they themselves showed signs of madness. Some of those lightly wounded, unexpectedly, cast their gazes on the enormous scroll while escaping. In the entire valley, there were merely a dozen or so who truly remained unmoved until now. Eunice, of late-stage low god strength, was one of those headstrong ones. Her uncle, Barnett, facing the attacks of several divine guards that cultivated in the energy of death who previously worked for him, seemed to be infuriated and looked as though he could go mad at any moment. The valley was in utter violence and chaos. Everyone seemed to have gone insane. As things developed, even those who wanted to be god hunters were clashing and fighting each other. They had all lost their rationality. Brovst, who was observing the situation silently from within his cave, had to repeatedly use his enormous scroll to separate and stop fights between those who wanted to be god hunters as to avoid those who would become his followers being killed. "Lord Brovst, could you bestow Miss Eunice to me? In any case, he will not be one of us. When I'm done playing with her, I will hand her to your subordinates. By then I wouldn't care less if they wanted to toy with her or kill her." Raman, who had been giggling as he watched the situation from aside, asked as he bowed at the cave where Brovst was. "You have done me a huge service. If you are interested in that woman, go ahead and do whatever you want." Brovst did not hesitate at all in approving Raman's request. Having observed every action of everyone in the valley, he had long realized that Eunice would not succumb to his command. Letting Raman toy with someone who would die sooner or later was merely reusing waste material. On top of wanting Raman to continue to serve him in the future, it was only natural that Brovst would approve the request. "Thank you, Lord Brovst." Raman cheered and walked towards Eunice excitedly. He had an expression of sheer depravity on his face. Raman was a mid-god cultivating in the element of darkness, and practically no one in the valley could pose a threat to him. On top of being Brovst's spokesman, those who wished to survive by becoming a god hunter automatically moved aside and gave him an unimpeded path to Eunice. At this point in time, Eunice, who was forced to withdraw further and further by the deranged crowd, no longer had that bigwig, distinguished demeanor she always had. Her hair was messy and specks of dust stained her face. She appeared to be in a miserable state. Her heart was filled with despair when she heard Raman's request and seeing him walk towards her. However, she was determined to fight Raman till her death. "How dare you!" Barnett, who was on the verge of losing his sanity, roared when he saw Raman approach Eunice with a lascivious smile. He sent out death rays in all directions and came charging at Raman. Those who were jointly attacking him were thrown unsteady by enormous bone flowers when he unfurled his domain of divinity. "Lord Brovst, please give me a hand." Raman had the same expression on his face as he raised his voice and asked. The enormous scroll hanging in midair came descending yet again. But this time, it did not merely block an attack like how it prevented Han Chuo from killing Lager. Instead, it came crashing down on Barnett. Terrifying energy of destruction then erupted from the scroll. Barnett fell to the ground at once and started twitching violently from head to toe. "Miss Eunice, who is going to save you now?" "Haha, all this time I've been in Fort Verka, you are the only person I have fancied. But what a pity, you have always been so cold towards me and made me long for you every day. Finally now, I will get to taste your sweet, juicy body. Are you feeling just as excited as I?" He. Raman laughed as he approached Eunice. His body turned into multiple dark shadows and no one could distinguish which one was actually him. Eunice, who originally thought of ferociously fighting and injuring Raman with her death, suddenly discovered that she did not even have a target to attack. Grief rose from her heart as she sighed and thought to herself, "Forget about it. I will just kill myself so I don't have to bear being defiled by such a disgusting being." Chapter 689, Savior from Above. GDK 689, Savior from Above. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The slaughtering in the valley had reached its most brutal stage. Of the tens of people who came from Fort Verka, more than a third were killed within a short period of time. Most of those who were still alive were those determined to become god hunters. Those who were determined to not read the enormous scroll in the sky had to strenuously deal with the attacks of those trying to consume their divine energy. It was only a matter of time before they would be killed. Han Chuo continued to pretend to devour On Li's divine energy as he coldly observed those who had gone mad. He carefully assembled the cauldron spirit's energy in preparation of sucking the divine souls of those perished gods into the cauldron of myriad demon. However, once everything was in order, Han Chuo was feeling rather hesitant and indecisive. The valley was in utter chaos, and under such circumstances, it was definitely very difficult for most people to detect this subtle maneuver of his. However, Bravst, who had been hiding deep in his cave, must have been observing every movement and activity in the valley. If Han Shuo was to set about collecting those divine souls that had yet to dissipate between heaven and earth, Bravst, as a high god, would very likely discover it. It was precisely because of this qualm that Han Shuo couldn't make up his mind. But at the same time, he felt extremely sorrowful to do nothing but watch the several dozen divine souls laid out right in front of him. After turning over in his mind for some time, Han Shuo decided to take the risk. He thought that people wouldn't notice his actions if he got close to the deceased bodies and was more careful when collecting their souls using cauldron spirit.